Almost 8 minutes past the hour, and welcome into the kickoff hour here with the Good Time Gang. We appreciate you, as always, making us part of your day. Lot to talk about today, a lot to get to. Golden ticket seats if you're headed this way. We'll see you in a few hours. Drive safely. Means the Wheel of Meat is on the board today. We've got the Beth Mowens college football game. You know, last weekend she had the pros. And this weekend, though, she's back to college football. We'll give you a warning, sound the alarm for that, go over some of the matchups. Plus, don't forget RBU this week. Vince Everett Ellison, Crime Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. Great conversation with him yesterday. The RBU is recorded, ready to publish. That will happen Saturday morning on all audio podcast formats, Blaze TV, Pluto TV, YouTube, Facebook, all that stuff. But make sure you're following us on all social media at Rick and Bubba, and we always send out links to that. Very easy to navigate through. All right, well, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Yo.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
What up?
Do you want to switch headphones?
Second segment would be good.
Go ahead and wear those.
I care about you.
Thank you, buddy.
I want you to have
I've been doing that because you don't care about me, Greg. I'm looking over to my left.
I wouldn't say that.
Helmsley, the only staff member that does.
I get exhausted trying to tell you so much.
These, I know. That's why I've made it part of my day to change out headphones. Because this one here, all the stuff comes off and sticks to my bald head, so I have black spots all over. It looks like I got black warts.
I've gotten so used to it. It's the only reason I don't notice it.
Good night.
Well, I put these on, and I'm like, well, this is different.
You're like a Dalmatian.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
So we'll do that.
But on the back side, I have to remember to switch them back, so I'm not a bip to Rick, because then he's like, hey, where's my headphones? I'm like, oh, I got them switching back. Yeah, it's a little dilemma there. Well, I know that that you're a little foggy this morning, Greg. You stayed up late. If you're listening live, and it's Friday, the 29th of September. Last night there was a couple of football games on. I didn't even entertain the NFL.
I don't like Thursday night.
Didn't even go to the NFL at all. I don't even know the score. I've got to look that up. But I did see Jacksonville State. They played and won in overtime.
Yeah.
And Thompson high school football, for those of you around the country, was on ESPN2, and they played Clay Chalkville. That's 6A and 7A.
Yep.
And that one went late. That one went real late.
Down to the wire. It was really exciting. Congrats to Clay Chalkville. They pulled it off. And again, it's just a battle of the two teams because it doesn't affect either one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to win, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're in different classifications. But I tell you what, there's a guy going to Alabama that plays for Clay Chalkville that's pretty dang good.
Wow.
Yeah. And he's number 9. And if I was offensive coordinator, it would be 9 left, 9 right.
And that's basically what they finally started.
9 left, 9 right.
But it came down to the last second.
Yeah.
And missed field goal,
which is crazy.
Put it in overtime.
Because it's crazy. I know you and I were going back and forth a little bit. I was watching it till about 3.5 minutes left, and Thompson threw a pick and only had one timeout left. And then you have to kind of evaluate things. Okay, it's getting a little bit later.
Yeah.
I might want to wind down, and so I ended up falling asleep, waking up to your text message saying, "Guys, this is actually you texted me, go, I hope you're watching this," and I wasn't. Sorry about that.
They made a run at the end.
Yeah.
And, got an onside kick and was in position to tie it up and put it in overtime. I mean, it was back and forth all game.
Yeah.
Thompson go up by 2 scores, and then Clay would come back.
Crazy.
It was. I mean, good for both schools. Being on TV exposure and actually put on a good game.
Yeah, Clay Chalkville won.
A lot of athletes on that field, both sides of the ball.
Hey, they were showing the list of it where all the Power 5 teams that were getting them, and wow,
there's a lot of players.
Yeah,
out there.
and
but it was fun.
Hey,
I stayed up too late.
Big number 72. Are we going to talk about it?
I think I could run behind him.
He's 6'8",
2-point conversion.
Yeah, he's leaning on 400 pounds. 6'8". He has committed to play at Oregon, so the Ducks are getting a good one. He played right tackle, and they would just run behind him, and they did. The way they lined up to go for 2, he was an eligible receiver, and they threw it out to him in the flats, and him scoring was hilarious.
Huge. But they real physical game on both sides.
Yeah.
And the little young quarterback for Thompson threw 4 touchdown passes, so he continues to play well.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It was a good game.
36-35, Clay Chalkville. And then Jacksonville State came back. You talking about a sloppy start. They just couldn't get anything
I
going.
went over for a little bit on that during commercial.
And they ended up winning in overtime on ESPNU. If you saw some of that, Jack State
Gamecocks
beat Sam Houston 35-38 in overtime. And so there's a little bit of an update from last night. But I watched some of that game, but I was more into the Thompson game and was kind of going back and forth a little bit on the Jacksonville State game.
I got home about the time both of them kicked off, and I immediately went to Jacksonville State, and then I got me something to eat, and then I ran over to Thompson and watched it a little bit, and then I guess about halftime of both games, I had to pack for our weekend. I hadn't done that yet.
That's
and so
don't you love packing?
I could hear what was going on in the background, but I certainly didn't stay up for the mayhem at the end of both games. But I woke up to a text this morning, and I just want to warn all the teachers at Vestavia, you're probably not going to get a whole lot out of Braden today because evidently he was up. He texted me, and he was like, hey, big win tonight for JSU. And that's when I text y'all this morning. I'm like, is this right?
Yeah, because when you said I didn't know either, and I thought, wow.
And so anyway, late night for everybody that stayed up. But anyway, fun
I haven't stayed up
times
this late since we had puppies.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, you know how
during a work night, I haven't, because you remember that was a nightmare. But yeah.
So the Lions, when
they won, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say that 34-20. So when are we going to say the Lions don't suck?
I think maybe one more.
They're 3-1 right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to see half a season play out first.
Yeah, you know how the NFL
it's way too
They can
early.
hit a hot streak or a low streak. You never.
Yeah, I want to say if I remember correctly that one they're the NFC North. They're leading Green Bay in that division, but because they beat them last night. But the one they lost was to the Seahawks, and if you remember, they kind of should have won that game and lost it 37-31.
True.
So they're close to being undefeated, but 3-1 they won last night in the prime game. Okay. And I'm not talking about Dianne.
When we come back, I got a question for Greg. I want to know if I helped him out yesterday or not.
Okay. Are you going to whisper the whole hour?
Am I whispering?
A little bit. Yeah.
Am I?
Mm-hmm. Is that your
What are you calling golf?
Yeah, that's your professional voice. He was, you were like, I got a question for Greg when we come back.
I would like to
Don't go
here on
anywhere.
NPR.
It's 15 minutes past the hour. And when we come back, I will ask Greg Burgess a question.
I feel like I helped him out yesterday.
That's a little
and
better.
I want to know if I did.
That's a little better, Bullethead. There's Coach coming out in you. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code BUBBA. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles, optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, and 32 hours of total battery life, and they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Right now, Raycon is having their annual back-to-school sale. For a limited time only, get 20% off site-wide, plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll into protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code BUBBA for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code BUBBA, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 Live Guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour. And speaking of Bubba, he asks all of us to think of him at this time as he has stopped to get fuel. In
well,
his
pay
truck.
attention, Bubba. Pay attention.
Diesel, Bubba, diesel.
Sniff the nozzle.
Diesel. And so he
You
is.
can do it.
He's headed in today. Everyone
Come on
the
now.
staff talking about some of the football last night. We recapped that. But when we went to break, Helmsy said that he wanted to know if he had helped Greg with some information. So go ahead.
So when I left here yesterday, and it was right after the show, as always, like 10:05, 10:10, got on
Like
the road.
90 going north.
Yeah. And I was just getting it. And you never want to see it, but I looked up.
No.
And on, that I-20 ride that we all love, and there is nothing but brake lights for as long as I can see.
Oh,
and I
isn't that
thought,
horrible?
That's an awful feeling.
Goodness.
Good night.
And so kind of had my day planned out and knew that, well, I'm going to have to cancel that, then I'm going to have to cancel that, and
'cause nothing
wait
you
on
can do-
that.
nothing you can
because-
do.
Right.
And so it was complete. It wasn't like we were crawling. I was completely stopped.
Mm.
And I thought, at one point, I thought, do I get off this exit, go back the other way and go through Gadsden, Or
wow.
That's how far back it was. Now, I didn't know where it was at that time because of the way it's so hilly. You can't see over. You don't know what it is. Well, I brought up Waze.
And you could see the red.
And I could see the red. And the red went all the way to the bridge at Pell City.
Did it really?
I even passed it. And
For those of you who don't know, that's a long way.
And I thought.
And when you're going 4 miles an hour.
Yeah. And I thought, what are you going to do? And so we just kept edging along. And finally, I thought, after about 20 minutes, I thought, this is probably something you give Greg a heads up on.
Yes,
I thought he's the only one I can think of that was going to come this way, maybe. So,
and I know y'all don't believe me when I say this, but if roles reversed, I did the same thing. I would have thought because I knew you're heading that way.
That is kind. And I believe that.
And y'all ain't buying that. I get it.
That comes with the I'm considerate part of your heart.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's there.
So I texted him and I said, heads up, if you haven't got on I-20 yet, if I were you, I'd go through Gadsden because
and I did.
I don't know where
Even
this ends, what's going on.
Okay.
I pulled it up.
Well,
I pulled the
Speedy. By the time I texted him, it was after 11 because of how long I was sitting in traffic.
When I went to leave,
I know, but I'm just saying I knew he had something to do, so he didn't go home till later.
Yeah,
but you still pulled it up and it was stopped.
It was still
really.
It wasn't probably not as there were sections still there at Riverside.
Wow,
red, and I thought
that was a handle.
I finally got to a point where I should have got off the exit before. That Greg keeps telling me to go and try, and I just for some reason I won't. But I got off.
People know that one, so it won't be as crowded.
I got off at the one everybody knows, and that's the Riverside. And it was better, but it was not ideal because everybody had that idea.
Yeah, just trying to get up the ramp and turn left takes forever.
And when I turned left and went over the ramp, and I could still see, I thought, man, this is not good.
Did you ever figure out what it was?
Now Greg said he coming in this morning they were repairing something.
So maybe there was a wreck. Now they're a threat to close the lane and do work on the bridge too. Now that's happened before.
It probably put me 45 minutes off schedule. Probably it was a little less than an hour. I could figure. So,
well, I need to introduce you to a little town called Raglan.
Well,
go that way.
And that's what I should.
You just can't commit to it. Is that
well?
it?
It's I'm not. I'm not.
It's not a straight shot.
I'm not comfortable with it, and I know we got but it's a scenic view because you get to go over a dam.
Yeah.
And I probably should have used this moment, but I didn't know how far the traffic was. When I passed it,
do I bail or not?
I just got in the traffic at that point, so I was like, "Is it just right up here?" And I had already passed it when I pulled up Waze and was like, "Oh, what have I done?"
Yeah, man, you done committed.
Anyway, so I did. I reached out to Greg to go, "Hey,
I went right through Gadsden."
And that's actually, I have. It would. Probably about the same for you, maybe like 3 or 4 minutes extra. But I have actually gone both ways from Jacksonville through Gadsden and through Birmingham. And it seems like Gadsden Way's longer because you're just on one stretch and you're not making a ton of turns. And it's kind of boring. But it's only like 3 or 4 minutes
It's
difference.
not a big deal. In fact, there's people who live by me when they go to Birmingham. That's the way they go.
that way.
Just made that up.
But I for some reason, go
I could have given
144, 77, 20.
When you went through Gadsden, I could have given you protein balls for Blake.
Well, I would have been sure and delivered them. Or
When
I
is that
probably ate
happening?
them, to be honest.
Terry bought what she needed, and
Just quit talking about
it. I said, do me a favor, don't tease. And I told her she was trying to force it for today, and I said, don't do it. Golden ticket seats. Sometimes they bring stuff. Sometimes
I wouldn't
they
be able
don't.
to do
Whatever.
it today.
And I said, well, I would have had them now for you, but
I wouldn't be able to take them today. Is what I'm saying.
Oh no, you would have eaten them.
Yeah. Oh, but I want to give Blake his.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
the Blake. I was just thinking about you, but
no, I tore mine up. Probably would have tore Blake's up.
Yeah, that's my point. I can't deliver some days. I'll eat them.
But I said, just let's do it next week.
All right, so we need to talk about that off air because I'll be gone a couple days next week, and so because I want to make sure I give Blake.
And when I bring in the batch for y'all, it doesn't mean we have to get them to Blake in that batch. We can have a separate. Hey, here's these are for Blake on a good day. You know is good for you.
Yeah, I'm not worried.
But anyway, so Terry got what she had. So the staff will have protein balls. But we're gonna Terry's gonna treat us all like we're kids. Or college roommates, and we're going to put our name on stuff so we don't all eat each other's.
Okay,
but
and look, everybody don't know about me stealing.
So because if I bring one Tupperware in of a bunch of protein balls, 2 people will eat the whole thing.
Plus, they run their old Skinners off in it, so we don't want to do that.
Okay, there's that. In case you're just joining us. There we are.
I'll love explaining what that is later today.
Right.
Potato skinner.
Yeah, we got it, Greg.
You ever
Yeah.
skin potatoes?
Yeah, I have. I have.
Yeah, that's not what you mean. Though.
Yeah,
Right.
it is.
Right.
You have your own definition of
That's exactly
skinners.
what I mean.
Oh my goodness gracious!
But people do that. They won't even think about it. Run their own hand off it. Golly.
Thank you, Greg, for that.
Oh.
Real quick, I know we don't give now that Thompson's played on Thursday night. Will you give college football anything on Friday night, or are you still mad about it?
No, I'll just watch high school highlights.
We do have 2 top
I don't
25
like college
teams
football on
on FS1. If you're interested in that and you like college football, Utah and Oregon State tonight. Tomorrow got a ton of games starting pretty early. 11 a.m. These are all Central Times on the SEC Network. You got Arkansas and Texas A&M in Arlington. That game. Florida, Kentucky at 11. UAB, Tulane at 11. USC and Colorado at 11, and that's going to be on the Big Ten Network. Georgia, Auburn, 2:30 on CBS. Kansas and Texas.
Nobody got the Big Ten Network.
You know, Kansas top 25 team now. This is an ABC game. They play Texas at 2:30. Michigan and Nebraska at 2:30. You know, Michigan's just kind of sitting there quietly going, we'll wait for Coach to get back, but we'll just do our thing.
He's back, yeah.
Yeah.
First week back.
LSU Ole Miss, 5 o'clock. That's on ESPN.
What is it? LSU Ole Miss?
Yeah. Notre Dame and Duke, and this is where College Game Day will be. They'll be at Duke. That's an ABC 6:30 kick, and Notre Dame and Duke. Duke undefeated.
Are we a little quick to go to some of these, like Duke? And some of these
they say
places?
this is the first time.
Aren't we a little quick?
This is the first time they'll ever be there. So there's probably some of that, too. South Carolina, Tennessee, 6:30. Alabama, Mississippi State, a late kick, 8 p.m. on ESPN.
You missed Auburn and Georgia.
I said them.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, you were just hung in a stare.
Oh.
All right, we'll be right back.
That ought to be a good one.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, shredded lettuce on those fast food burgers and the fruit filling in a donut are awesome, but they don't count against the 5 servings of fruits and vegetables per day. Now, here to nag you about this because I don't always eat healthier either, but I will share that the Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, then eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I love it. Unlike others, each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was medically selected by doctors to support vital organs like heart, lungs, kidneys, and the immune system. You're going to feel better, you're going to have more energy, and you're going to notice your skin, hair, and nails will look healthier too. If you don't always eat right and exercise like you should, join me and take Field of Greens. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba, for 15% off the first order, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you are hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 50 million job seekers visit LinkedIn per week? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Hey folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 Live Guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 Live Guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you by our friends at simplysafebubba.com.
Simply Safe.
24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. Simplysafebubba.com. We talk a lot about, being away from the house. You got sporting events, seasonal activities, maybe going to the hunting camp, got your work weekend, small business. You want to know that it's secure when you're not there, back to school, everybody's working. Know that you're secure with simplysafebubba.com. It's working as it includes their revolutionary monitoring innovation, 24/7 Live Guard protection. It's designed to help stop crime in real time. What I mean? Well, if an intruder breaks into your home or even small business, their professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter the intruder through their new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. This is a 24/7 Live Guard protection made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it by yourself within about 30 minutes, or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. But y'all, straight up, it is really easy. It just walks you through it. Either way, it's easy to protect your place for a limited time. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for a Fast Protect monitoring package. This huge offer is available for a limited time, so you can visit simplysafebubba.com. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and there's no safe like Simply Safe. And even when you're there, you can still get notifications. How about I know when a package is being delivered for something else my wife has ordered? But you want to know why? I get a notification that the doorbell camera is got in motion, and I know and I always go, "Hey, are the dogs outside?" No.
What if it's a porch pirate?
You never know. You'll know quick.
You can see them.
Yep. See them and deter them. All right, so a lot happening today. It is National Coffee Day. And I just wanted to ask y'all. I know that y'all get mad when I
Every day's
participate in coffee, but it's. I just wanted to know. Can I?
Why do you think
Well,
we
I
get
got a story
mad?
tied
I
to
don't
it.
know.
For some reason,
Greg.
y'all
We
feel
gotta
like
get to the
this is
bottom
y'all.
of this.
Well, because y'all bring it up every time I do, and so I was just wondering, can I partake in some coffee guilt free today? Or y'all going to whine
use one
about
of the pods. Don't get in the pot.
No, okay, don't get into the pot.
Yeah, just use one of them pods.
All right.
I'm just kidding. This
Normally
time,
I just
got
go
a story for you.
Little
Ties.
small white.
You do,
styrofoam
and this
cup.
will be perfect. How about this? In England,
Yeah.
if you were in England, but you're not,
Mm-hmm.
this company called Zero Green, they've
Okay.
come up with an edible coffee cup.
Now this is where we need to stop.
Look here. There's no
What's
way.
it taste like?
It's like a waffle cone.
Yeah,
but
it
a little
looks
thicker.
kind of like that.
It looks
I'd
pretty
actually
good.
be okay with that.
Yeah, it's like one of the big ice cream
So
waffle
you're gonna-
I
cones.
think it's a
but
good idea.
You're
you
going to
drink
eat
your
it
coffee,
as it goes down?
and then you
Yeah.
eat your cone, and there's no trash.
I like it.
Huh?
Yeah.
In the
I like
picture, I hate to say it, it looks pretty good.
Well, it's the waffle
You
cone.
think
I'll
would?
give you that.
I love a good waffle cone.
Yeah, I'll tear it up.
Edible coffee cup. Would you partake in that, Speedy?
Yes.
I
would.
probably. Yeah, you don't need to be thinking like a normal cup
No,
that they've
but it's
made
small
eatable.
like you normally get, so it's perfect. It's not
Yeah,
very big.
yeah. Well,
Speedy.
it's small because they did away with the bigger ones, and y'all got coffee today. Look at you.
Let me ask you this, Speedy, because I know you would.
I'll get that from y'all.
You would do this.
I just don't want that today since it's National Coffee Day.
Well, okay.
I want
Out of
y'all
respect.
to. You know what I want y'all to do, Helmsy? Hey man, you want some coffee? Come on, bud.
Well, here's the deal. I'm leaving in about 20 minutes,
Ooh,
and so
I got
you could go
legs.
be me today with Greg during our
Okay.
coffee
All
time.
right,
There you
sounds
go.
good to me.
That's true. But here's the thing. The only thing that bothers me about Speedy and coffee, I can tell by the look on his face he really doesn't like it at all.
Yeah.
And he just feels like he needs to do
Yeah.
it. And I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Well, you'll just make stuff up.
Because I know you do. You have that look on your face like, I'm going to drink this. Now, my gosh, I hate this, but I'm
You
going to
know,
do it.
all week I've changed my
I wanna
coffee
be like
game.
Rick.
I've changed completely. I used to put in a pack of that whatever sweetener was in there, artificial. Not and I don't. And look, I know everybody gets all about. Well, stevia is good and all that.
Oh,
I get
yeah.
it, but I also hear stevia is bad and to some people. But no one has ever said honey's bad.
No, we hadn't heard that.
And
yet.
so I have been going black coffee and a spoon of honey.
Speedy, I tell you what, in honor of today, you can put honey in yours too.
Oh, good.
I
and-
bet you'd like that.
Hey, and I've got
Oh,
what I was
I'm-
going to say is I've got
got
a
a look
jar
off your face.
in my office that came straight from a beehive in Pleasant Valley,
Oh,
Webster's
boy.
Chapel.
I need to
actually.
be eating that.
Oh, it
then.
keeps getting better.
And
Love it.
so you're more than welcome to take part in that.
Well, I don't want you, honey.
Well, you got that look up. You ain't going to put a whole lot in it.
No. Do I have a weird
And
look?
I'll-
when
and I'll
when I
say
drink
this.
Coffee? Do I have a weird look? Really?
It's a
When I
bitter
drink
look.
coffee?
It's
like
a look
you-
like I really don't like this, but I kind of want.
So you analyze me drinking coffee?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
never watch you drink coffee or take a sip.
Well, I'm a pro at it.
That
There's
just
no
shows
sense
you you're not a
watching
true
me.
coffee
Either
drinker.
that or you stare at me a lot, and I don't
Yeah,
know
well,
it.
you got the stuff all over your head. stuff
Right.
to it.
Okay.
True coffee drinkers observe how others are
There's
taking
etiquette.
in their coffee.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting.
And
Yeah.
you look like that guy that's
Speedy.
just it's awkward.
Speedy.
It don't fit your hand right,
Yeah.
and you're like,
Huh?
I don't really like the way it tastes. I don't know how to hold it.
Good night alive.
Yeah, I'm not relaxing.
Mm.
You're
I'll-
you're a little uptight when you have your coffee. There it is. You don't look like he's in control.
Dana says that we're almost through the small styrofoam cups, and she's going to beg for bigger ones.
That would be nice because
That would
those
be.
cups are useless.
Yeah, so because when you do the little K-cup thing, do you just have to?
Oh, I know.
You just
I
rotate
go to the
two
lowest,
small ones?
The lowest, it's got a setting.
Yeah, everybody knows that, Greg.
Just get some out of the pot. I don't want you to cause
All right.
uproar.
Well, it's National Coffee Day, and I know every day is coffee day for y'all. But,
Yeah.
and you're going to really need some after staying up so late.
Yeah, I saw.
Because I don't want you diving in about 2 hours and you sitting over there hung in a stare.
It's possible.
Yeah, and you still got to play drums and all
Oh
that.
no,
Sure.
we're doing that today.
Well, yeah, Greg, it's Friday. It's Fun Zone. Let's have a good time. Huh? Look at all this.
Look
all right.
at all this.
Yeah, we got a lot going on.
Zippity-dee.
Let's bring some joy to some folks. You know what I mean? Let's make fun of you. What can we make fun of you about?
Anything.
So that is pretty interesting. I saw too where the Britney Spears. We've been talking about her playing with knives and being goofy, and it's
Not
weird.
sure what that was.
It looked like to me that maybe someone called the cops in and they went and checked on her. And
Well,
it was
I mean, she added a couple of knives to her routine, but she's
Right.
been doing this crap for years.
Well, it prompted concern, and the Ventura County Sheriff's Department conducted a welfare check on the on Brittany, and
God love her.
they established, I guess a source here says that they wanted to make sure she wasn't in any physical danger after playing with knives and all this kind of stuff. But she's just when you think, oh, she's fine, then she'll post something and she's not. But they did. That was a story we've had a little bit and moved around this week that she posted, and I see today where they did go and for a welfare check after disturbing knife video.
I see yesterday there was a headline, same video, that people from PETA were concerned about her dogs, whether or not she was taking care of them.
Huh?
That's real important.
Yeah, let's do that.
I think she actually stabbed the dogs with a knife. No, I'm just kidding.
Greg, good night, buddy.
Breaking news.
I'm sorry, I'm leaving you.
Well, I mean, good. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Well,
I'm just
but
telling you
this
what
is kind of what we
stories
love about him too. So I don't want to tame him too much. Just let him go. But I don't know what the deal is. It's just she's so bizarre. It's a train wreck. And every time I'm doing show prep, there's a Britney Spears story.
Oh, this has been going on for how many years? Her doing weird dancing videos. Yeah. I can't remember it, but it's been years.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll get one about every other week. She's up there spinning, dancing. She'd added knives to it. I'll give you that.
Usually no clothes.
Yeah. Very little.
Very little.
Very little.
Very little.
And got that crazy look on her face.
Mm-hmm.
But
who do you think has a crazier look, her or Angelina Jolie?
They both pretty crazy. I'm gonna go with her though.
I'm going with her.
She's got that like I've checked out.
I've never really
I'm no
thought
longer
about
here.
Angelina Jolie's goofy, crazy look.
Sometimes she'll give you a little crazy eye look.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Plus, I think, isn't she a witch?
I mean,
allegedly.
All right. I'm just kind of joking there, but there's been.
Yeah, I've heard that. Brad told me one.
Yeah,
time
right.
We were hanging out.
We can ask him about it.
Messed their marriage up.
I've been wanting to ask y'all this, and this was a QFTA, but I've been thinking about it.
Oh wow!
Because I can't come up with anybody other than my grandparents. Who is the oldest person that you've actually known and been around?
What do you mean?
By age. Like this guy, he said, I knew a guy, Brother Benny, who was 101 years old. Like we do these stories sometimes.
Has it got to be kin to you?
No, you just got to know them, and talk to them, and how is the
James and Mary? They both passed away here recently, and I went down to James's funeral not too long ago. He was I think 95.
Wow.
Okay.
I want to say he was 95. I
Would that,
think I have
you
that
think
right.
That's
I think
probably,
that might be it. There.
You think that's probably it?
Yeah,
with you?
Personally, like you're talking
That's what I'm saying.
about.
Do you actually know you've come into contact with you saw on a regular basis? I don't think I go past 92.
You don't like his question?
No, I just can't think of anybody old that I know.
Okay.
Like I've never known anybody that's 100.
No, I haven't either.
And I don't think I've made it to 95. I don't think I know anybody 95.
You're right. The people, I didn't hang out with them.
No, Greg, I know that.
Around 90, probably. I've never known anybody in the triple digits.
That's me.
Or even the high 90s.
I'm around 90 to low 90s.
Yeah.
What about the gentleman that Greg would take fishing some, and he
Rick?
Huh? No, but that Rick took fishing at the farm. What was his name?
He was his son was his son the athletic director at JSU?
I'm not sure, but he was old. I know he was
he's in his 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Used to catch big carp down there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. For a limited time only, get our special offer at nordvpn.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Yep, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
What makes Taco Bell's rolled chicken tacos so good? Is it the shredded marinated all white meat chicken? Well, yeah, obviously. But it's also the 3 amazing dipping sauces to choose from. Spicy ranch, warm nacho cheese sauce, and house-made daily guacamole. Now, if you need a third reason, their white corn tortillas are fried to golden perfection, which everyone knows is the best kind of perfection. Order rolled chicken tacos on the Taco Bell app. Get 1 dip for 2-pack or 2 dips for 4-pack at participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only while supplies last.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so on National Coffee Day, the guys are going to let me venture off to the coffee maker with them.
I'm going to get one of them edible cups for you.
And I'm going to the coffee pot. I'm not going to let y'all turn me away. Wheel of Meat is on the table today. Rick brought in some.
They called that off.
Rick brought in some Spam. And so we have that today. You just never know. Greg on the drums. We're going to try to have a good old time today. If you're headed this way and you're part of the Elite Grade 8, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you. Don't forget, RBU has been recorded and it's ready to publish tomorrow morning if you're listening live, and it's the 29th. It publishes on every Saturday morning, and it's with Vince Everett Ellison. And it was great meeting him for the first time. He's written a number of books, some bestsellers. His latest one drops on Rick's birthday, which is October the 3rd, next Tuesday. It's called Crime, Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. His website will be in show notes today. You can pre-order that and get ready to receive it. But it was a great conversation with him.
Do y'all ever hide things from your family in the refrigerator? This is not from
talking about putting it behind something?
Yeah, this is not from the audience. This is from me. I'm asking.
When I was a kid, I did.
Yeah, not in the fridge, but
Like
I have.
There was something that was
like
nearly gone, and I wanted the last part.
Yeah.
I'd put it behind, make sure nobody saw it.
I have in one of the cabinet drawers. I've hidden stuff.
So
it was actually some M&Ms.
I've got a
have a little stash.
Yeah,
my family has found my stash, my plan, what I was doing. So in the and I thought it was a brilliant plan, and I thought nobody would ever get into it, but they found it. I took a box, and I like just a cardboard box, and I took half of it all like apart.
Okay.
And anything that I wanted that I didn't want anybody to know I had, I would stick on top of it downstairs in the garage refrigerator, because I thought, well, no way nobody lifts up this box.
Yeah.
No way. And so I've got a couple of items that I put down there that everybody likes, but I need them. So they're mine, and I'm on a tight schedule, so I buy them for like the week, and I put them in there, and then I grab them and I put my box back on top, and I go, hey, look in there this morning, completely gone.
Somebody
has
found it.
You know what they thought? Oh, look
That's
at
got
here.
Braden written.
But they
all
wouldn't
over
have never, like, the box is not even labeled.
Do you think they saw you do it?
It's actually labeled something that's not even something they would like. So I don't know why they lifted up the box to even look in there. The only thing that's ever in there is like waters, and Braden drinks some of that, I don't know, that Minute Maid lemonade and some kind of fruit punch, and there's some chocolate milk down there. That's really all that's down there.
Yeah.
And it's all right up in front, and in that very back is where I would keep this stuff. And y'all don't know how disappointed I was this morning when I saw it was gone, because I was like, okay, I'm leaving at this time.
I've
this
caught
is
myself
perfect,
looking
whatever.
forward to something like that.
I
and
was.
You go in there to get it, and you're like,
So I was just wondering, am I being, well, first, listen, there's plenty of groceries upstairs for everybody, okay?
Yeah.
And so I'm buying these specific things so I can make it through my day, and it was gone.
Got in your world.
And I got frustrated. I
you
thought,
gonna question everybody?
Maybe even cussed.
Yeah, you might have to bring everybody in for a family, what I call a family meeting.
I'm thinking that's what's
hey
going to
guys,
have to
let's
happen.
everybody here, and then like,
hey, I'm just gonna have to go look. What's under the box? Y'all don't touch.
Yeah, that's out of the box.
That's important to me each week.
Or
I
lock
gotta
the
have it.
refrigerator.
And if y'all want this stuff, we'll put it upstairs. Okay.
Yeah.
But when I've planned out my week and I've got these things that I'm on the go and I need to eat and I need to take care of myself, this is it. And y'all have got it in the box and got it.
It's tough when they discover your hiding place. I remember
which means
my
you're
little
gonna get it
stash,
from now on.
and it was a perfect little drawer, and it was nobody ever went into it. And it was right about the time that we were moving, and I opened up the drawer, and I had one hand going in there to get me some M&Ms, and JC came around the corner. He goes, "What are you doing?" I said nothing, and he said, "What is that?" And I opened it up, and he was like, "Dad," and it's like a stash full of sweets and stuff. But man, look, when you got three boys, all right, and you add some friends over, you got a small team over there. If anything is out in the open, it's gone.
Yeah.
You know, it's
I
hey,
know.
where did this go? Where did that go? You ought to have some protein balls in that refrigerator.
Oh,
they're gone in half a day.
Yeah.
I'm like, you don't stand at the refrigerator with the door open and eat half the protein balls.
Yeah.
Well, and these are
Yeah.
I mean,
you need to hide them.
And these are items, I keep stuff in the refrigerator upstairs because I know nobody eats those certain things. Like, I know there's no chance of running out,
Right.
but these are popular items.
Yeah.
And with everybody in the house.
Well, you better get another plan, sounds
And
like.
so, I'm not buying another refrigerator for it.
No, we can't
with
do
a
that.
lock on it.
Yeah, I can't do that.
A combination that only you know.
And I wanted just to wake everybody up and give them a speech this morning because it really impacted my morning, but I didn't. I just got the
You let 'em
garbage
lay.
and took it out and just went, you know what? There's worse things that'll happen to me today. But I was very frustrated. I was very frustrated, and it didn't help because I stopped again this morning, got gas. Boy, I had to get gas a lot. Greg, you know that.
Boy, do we.
And put air in my
Every
tire.
other day.
Had to put air in my tire again.
Hey, but just get
Good
And,
night. Would you get that fixed?
And
You're trying to break my record. Of riding
I went in this just made it worse. I went into this particular place to see if they had what I actually had at home, and they didn't have the flavor I had at home, and that bothered me. And I was like,
Oh, I know
this
what it is. It's
this
a little
just
silly drink
ridiculous.
you and Rick.
Yeah, and of course Rick I think was rubbing it in this morning. It's like he knew what was going
Yeah, I
on.
know. He brought a
He
bag
brings
in.
it in
Yeah.
and just sits it right in front of me, and I'm thinking, well, thanks, Rick. That's another reminder of my morning and how it's gone.
Let me ask y'all a question real quick, because I know where we are as far as our age, and I mean, even though we're all three active, I mean, our quickness, our side to side and stuff, probably not as quick. Do y'all think y'all could catch a wild chicken in the backyard running around?
No.
Are y'all quick enough?
That's something I've never tried to do.
I saw Rocky try to do it in Rocky 2, and it's hard.
It's hard. Yeah, it's real hard. There's a story out today of in Arkansas someone trying to wrangle in a chicken, and it's gone viral. But I just wondered,
would like to
do y'all
try.
think you could, or would you be falling all over the
I
place?
think I'd
This
fall.
is different because they're in a chicken house. But have you
Yeah.
ever watched them catch chickens when they haul them out? It's
No.
amazing. They'll have their feet between each finger. We'll have 4 in each hand. They'll grab them by the feet. But it's amazing.
Really? How's it happen?
And then they go over and shove them in that thing.
But I'm like, all right, you walk
Van
out the
pulls up a bunch of
backyard.
catchers in there.
Hey, you got you a little pen, a little fence, and somebody says, catch that chicken.
I would fail miserably, but I would like to give it a shot.
Yeah. Rocky couldn't do it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so the Willamette was born. Bubba shopped the country and around.
I feel good.
Bubba, irony all over this story. Every area has the billboard lawyers. You know, we all have them, and they become famous. You know, or infamous, maybe a better word, because their faces are everywhere. In this part of the world, in Buffalo, New York, the one that everybody sees is Celino and Barnes. And it has the two men's faces. Their billboards are everywhere. And, of course, in huge letters, it has injured and the question mark. Then you call them for action. Well, in a bizarre twist of irony, and the person is hurt badly, so I don't want to.
No, but
Did I just say I don't want to make light of this, and I'm about to make light of it?
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
but
the disclaimer helps.
The disclaimer helps, but
Rick, we
guys, I
can't
can't
help
overlook
this.
this.
We
I
can't
can't
help
overlook
this.
this. The person with the billboard company, David Fricker, was working on one of their billboards. Keep in mind, he is putting up for all to see injured, call these two people, and then falls and injures himself from the actual billboard. That's telling you to call them if you're.
So when he
injured.
came to, he saw that big number.
Well, somebody says he certainly knows who to call.
Yeah.
But he's really in bad shape. He fell 10 feet, which you say, well, that one is not a death fall. I mean, it can
If you
be.
land on your head, it
If
is.
you land on your head, it is.
Yeah.
But he has a fractured back, a concussion, and of course they now want answers from his employer, Lamar Advertising, on how he fell and why wasn't he. I mean, we'll find out whether he just didn't do what he was supposed to do about the
It
harness.
sounds like he probably didn't have his safety harness connected, which is probably required in that job. But
Sure.
he's an old hand. He didn't want to do it. It took
I've
up
always
more
done it the
time.
other way.
Do you think
And,
Do you think when he laid there? And
I know the story without reading it. I know.
Well, they said this. They said they've inspected his harness, and they said there is no damage to it, so there's nothing wrong with it. So we get to this point. So is it user error or neglect?
Did he forget to clip in his
Did he forget to clip in?
little safety line there?
Click it in.
Do you think, though, and again, he may have been unconscious, if he was conscious, he looked up about half. I picture it being, you know how they start smoothing it out. I picture he was half to 3/4 away, fell, and he looks up and he can see their faces injured, and he's like, yeah! You know,
Call me!
If he could breathe.
Has he put so many of them up that he knows the number by heart? I mean, is it one of those? You guys,
Well, Rick, this number's pretty easy to remember, 888-8888.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
think
and I will tell you, if these guys can't get it done, we've got one down our way. I'm sure we'll be all over.
Oh, we got a few, but especially.
Call me, Buffalo. So anyway.
Some of those guys, if you're ever at home during the day for whatever reason,
Unbelievable.
and you watch any daytime television, I mean, do they have any other advertisers?
I don't think
any.
so.
No.
Would they just shut TV stations off if it wasn't for those guys?
I guess they would have to.
You know what?
That
I think you're on to something. Bubba, you mentioned it in the break. Is anybody planning to head out on the now fast approaching Memorial Day weekend and deciding to take in the beach? Well, if part of your trip includes the very famous and wonderful city of Charleston, South Carolina, you might want to get this heads up first. If sharks bother you, we have found.
Well, Rick, not one, but we got two recently pinged in the area.
Yeah. So North Carolina's. By the way, my oldest son is in North Carolina's Outer Banks right now. I'll have to send this to him, and then of course you see them 80 to 100 miles southeast of Charleston and headed toward North Carolina's Outer Banks. So if that's your area, Bubba, would you like to inform them on what we have?
Rick, we have a 2,137-pound great white shark in the neighborhood.
Of course, I don't know how they get that specific number, but
well, they catch it. Yeah. They catch it, weigh it, tag it, put the tracker on it. The shark named Luna pinged in last week, according to the group that keeps up with this international. Was it OCEARCH? OSearch. And they have another one in the area called Caroline, Rick, that's going to weigh in. I believe it was a 12-foot shark, and like I said, Luna is a 15-foot great white.
Now say that again. We have found we got two 15 and 12-foot long, over 1,000 pounds worth of sharks,
and they've been headed to the North Carolina beaches in that direction. I mean, they have now pinged in that area. They know. Was it Memorial Day coming up? Is that the first kickoff weekend?
Memorial Day weekend.
They know it's great eating there off the coast that time of year.
Do you think they've got a calendar now? Hey, it's Memorial Day. Let's head in.
Look at that, Luna's. I mean, all the other ones.
Yeah, so they've caught these. They've tagged them. They've weighed them before, so that's how they know their approximate weight. But I got news for you. I bet these ladies have put some weight on. They're probably even bigger than this.
Okay.
I bet. You're telling me that they just kept the same weight since the time they caught them? You think they haven't been out there eating? So 15-foot, 12-foot, one of them over 2,000 pounds. They don't put. Do they put the weight of
the other is? It was right at 1,200 something.
Guys, that's a lot of sharks.
Yeah, that's
a lot of shark.
And Rick, their tracking device is on their dorsal fin, and when it will
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is a number. Thank you for being with us today. This hour starts with the national anthem. Here we go. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour from the No Name Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, and we go out to the world on all sorts of platforms. You can catch us live, or you can catch the archive, or you can do both. Find all those different options at Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. Speedy and Greg, they're here. Helmsy is out. He did the kickoff hour, then had to make his way to his other responsibilities. Eddie Van Adler settles in. He's got the YouTube experience for you. And he'll show you the show live and or archived today. Have you subscribed to the YouTube channel? Have you rung the notification bell? Have you hit that thumbs up over there? All that matters. To be part of the over 100,000 people who are YouTube subscribers. They get an alert every time a live event is happening, like right now. For a lot of you, if it is on real time. So that kind of sets the stage. We'll unpack another day. The golden ticket seat guest will be here today. The wonderful wheel of canned meat will spin. That will happen on the program today. We're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome in to another edition of Rick and Bubba.
It might be painful, you know. Even when the rain falls, even when the floods start rising, by the water. By the water. Boy, that's a good one right there. I needed that today. Need to breathe. And Washed by the Water. I mean, it's one of those things. First time I ever heard that song, I thought, now that one, I'll take that one.
That's a little toe tapper.
That's a toe tapper. A lot of truth in that song.
Yep.
Yep. A lot going on. So Bubba will unpack another one today. We've got much to do. I know that one of the things you look around and you think. We look inside our lives. We look at everything that's going on. I thought to myself last night, starting Sunday, I'm 1 week from the next wedding.
How about that?
Last night, big night last night. Big night last night. We had somebody coming over, and Sherry and young Broderick began to choreograph the mother-son dance.
All right.
Let me tell you, all those that will be at the reception, you're in for a treat.
Watch out.
Yeah, you're in for a treat. I was like, well, that right there. And for her to take Brody into that world and put him in this position is just of all of them, this is the one that probably would like to do this the least.
Yeah, he hates the spotlight.
Yeah, and but I will give him this. Of all of them, maybe the best answer.
Oh,
so
good feet.
He's got good feet. So we'll see what happens. But that was funny. So we will talk about everything that's happened since the last time we were together. There's been quite a bit happen. And go into the personal lives, see the golden ticket seat folks when they get here. And I'll tell you this. If you want to hear no nonsense with zero concern about how your little feelings feel, catch our interview this weekend on Rick and Bubba University podcast with the one Vince Everett Ellison. His new book, Crime Incorporated, How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. Let me tell you, Vince he's put out. And he is not concerned about anyone's feelings.
And he knows his history.
Yeah, he does.
And I tell you, I was blown away. It was an eye-opening podcast.
He made Greg Burgess look like he is cautious in the things he says.
Right.
Let me tell you, he takes our history and these two political parties and who they are and how they operate. And a lot of it, I was aware of, but I just didn't think we were allowed to talk about it.
Well, he documents it, and he is not afraid to talk about it.
No, he's not. As a matter of fact, some of you may have seen his appearance on Tucker Carlson. He stirred up quite a bit there when he launched his trailer that says the Democrats want you to go to hell for them. And That stirred.
And he explains that.
Yes, and he explains what he means by that.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. He basically says if in order for you to be a Democrat, you have to just agree that you're willing to go to hell.
Mm-hmm.
So
and there it is.
And there it is. And then he does talk about the new book, and he's written others about how the Democratic Party is the party of the Ku Klux Klan. They try to act like they're not, and so he's written a book about that. And this one is how they operate just like a crime family.
Well, he really goes into great detail why some of our great urban areas in the country, some of our great cities have turned into the places that they have, and he does not pull any punches.
No, he doesn't. And it is do not proceed into that podcast with sensitive skin.
No. Get you some popcorn and have a seat.
And Bubba and I
be there a while.
And Vince has his act together, so Bubba and I do not have to speak a whole lot.
Yeah. For those of you that worry we talk too much during the podcast and don't let the guests talk, that would not be the case with this one.
Nope. And Vince will lay it down for you. And if you can find that trailer on his website that he's talking about that he debuted with Tucker Carlson, and it just caused a firestorm.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so that's VinceELlison.com if you'd like to go check out Vince and get ready for the podcast this weekend.
So we had a lot of TV going on last night.
Yeah.
Some sports stories. We've got leagues merging. We've got a throwdown on The View. We've got all kind of stuff. Rick, that's almost a daily occurrence.
That's what I'm saying, that every day.
Yeah.
We've skipped 2 or 3 throwdowns just so we never got to them.
We've got Elon live streaming at the border. Taylor Swift, and this thing just keeps blowing up too.
Yeah,
so we got a lot to cover.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
If you've ever wanted a signal or a ping, they call it, to give the location and other telemetry data about the transmitter when the dorsal fin breaks the surface of the water.
Bubba, they're saying if you want to try to figure out where they are, the one that you said was 12 foot 9 inches, Caroline, sorry about that, Helms, but was closer to Modesto Beach in South Carolina, and it looks like Big Mama is headed to North Carolina's Outer Banks. So at 2100.
Wow! And you remember back in April, we had a ping from Miss Casa. Costa, was it Costa? It's Costa because it was named after the sunglasses.
Correct.
People, wasn't it?
Yep.
1,688 pounds in the Gulf of Mexico.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm at O-Search
right
now, and I've got them all.
Look
here
at that.
And
where are they right now?
Look at that.
We got that on Adler's TV screen as well. That he's got mirrored. He was zooming in.
Pull it up there, Eddie.
That's me there. That's the track of where Luna has been
Oh,
traveling.
she's headed straight in, and
Yes, she is. You know why? That's where the food is.
Yeah.
I got a.
You know where they go? To the food.
I'm watching a
Yeah.
Mako right now.
Oh, yeah.
Down there in the Gulf.
Don't worry. The only way they'll eat you if they mistake you for a seal.
Yeah.
Well, how does that help me?
Right.
How did that help? Oh, I just got bitten in half, but the good news was he just thought I was a seal.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm floating in the water and the sun's behind me, I look like a seal.
Yeah.
But that, yeah.
A very big
They're
hefty
not.
seal.
They're not like angry at you. That doesn't matter. I'm bleeding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't know it. You bumped. They just bumped you. What do you know?
Yeah.
I got a
End
Peggy
results,
Hughes here, 11 foot 5 inch.
See,
I don't know why
Peggy.
they call
What
her Peggy Hughes.
You know why.
You know
Greg.
Everybody knows that.
Greg.
Because you're large.
Over 1,000 pounds. It's amazing how far they travel in such
Sure they
little
do.
time.
I know. God, they'll make ground.
I'll get trapped on that.
How about
website.
that? How about they're built to move? They're like torpedoes.
Yeah, they are.
Mm.
Well, yes, it isn't
Look
like
at all
they got
them. Look at
anything
all
else
them.
to do. I mean, all they got all day is to swim, you know.
Yeah. It's not like
Eat along the way.
they're probably in pretty good shape. Know how to do it.
I mean, that's what they do.
Yeah.
Breed.
Hey, I think I'll swim.
Swim, breed, eat.
Yeah.
Swim,
And
breed,
they're
eat.
nothing but an eating machine.
Oh, we got a tiger shark right there on the coast of down in the Panhandle, South Jaw, 8 foot 5 inches.
Mm.
Old South Jaw.
Mm. I'm telling you
If y'all could name a shark, what would it be?
the blue
Buford.
Buford. All right.
There it is. I like it, Buford. He's right outside the Panhandle. Wow, there's a lot of them out there. How about being able to track them like that? It's pretty cool, isn't it?
I wonder how long it lasts before it quits pinging.
Yeah, I'd like to know more about the technical part of that.
How would you set Buford up?
Oh, Buf. It'd
Never
be a
stop.
big one.
We'll be back.
Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Now, when you think about this next partnership, it really ties into what we've been talking about today. And we've even got a guest that's going to be on tomorrow that's going to talk about this even more in depth. And that is, you know, we need to be sure when you say you're pro-life that you're actually pro-life, not pro-birth. And that means, yeah, let's be sure and have these babies, and then let's have nothing to do with them or abandon them or not take care of them or not come alongside these families to help raise the child. You know, Compassion International, if you want to be pro-life, then that means you want to try to give somebody an abundant life. And again, we'll talk more about that tomorrow as well. But here's an opportunity for us to do this for children all over the world that, you know what, their mothers have given them birth, and they are alive, and they are here, and they're starving. And they are here, and they don't have access to medical care. And they are here, and the mother who is trying to help raise the child and the father who's trying to help raise the child struggle to provide shelter. So if we really are pro-life, then we should also be helping these children that are here. They have been born, and their needs are not being met, and we have the ability to help them. So if you're pro-life, but this is not something that appeals to you, I have to say, well, let's ponder that a minute. And we're trying to get 250 of these children sponsored directly to the show. And we're probably 40% of the way there, and tomorrow's Friday, and we were hoping to try to at least be, you know, somewhere closer to 75 to 80% there by the end of the week. So if this is something that I know you're busy, we're all busy, and you've even probably heard us talk about this, and maybe you went on with your day, and you meant to go back and look into it, and you didn't. I certainly understand that. And again, I never, you know, ask you to do something that I'm not willing to do. "21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. So, going into last evening, we had told you on yesterday's program we had a lot in play, and that is Jacksonville State, where, everybody in this room either went to college there or graduated. Then Adler's the only one that graduated from Auburn.
I still live there.
But everybody else on the show either attended, which Greg did for a year.
Attended.
And or graduated from Jacksonville State University. Of course, Dad coached there for 12 years, and we spent a lot of time there. Greg still lives there. Bubba's from there. So that's a biggie. And so they were on last night against Sam Houston. We had Greg's son, who's part of the staff at Thompson High School, an elite high school program in our country. They were on ESPN2 last night. We talked about that. Then we had the old fart bachelor, or what is it called?
Yeah,
The Golden Bachelor, I think.
Oh, the Golden Bachelor.
I like yours better.
Golden Bachelor.
Let's refer to it as that.
Yeah, and that was on last
And I forgot
night.
NFL was on.
NFL was
I
on.
can't watch it on Thursday.
Lions beat the Packers.
Yeah,
and I can't watch the Lions.
Right. Lions are good this year.
They're one of them teams I can't.
You talking
watch.
about the Lions?
The Lions. That'd be a lion.
I have a rabid Lions fan that has come into my life, and he's
Really?
Where did you find a Lions fan?
He grew up in that part of the world,
Okay.
and lives here now.
You had to have.
And he told me that the Lions, it's kind of like being a Vikings fan.
Yeah.
But he said only worse. And he said that he said
I'd have to agree with that.
He said I can't get hyped about all this.
Oh, okay.
And because I said, hey man, y'all got a pretty good team. He goes, whoa,
Hey, way early.
Hey, whoa. And I said,
whoa.
Everything ain't been good since Alex Karras played. For
yeah. He said, I didn't realize. He says part of being a Lions fan. He said you have to act like that you're really upset if anything keeps you from watching them on Thanksgiving. He goes, that's no matter how bad it is, we must do that every Thanksgiving.
That's true.
And I said, okay. But
The Lions were so bad, Barry Sanders quit mid-career.
Yeah. I mean, he had plenty of time left.
Hey,
he's like, I can't take this anymore.
Speaking of him, who is it? Netflix? Who is it about to do a documentary on him?
Oh, I don't know.
It's supposed to be like one of these like they did with Johnny Manziel and others.
Same little series.
Yeah, and the Florida Gators and all. It's supposed to be on him.
Well, I watched his.
That'd be a good one.
I watched a Football Life, Barry Sanders on the NFL channel.
Yeah,
fascinating story. Fascinating story.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah, and
I like when his dad wouldn't pull for Oklahoma State, even though he was on it.
I know.
He was a big Oklahoma fan.
And that was the time that I saw when he talked about his son, Barry Sanders, talking about his son. And they said, "Do you think that your son has the ability to be as good as you?" And he said, "No." But not because he's not as athletic as me. It's because he has me as his dad, not my dad.
Yeah,
push it.
He said if he had my dad, probably.
Yeah. I think we all could say that to some level.
Right.
So the Golden Bachelor, Betty wanted me to watch this with her.
Yeah, you told me you would probably get in that situation.
So I had my son in one room wanting to watch both football games, and Betty in the other room. So I was bouncing back and forth. The Golden Bachelor was as uncomfortable as what you may think it would.
Okay, I saw that coming.
Especially when one of the surprise entrants into this was Jimmy Kimmel's aunt, who was 84 years old.
No.
I think.
84.
I think that was what.
She's a contestant.
She showed up. She said she got out of a limousine.
Funny.
Goodness.
She said, "I just wanted to meet you."
Oh, okay.
And I used everything, all the strings I could pull, and Jimmy Kimmel is my nephew.
That's funny.
But then she went into the room with everybody else, like she was just one of the contestants.
Who's this dancer?
So I didn't see
No.
I didn't see that part of it, but I saw where they all got out of the limo and come in, and one of them had dressed up like she was an old lady with a walker, and then throws it off,
that's
And,
funny.
Yeah.
And you had all kind. You had one acted like she was flashing him. So you had a little bit of everything. They
Now,
were
I heard
throwing
one
all
of
kind
them.
of curves.
I heard they had to take a commercial break and come back because one was coming in a scooter toward him.
I'm coming. Well, after the initial, they show up in the limo. That's when I went to the ball games. So I don't know what happened after that.
Well, I was at one point thought I was going to come in and be honestly the reporter. Because Sherry had declared, like you were afraid Betty would. She goes, I really want to. I mean, that is intriguing to me. I want to see what that's like. But the whole thing of her and Brody needing to get their mother-son dance ready for the reception, it went longer than they thought, and so I got a stay of execution on that one.
Right.
So I just said, well, I'm gonna go watch football games, and if y'all get done in time, let me know. So I never got pulled into it.
I don't know how this is going to go. It's just and I noticed the commercials, the sponsors. It was it was what you thought it would be, as we were joking about.
Yeah, I told everybody
they were all targeted to an older demographic.
How about this? I was somehow I guess my wife, when she went with our son to work on the wedding coming up, somehow for her to raise on me, she told him. He was like, well, where's Dad? She said, well, he's upstairs watching The Golden Bachelor. And so my son comes and says, Dad, have you been watching I said, I'm not watching The Golden Bachelor. and he said, that's what Mom told me you were doing. I said, I'm watching football. Come on, son.
Were you watching it go back?
You know what he said? That was a tough hour on me thinking that. I said, come on, man.
Well, I wonder some of the other folks that follow the show here that saw that what their take was on that. We'll get to those momentarily, but I have to tell you one of the shockers, and I know we'll talk about the Thompson game. Jack State and Sam Houston State. I fell out at halftime. I couldn't make it much longer. And Sam Houston had like a 21-7 lead, and honestly, it wasn't that close. I think the two Jack State quarterbacks were 1 for 12 in the first half. I mean, it was the offense was just horrendous. So when I wake up today and hear that Jack State won in overtime, I am totally shocked. I've got to find the highlight reel on that one.
Yeah, I didn't see any of that. Y'all told me it was on, and when you told me the score, then I didn't turn over for the very reason you're talking about. I'm like, well, I don't want to get involved in that, and that'll just be miserable. And plus, that Thompson High School, Clay Chalkville in the state of Alabama on ESPN2. What a high school football game! Yeah. Good gracious! I know Thompson came up on the short end of it, but those are two outstanding football teams. Well, they played last year on TV, 17-14.
Yeah.
So I guess ESPN thought, you know what, this is a pretty good matchup to put on TV. They gave us a good game last year.
They're both different classifications, so it doesn't affect their standings, and they both go, hey, we got an open week. We play each other. It'll make us better.
Yeah. Those two teams were really good. There were some world-class athletes out there on that field.
Well, a lot of signees.
It went down to the last second.
Yeah, Thompson made an unbelievable comeback right at the end.
I mean, it was
almost
over.
Put it into overtime.
Yeah, the game was over.
Yeah.
And then here we go.
Yeah. So congratulations.
But it was fun to watch. It was something. I hate the Warriors came up on the short end, but that's part of it.
Yeah, well, and in our home market, there's fans for both those programs. So
that's right.
The good news was the state of Alabama classification 6 and 7A looked pretty good on
they sure did.
national television last night.
There you go.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We have all sponsored children before. We're sponsoring a child now through Compassion International. Job there in Nicaragua, and of course all of our ties to the people of Nicaragua. It just when I saw the name and I saw the place and then I know the pastor, where he lives, and we get updates on what's happening with him all the time, and when his birthday's coming up, and we're seeing the benefits of, which is not even a sacrifice. I mean, $1 a day. I mean, we're certainly not martyrs for the faith by doing something that really doesn't require anything other than effort. I'm not worried about how my kids are going to eat because I'm sending money to Job, but this is what we need to do. And if you would like to do this, go right now. We've got a URL set up so that when you click here and pick the child you want to sponsor, and sadly there's a lot of them that have been waiting on a sponsor, compassion.com/Bubba. Select your child to sponsor, whatever country you want, or you can call 855-293-2323. If you call, will you mention the Rick and Bubba Show so we can put you over there on the number that we're trying to make? There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. You guys always respond so well to things, and I know that we will to this. And of all the things you respond to, this one will change your life as much as it changes that child's life. All right, so Bubba, do I have this story right that someone has created, you're calling a human car wash?
Rick, it is a Finnish engineer. And by the way, it's spelled the same way as finish, like I'm done with something.
Right.
Isn't that funny?
Understood.
He has built a human car wash for folks who want the same deep clean as their vehicles get. Now, the innovative machine is dubbed the Human Wash. It's installed with rotating brush units that scrubs the neck, shoulders, and back at the same speed as a pair of hands would do. Now, you get this design, Rick, you put it in your shower, and it washes you.
Look at that.
You know what?
I wish we had video.
I think I'll wash myself.
Well, we're close. Greg, I don't know. Can I ask you guys something? How do y'all wash your back?
I just reach.
Good point.
I'm probably missing
how far
spots,
can you
but I'm
reach?
reaching.
You reach to get all you can get. You probably don't get as much as you need to.
Get you one of them.
I know them brushes,
Loofahs.
those long brushes, but I don't have one of those.
Or you put the washcloth on the wall and rub up and down
No,
it.
This is me.
Look,
of course, the way I'm built, the love handles are not a problem at all because there's plenty of space.
Look
there.
at it going up there, Rick. Look, one of the arm. Hey.
I got to tell you, I like this.
Would you pay $5,300 for it?
No, I would not.
That's
But
how much they cost.
what they're saying, Rick,
But when the
keep
price
in
comes
mind,
down, I'm getting one.
for
Oh,
people,
Because you're not getting somebody else to model it.
for
That's what I
people
was thinking.
who have mobility issues, people who are maybe in a hospital or a nursing home situation, this might be something that becomes very popular.
Yeah,
he
but
said
you-
that.
Look at that.
He said he's used 3 different designs and 4 different prototypes, and the whole thing, Rick, once you start it, it'll stop
he's got his hand
automatically
under it,
after 15 minutes.
Please look.
Guys, I like this. I'm in.
Of course, there'll be some people take it and use it for evil.
Sure.
Greg.
There
Well, can I
Don't
tell you
let him
that,
get
that's
going.
by the way, that's the answer to the question you just had a minute ago. Why they got this guy doing it? Because they want people to look at the product.
I got you.
Okay,
But I'm just telling you.
They don't
that
want some sick, twisted person going back and forth again.
Somebody can take that right there and go rogue.
Right.
I got you. But you understand why we picked this guy to model
Rick,
it.
these people can't even handle a detachable shower.
I know. Thank you, Greg. You've made it. Your point is so clear.
Twice today.
Yeah.
Well, you can
bring it
get
up.
your back better with that, can't you?
You could. Now, I will say that.
This has the potential to be used for evil.
Oh.
Yeah.
Imagine what somebody could do with that. Add a few attachments here and there. Once you get something started, everybody's got to mess it up.
You're sick.
Got to take it another step.
But
You know what? I thought it was a silly idea until
I
I,
did
had
too.
seen it.
Well, now I'm
working.
watching, looking
I'm
now.
with you,
I'm kind
Bubba.
of like you. That ain't bad.
Yeah. I'm with you,
I
Bob.
want one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look
I'd
at
try
big old
one
head
out,
under it.
right?
Look at that.
Good night, Greg. Look at that.
Holly, how about
This
your shoulders
and
are
I gotta
sore?
say this, guys,
Don't
because
you know
we
that-
talked about this in the kickoff hour when we threw around the word lazy. That's a little. You're not lazy.
lazy.
Getting after it.
You're getting after it in the shower.
I
with
hate
that
to say
thing.
it.
Can I tell you what?
That's not a bad idea.
I've stood
I like it.
I've stood next to a lot of you that I'll buy one for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can finish
With the
down
extra brush.
Yeah. So I can enjoy this
course.
this airplane ride a little better, this buffet a little better.
Yeah.
This ball game a little better.
Right.
Can't y'all smell that? I mean, Bubba, I think everybody in here, everybody's had the same experience on this show. Every parent that was ever been represented always had this truth: anybody can bathe.
That used to be. You talking about a pet peeve? That was one of my dad's pet peeves.
That's what I'm talking about. I remember
people
saying
bumping.
that.
Oh, he would.
He's like Greg on that.
He'd
no
say,
excuse,
he'd say, "We
guys.
got rivers everywhere. There's no
Yeah.
excuse."
Yeah.
And they probably had to.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. TheraBreath, as a matter of fact, right here. Yeah, some TheraBreath lozenges right here, ready to go. I was, or was I, Monday night, I was in Tuscaloosa and getting ready to speak and had some of these in my pocket. And at the table where I was honored to be sitting, some folks who have been listening to the show for a long time were there, and I reached in my pocket and I said, anybody want one of these? They said, that's got to be TheraBreath. I said, you better believe it is. After we had our dinner, here's a little TheraBreath all around. And it is good to have the lozenges because they, all of their products are fantastic. But, you can use the toothpaste and use the mouthwash and all that and the gum rinse. And then if you eat a meal, it's got spicy or something like that, or drink some coffee, you might go, well, now my breath doesn't feel fresh again. But then you put one of these lozenges in and bam, right back to the fresh breath. See, the products that are at TheraBreath, they just do a better job because they're designed and were researched to go after what's actually causing the bad breath. And so their TheraBreath Whitening Oral Rinse is brand new. It's great, too. It's a breakthrough rinse to loosen and dissolve stains and other whitening produces simply, the ones that you are out there right now that are over the counter that aren't TheraBreath, they just don't do the job. And of course, the great thing about TheraBreath, too, they do all this without any harsh chemicals. So if you'd like to find out more, you can go to TheraBreath.com. Now, you can find TheraBreath at over 100 retailers nationwide, but sometimes limited shelf space means they don't have all the products. So if you want to get them all, you can go to TheraBreath.com. That's TheraBreath.com, or go to RickandBubba.com. You'll find them right there under the sponsors button. So we talked a little bit about the football games that were on last night, and then we've talked a little bit about Golden Bachelor. Don't have much on that because none of us really saw it. Bubba saw just the introduction, but then went to a safe space where the football,
I had to get out
where
there.
the football games were.
Rick, I
so-
could tell it wasn't going to be. It wasn't going to be for me. I could just tell it.
So we'll see.
But we'll do whatever our wives want, as you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, if Sherry would have said, I want you to watch this with me last night, I would have, I would have watched it and struggled, but I didn't have to do that, thankfully. But so another story that broke last night, and we were asking the question, this ongoing attempt to have a professional football league in the spring. We've been part in some way, shape, or form with just so many of them. None of them have long-lasting success. The USFL has a chance to. Would this be a new record if they get a third season in?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is.
So the XFL came back, which was one of the ones. Well, the USFL and the XFL both had attempts at it in the past and were not successful. Yeah. They both have come back and tried a new approach. And when the XFL decided to come back after the USFL was established, we were all kind of tilting our heads.
It was weird.
We were like, can two of these spring leagues survive? And we kind of came to the conclusion we didn't think they could. And apparently they don't think they can either, because now the USFL and the XFL have announced intentions to merge the leagues. So it will become one league now.
And what will it be called? The XFL, USFL?
I don't know. The USXFL? I don't know.
Well, I told you, Rick, what I'm concerned about this, because we have, kind of followed this from the USFL side, and we've told that they have a solid business plan, that they can make it, that they're going to play another year, and that a lot of the teams, from what I understand, the teams are going to be auctioned off at the end of this third season. Okay. So you go into private ownership.
Okay.
And it would be the next step. Every year they've took a step. Well, it's been solid. The ratings have been good. The financial part of it has been good as far as what we've been told by everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see them merging with the XFL, which I don't think was on as solid a footing. So I don't know why they're doing this. If you have a successful league, and you bring on more baggage, so to speak, because you're not going to have more champions. You're still only going to have one champion. You're going to have more losers, no matter how the season ends up. Is this taking on baggage they didn't need to take on? I don't know. I don't have the full picture of this.
I don't either. And, if you look at this story, it doesn't tell you a lot from Fox Business as far as details. It's very general and broad. And it just says the merger has been announced, and then the rest of it is very, very general.
Because you've got a brand, you've got a name. What are they going to call it? Have you heard? What's the logo going to be? Are they just absorbing the XFL, or
are the teams going to?
Is it going to be the ex-USFL? What's it going to be?
So Fox Corp, the parent company of Fox News, owns the USFL.
Right.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Danny Garcia, Redbird Capital Partners own the XFL.
Right.
So they tell you that, which we kind of knew that. They tell you that the USFL ran for 2 seasons. The XFL, remember, tried to get out ahead of the USFL, but it was the pandemic, and they got shut down.
And will there be any duplicate cities here?
I don't think so.
I don't think
there's an XFL team that had a USFL team.
No, I don't think so.
So because I started thinking about that first thing I thought of when Speedy or whoever sent out the text about that last night.
I don't even know the XFL good enough to know what cities they're in.
Yeah,
and are they going to play with whose time frame? The XFL's or the USFL's time frame that they've been playing the past 2 years?
Yeah, it just says it looks like spring of 2024. That's all it said. Because I think they just announced what y'all just said, the headline of, hey, it looks like it's happening and next steps have been taken, but none of the details have come out yet.
Well,
you got to admit this. The USFL folks have done this right this time. And they've had it on solid footing. They had the hub, 2 cities. Yeah. Now they expanded it to 4. Next year it's supposed to be even more. They're going to private ownership. You can just see the progression of this working out. And I don't know. If this is if the XFL was successful too, I don't know why they're merging. Now, if it's a fire sale, that may be another topic. But I don't know.
But even on a fire sale, and I listened to what you said a minute ago, and I think to myself, if you've got a solid game plan, and I think you laid that out clearly, and this is supposed to be the season that transitions you to private ownership, it seems that now you're taking something that seems organized and moving in the right direction, and you're adding chaos to it.
Yeah, I know.
Even on the fire sale.
Or we don't have all the information,
right.
Or what we're being told is not correct.
Yeah.
But it sure seemed pretty solid with everybody we've talked to.
Well, if you're sitting there going, here's our league, here's our teams, and we're moving in a direction, all of a sudden somebody says, hey, there's a bunch of other teams for sale over here, let's go grab them. I'm like, well, is that just going to make our life more complicated?
You don't even have all your current teams playing in their city.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
it seems like you have complicated your world tenfold.
Exactly.
When you're just now beginning to climb out of the nest.
It'd be like you and me doing some sort of property merger that we worked on for 3 solid years, and we're working our game plan. And I show up at work Monday and said, "Hey, I bought 3 more pieces of property."
Yeah,
you'd be like, "Rick, that's just made our life more complicated."
My goodness.
I thought we had a plan. And some of them have got foreclosures on them. We got to figure out the tax thing on
Yeah,
these.
sure,
And you're just like, "What are you doing?" I thought we were moving in a direction. So I don't know. I mean, no one's going to ask our opinion on how to run professional spring leagues, even though apparently somebody needs to, because none of them have had a long-lasting success.
Hung around.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is lawyer talk. What does this mean? It says here, if the transaction goes through, they will establish best-in-class operations based on the most recent seasons of both leagues.
I have no idea what that means.
Does that mean that whoever was doing the best job financially will run this?
Yeah, there you go.
So I mean, who knows who's doing the books? How it works out.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
if you go by that, the USFL could be out of business after they've been very successful.
Well, or could it be that it's more of a financial merger, but they're still going to both stay separate? But it's going to be more because USFL. The one thing that they talked about is their financial backing was more solid than any of the other spring leagues have ever been because of the Fox backing.
Yeah.
Financially, it
Well,
wasn't individuals.
When I saw the XFL product, I didn't watch the seasons. I just watched the documentary on it because that's what I prefer to do. And it looked like to me, which has happened with the others, which is why it hasn't really worked, it was a feast or famine. They had about 2 to 3 teams that were supported really well, and they had big crowds, and it looked good. But then you had the other teams that didn't have any support at all.
Right.
And that's always been the problem. Right. And so when you don't do a hub format, so I don't know. I wouldn't begin. What would probably, if I know businessmen, if I sat down with Dwayne The Rock, and I'm sure he wants to, he would tell me that they were very successful. If I sat down with the USFL, they would tell me they were very successful, and he would tell me the USFL is not doing great, and then the USFL would tell me the XFL is not doing great.
Yeah,
So I don't.
I think we need to call our referee, buddy. He would probably tell us the truth.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know what the truth is.
Yeah.
But
and then some of them were like, well, we don't care about we want stadiums full, but we're more worried about the TV ratings.
Right.
Because that's where the revenue's coming
Well,
in.
we always hear these different reasons that we shouldn't be concerned.
Right.
I mean, I've heard every reason I shouldn't be concerned.
Yeah.
I don't. Now I feel like all of it's acting very spring league like the past ones.
What's next? This is all about an app.
Yeah.
Bubba.
No telling what over there in the Philippines during the big one, WW2.
Yeah, well,
so he didn't have any patience for that.
Yeah, people choose to be. I mean, and what I'm thinking is we put these things up like a car wash. I mean, publicly, and
roll on through.
And you walk over, and maybe you carry around a little card, something with a Bible verse on it.
I would test drive that right now.
And you hand it over and say, "Hey, I got you a coupon for that right there. What is that? That's something to clean you up."
Hey, get Bob Carey on this. This looks like a network sponsor.
I
right
100% agree, and we got to all have one to try.
Yeah.
Let me.
And it comes in a box you can't believe.
How'd they do that?
on a somewhat serious note, though, I'm telling you, for those of us with aging parents.
Yeah, it does refer to that.
When you get
somebody get hurt.
When you get down to the point though, you have to bathe your parents. I mean, that's a tough situation.
Yeah, that thing's rough.
This seemed like this would help.
I can't picture my
Put
dad
you a few
doing that.
handles in there and let them go to
And
town.
the test driver now, he did have a pair of swimming trunks on.
He
So
did.
You're going to have to be careful, too.
Oh, yes,
I
you will.
don't think you're going to be in swimming trunks.
No.
That's right. There's certain parts that you're going to have to be still stay in that
You
wash
got to touch
zone.
it to clean it.
Well, you don't.
You do.
Let me tell you, that thing right there looks like it. Well, never mind.
I know I'm not.
Hey, Eddie Van Adler.
I know I'm not the example of like cleanly
Of hygiene,
Yeah,
no.
I know I'm not that guy.
Well,
here
you
on the
shower
show.
once a week.
I do every single
Whether
week.
he needs it or not.
52 a year, guys, every week. But I do have a tip for getting your back. I know this is weird.
Well, if
coming
all I
from
had
me.
was your ground to cover, I could do it.
Well, that's true.
And plus, you're already bent over.
Yeah, well, that's good, guys. Thanks so much. I'll just leave.
Okay.
But my washcloth is actually pretty long.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And
You
just
flip it
go.
over.
That's a towel then.
Oh well, it's
not a
hand
washcloth.
towel. It's a hand
It's a hand towel.
I double it over to wash the rest of my body.
It's a good
but
idea.
For my
Yeah.
back, you do the.
You wash with a hand towel?
You think I can
That's
do
a
that?
good
I
idea.
gotta have a full regular towel.
It's a good
I mean,
idea.
there's no hand
No.
towel that's long enough to get my. I got too
Might
much
need a
torso.
beach
You
towel.
just floss it. Just floss it.
Some people
you can
need a
floss
beach.
everything on your body if you want to. Anything.
Oh, I know.
You
Don't
know?
don't ever make
Do the-
that signal.
Back to my
yet.
point earlier.
Do not do that.
Touch it
hand
to clean
gesture.
it.
I got a question, and I'll ask Adler while he's sitting here. Do you wash your legs?
I wash my legs. I scrub them good. In fact, you can
would you
continue
ask
the
that?
back floss.
Because there's a story also on the same lines that they asked on Twitter. Do you wash your legs when you take a shower? And close to 1 million people voted, and 1 in 5 said they do not wash their
Why
legs.
would you not wash your
They
legs?
think the soap just running down over it.
Well,
What?
dermatologist actually
Look at
said that the runoff actually is washing your legs. Now I wash mine.
All the
way down.
Now I don't go that far.
What
with
are
it.
you doing?
All the way down, guys.
It's like you're doing a butt shine.
Yeah, he's kind of doing it. Adler, if I was your size, I could wash my whole body with a bandana. I mean, but I got a lot of torso here. I got to tell you.
Shine.
He's a real person, Rick.
Thank
He
you.
is. You are a real person.
But it's like a
Real
shoe shine.
feelings.
You know, like a shoe shine.
Yeah.
I'm like a shoe shiner in there, just going crazy, just going nuts. It's going absolutely nuts.
Thank you for that visual.
I thought you just let Kevin lick your back. Is that how you clean it?
No, you'll do.
Rick and Bubba.
And at 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the old Rick and Bubba show. Glad to be here today. Golden ticket seat guest coming up a little bit later. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. Vince Everett Ellison, our guest, his new book, Crime Incorporated. Don't step into this weekend's podcast lightly. But it's out probably sometime tomorrow morning. So look for that wherever you get podcasts. And Bubba, big day for you and your family today. We love these special days when they come along.
Yeah, Rick, I cannot believe my daughter is celebrating her 24th birthday today. Can you believe
24 years
it just
old.
seems like yesterday we were taking her down the hall to the nursery after being
my
born.
goodness.
So, happy birthday, Caitlin. We love you, and we're very, very proud of you.
Sherry and I had a Caitlin conversation last night. Sherry was talking about how much she just loves Caitlin. She said, you know, that girl, I just love her. She owns me, and I like her attitude.
Well,
So-
she's in there battling every day. I
Yep.
mean, she I talked to her yesterday, and the government shutdown is looming, and the Republicans are slinging at each other, and they're all right in the middle of it. So she loves it, and I said, "Well, I'm glad somebody does."
Yeah, you go, girl. 24. All these little.
Very, very proud
all
of you,
these
honey.
little children,
Yep.
and they're all adults now, and it's so funny them in the adult world, and seeing them as adults is just strange.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's funny
I
too
dig
because
it.
she'll say, I'll talk to her, and we text almost every day, but we talk maybe once a week, and she'll say, "Well, you won't believe who was on the elevator I got on today, and there was AOC standing there, or there was Fetterman standing, and you're riding up." And she says, "I can just hear what you're thinking about them while I'm in the elevator, and I almost get to laughing sometimes."
That's funny. So that's great. So and looking forward, did you say she may get here for the wedding next week?
No, she is coming.
Oh, good.
Oh,
so
that's great.
So we'll
Yeah.
see her.
Lord
there.
willing.
Yeah, and so that'd be great. All right. So some other things.
Said she wouldn't miss it, Rick.
No.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
that was the thing that her and Sherry must be because Sherry was talking about that. So we wanted to update too on other things we got going on, and this is just me. We're very transparent here. So the manchurch.com conferences for next year, those tickets have been on sale a couple of days, and so we're starting to get some reports now on ticket reports. So I'm just going to tell all of you out there. So Birmingham looks like that about a third of the tickets are gone. Starkville probably half. So just and it's a smaller venue in Starkville. So I wanted y'all to know is, when we talk about these things, and I'm not doing it for any other reason, is I just remember last year when we debuted it, and I know how men's ministry can be, and we put everything off to the last minute, and men don't network. See, if these were two women's conferences, they'd already be sold out. Because the women would have their plan, they'd have their group together, they'd have their hotels done. So, guys, I don't want to repeat what happened. Now, if you're not interested in it, then fine. But what I don't want is for you to be interested in it and you want to get there, and then we come back after we go do the long break at Christmas, and we're all getting into the new year, and we're all fired up, and it's about 3 weeks before the first conference in Birmingham, and then all of you are looking for hotel rooms and wanting tickets, and they don't exist. So don't do that. So go ahead and plan. There's still some great seats available. Both of these venues really don't have a bad seat in them. And if you have any questions, I can help you. But just go to themanchurch.com, click on that logo right there, get tickets to both of those dates or one of them that you prefer. And if you have any questions, I'll help you. All right, so we do have Beth Moen's game. We'll tell you about that. She is back in college football coming up. But Bubba, you mentioned this video 4, Adler. Did I see you with an ace bandage on? Are you injured?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've taken my leg hair out a little bit.
What happened?
It's a big one.
You won't believe me.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not.
I'll tell you in a minute.
But you're still out of the rough patch, right?
I'm out of the rough patch. Yeah, there's no rough patch here.
He came in and the bandage is from above the knee to the lower calf. It's a big one.
All right, well, I'll just pause this.
And I thought,
no. Go ahead with what you're doing.
We thought
Rick really wants to know.
We thought he messed his knee up or something.
Yeah.
I actually had.
He had an injury like Joe Burrow.
I took the wrap off because I had it a little too tight. I could tell
You
it
ain't got
was
the wrap
cutting
on.
the circulation. I just took it off. So
Right,
I let it
yeah.
air out a little bit.
Right,
And I'll
yeah,
show
yeah.
y'all in a minute.
All right, but you
You're
said
gonna love it.
You said that we have the view. Mm-hmm. Who would have thought if you put a bunch of women together doing a show that they would get in arguments all the time?
No.
Now what?
I mean, it's every day now.
So
is this their way of getting promotional mentions? They just have a fight every day.
Who's Alyssa Farrah Griffin?
She's one of the
sitting
other.
out there on the end, on the far
Is
right.
this the somewhat conservative one?
Somewhat.
Yeah,
As close as you're gonna get.
Okay. All right. So and Whoopi gets mad at her.
Yeah.
The Whoopster.
All right, here we go. Courtesy of the View.
It was a Republican
I don't
debate.
want any of them.
It was a Republican debate. So she
Listen,
was.
I listen to Republicans. Listen, I've been sitting and listening to you, and I've been quiet for everybody. So I'm just saying.
No, you do listen to
I
everyone.
try.
You do.
And I didn't hear the thing that I needed to hear as an American.
Yeah.
Which was, what are you going to do about this and this? I don't want to know about the war.
For me, I don't think she's perfect, but when she talks energy policy, how are we going to lower gas prices? That is one of the biggest things that people are saying. This is why we feel like that's not the only answer.
What's the position on Ukraine? I don't know what it is.
She's phenomenal on Ukraine.
Yeah,
she's the only person one of the only who didn't disgrace Ronald Reagan's legacy. She wants to help them win the war against Russia. She wants to stand up to China. She talked about education policy. You can disagree, but she offered substance. She had statistics. The biggest issue I hear.
Go ahead, finish your sentence.
Never mind.
Finish your sentence.
It's fine. I had a lot more to say, but it's...
Well,
Anyways, that's that.
Cat fight. I don't even know what to say to that. I did that. It's
And she was talking about Nikki Haley.
Okay,
obviously.
right. Obviously, yeah, I picked up on that. So, they were saying that none of them. Did I just hear a bunch of Democrats say they watched a political debate and nobody talked about what solutions to our problems?
Yes,
pretty much.
And they were saying it was just the right that does that.
Good gracious.
It's I wonder and I think we can get in. I wonder what they would say about 7A, Adler, because how about Gavin Newsom calls the trans issue a distraction and says it only affects 1% of the population.
Wow.
I wonder how they're going.
He's trying to get a few votes.
Yeah,
listen. He is campaigning for president wide open right now.
Yeah, listen to this.
Gender issue came up. Why should parents not know if their kids are transitioning at school?
It's a hell of a thing. You're talking about 1% of the population. Climate change that's impacted 100% of the population wasn't even brought up, and we're talking about trans issues.
Here in California, this is an issue for you.
It's a big issue for parents. This is a front and center issue.
Why should parents not know?
It's the great. This is one of the greatest distractions, and it's classic. 1% of the population in the United States. These kids just want to live. These kids just want to live. And we're having a debate about trans issues at the Reagan Library. It's be ashamed.
Well.
Yeah.
I think it's your party that treats this like it's the most important issue at the center of all life.
What's he trying to be, a Republican here?
And the reporter's just simply asking, shouldn't parents know if their child's trying to transition at school?
Now, understand before we give him any credit. He's saying that it's 1%. Let them do what they want to do.
Right, that's right. That's right.
I got that.
Because at first you go, but that ain't. Right. He's saying that you shouldn't tell the parents.
Yeah, well,
it's just 1%.
That's right.
But I wonder.
He's saying, why are we even worried about it?
Yeah. Here's footage of a kid wanting to live right here. Green shirt.
Yeah.
Hey, green shirt.
Yeah.
Just beating up a girl.
Biological boy beating up on a little girl.
Yeah. But because he identifies as a girl now, he can do that.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's not the only video.
No, it's not. He goes around beating up everybody.
My God, he's an angry little girl.
They just want to live.
Yeah, just want to live. Yeah, looks like it.
They're kids. They don't know what they're doing. This is ridiculous.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And fire. Bubba, how are you?
I'm great. How are you, sir?
Well, I know this is a running, and I don't mean it to be this way, a running theme here on the program about one of the things we can't seem to get right and don't do that well, and that's celebrity deaths. I thought Ric Flair was dead.
Oh, no. We had a scare earlier, years ago.
I did. I really did.
Woo!
So
you had it wrong, Rick.
So Ric Flair's hospitalized.
Yeah, now, what happened,
Again.
let me tell you why. What was it? The time Bama Mark called and he was squalling because he thought Ric Flair died, and it was like his son or something.
Okay, is that why I think Ric Flair's
that's
dead?
what it was, because Bama Mark did call one day.
And then they put out some special on ESPN about him, a 30 for 30.
So they did. You're right. That does look like he died, yeah.
I'm telling you, I thought Ric Flair was dead.
Well, he's still here.
Rick Burgess.
Well, I'm sorry.
Rick, it looks like he's going to make it through this one.
Okay, so
careful.
So he's 70 now?
Well, that's from what the statement
Well, see, this is what's happened. And when I looked down and saw it, Bubba had just told me that he saw that Mick Jagger is getting his dance moves together.
I saw that.
Ready to get back on the road at 75 after overcoming a heart stent.
Well, he actually had a valve replaced in his heart, but they did it through the artery.
Isn't that crazy?
I don't know how they did that, but
But hey, he's back. I saw that video.
Yeah,
that dance he's done forever.
Yeah, I know. It's basically like he's on stage
the
dancing
chicken
in an aerobic room.
It is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just
we'll
as far as the dance, he's as good as he's ever been.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And Rick, they took that valve and they folded up, and it's delivered in through a stent that. The intravenously.
Watch it.
They come up and I saw a video and they open it and the thing pops open.
Oh, that's
just
crazy.
like something you'd fold it up in a backpack or something.
All right, so let's get Ric Flair. We'll put Ric Flair to bed here. It says this is not as grave or serious as the last time he had to be put in. He is 75 and has had his valve repaired, right? The valve repaired.
They finna crank that tour back up.
They are.
And then they're going to put him back out there. Now, keep in mind, Mick Jagger, who, other than his young years, when they were all on drugs and doing all this stuff, as far as when they all kind of survived that, kind of like when Aerosmith, remember they had to take them off the road because they thought they'd all be dead.
Sure.
And then they kind of survived it, and they had a second push, and there it is. Look, there he is. He's practicing. but what's funny about this is Mick actually started living a somewhat healthy life.
Yeah.
Keith Richards has not.
No.
And here's Mick Jagger having to have a procedure. And somewhere Keith Richards is smoking cigarettes, waiting to get back on the road.
Yeah, right. He's been waiting on him.
Drinking
He holding
rum.
us up.
Right. Look, we're looking at Mick right now.
Yeah, looks like he's got it back. Rick. He's still got the steps.
I mean, really, if you look at him right there from a distance, now if you got closer, his face probably has more lines than it had at one time. You can see him in the video. With like the one he did with David Bowie and they were doing that Dancing in the Streets.
Hated that song.
Right. Hated. I don't like those kind of remakes, especially when somebody's already done it.
Yeah.
And then you remake it again.
True.
But he doesn't look any different.
He
doesn't.
He doesn't. He's
I'll
timeless.
tell you what, there's
Timeless.
other things that obviously are still, no different too, because he keeps having children.
No, you're right, Greg.
I mean,
Thanks for
I
bringing
think.
Does he
what's the
color
difference?
he has to color his hair. His hair couldn't be that color.
You know what? He probably
I don't
doesn't.
know.
It's probably whatever. I'm with you. He probably, you would think he would, but the way everything else seems to be working for him, his hair's probably.
Yeah, I mean,
not
is there
great.
any difference in that than what we just saw?
No, not really.
Not much.
All right, so we
hated that song.
I did too. I did too. Go back to this. All right, so I think it was it Harry Met Sally when she's crying about it's not fair that men, when they get older, she threw out Thomas Edison had kids at 73, and Billy Crystal said, "Yeah, but he couldn't pick them up." So
they were there,
right? Just because you can. Still, you ain't got a lot of time left for that kid.
No.
I mean, it's so there we go. We'll come back. So Mick Jagger is practicing to get back on the road.
Yep.
Ric Flair has gone back to the hospital, but they say this is not as grave as the last time, and that he's going to be all right.
Yeah.
So there it is.
Yep. And then some female wrestler died, but I don't know enough about wrestling.
She's really
to know
young,
who it was.
too.
Yeah, she was like 24, 25.
39.
39?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that is. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. It is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Your phone calls will be part of it. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Still to come, the giant wheel of canned meat on the show today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Hey, Rick, you going to accent there? Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend. Catch that wherever you get podcasts and catch the latest interview. The gang is all here. Speedy, Helms is out. Greg's here, so I guess the gang's not all here. Adler is here, and there's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Now, Bubba, you have declared that your rough patch is over.
Oh yeah,
you
it's
want
done.
and so a couple things have happened today. We'll get to the ace bandage, but first I want to go to the text to Team Rick and Bubba that made us all laugh starting the day today. And that was you saying, y'all pray for me because I have to stop and get fuel this morning, and I'm in the truck again.
Yeah.
So this was
pray for clarity.
This was your opportunity to return to the scene.
Yeah.
Of the horrific.
I pulled up just like I did before.
Tell us what you discovered.
Well, the diesel pump is not in the pump that I used before on the end. It's actually in the middle. There's like three of them, and the diesel's in the middle.
Now, why would they do
and
that?
I pull all the way to the end, so
You didn't even get up to the diesel pump.
The diesel's not supposed to be in the middle.
This is,
when I go early and there's nobody there, I always pull in on this end just because it's convenient. So whether I'm in the gas burner or the diesel, that's where I pull up. So, yeah, I was going to look and go, what kind of idiot was I for putting that in? But it was really bad because it wasn't even the same pump.
Yeah. You didn't even go to the diesel pump. You were at an all-gas pump.
Yeah,
Good gracious.
How'd that feel?
I you know.
Did you know yourself?
Well, it it was just continuing of me re-educating myself on how to do that correctly.
So you got
I started to shoot video of me putting the nozzle in. Yeah. Oh, well, let me tell you, it'll stay with you.
Yeah.
I got 4,100 reasons to remember it. Yeah. And so, there you go.
But you
sounds like a song.
You assessing that today, that was kind of, you went in and talked to the people about it, right?
Oh, yeah. I went in and talked to Nicole. I said, I was that idiot that filled up my truck with unleaded a few weeks ago. How are you? And we were talking.
Right.
I told her what it cost to fix it. She said, wow, that's an expensive fill up. I said, yeah.
You could buy
I'll never complain about $200 again on the fill up. I'll tell you that.
You could buy so much gas for $4,000.
I mean, a year's worth.
Well,
it hurt my feelings really bad.
I talk to a lot of people because they think.
Well, you got to hit rock bottom before you come up.
That's right.
I've talked to a lot of diesel mechanics because they all think that I'm the one who did it.
Yeah.
And they said, and we knew this. I had heard this before, that probably the key to it being repairable, even though it was $4,100. Was you didn't drive very far.
Yeah.
They said the further you go in it, the worse it gets. So,
boy.
It just...
It was a dandy. She was a dandy.
And then...
So did you see my big wound
And then
morning?
You come in with an ace bandage on. Why do you have an ace bandage on?
I can't see it.
All right, so Bubba is going out there to show us...
Well, that ain't nothing but a briar scratch.
What has he got? Where is it? Where is it?
I don't see it.
Is that they don't know? Oh, I see. Okay.
Scratch.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So is that
now, what was that bandage supposed to do to it?
It looks like just a briar scratch.
Gauze on it and everything. I got to keep it, covered so I don't.
Let air out.
If you're me, I'll hit it on 12 things today, make it worse than it was.
Right.
So.
Then you'll be going through.
I was going to come in and tell y'all that I was out putting up a ladder stand by myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd got up in the top of it to put the final strap on it, and I heard something in the woods. And I realized I left my gun sitting on the ground, and a bear came out of the woods, and it came up the tree, and I was fighting it with my feet, and it got a swath at me.
A thrilling story.
Before I kicked it out of the tree.
Attack me.
And I went down and made a rug out of it after that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it wasn't quite like that. I actually cut it in my closet.
In your closet? What's in your closet? What you got in there?
You cut it in your closet.
We have
That
like
does not
our,
look like a
our
closet,
clothes hamper is it's like a metal cage like thing that's on a drawer that slides in and out on the bottom of the closet. I've got
Had
two
you
of
hemmed
them.
up?
You got one for whites and one for color. You know how everybody does that.
Sure.
Hey.
And somehow I ran up against it yesterday and just cut it up pretty good. So
Injured in the closet.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, closet.
You're in a Ram, what is 3,500?
Yeah. Dually diesel.
Right. Headed off to work the land.
Yeah.
And you get cut in the closet on the hamper?
Yeah.
I'd have said barbed wire. I'd have said barbed wire. No way.
It was bleeding pretty good at the time.
So that's the thing you don't expect to happen in the closet.
No. Right. Yeah, I was like,
did you pick up a pair of old socks and stop the bleeding?
Yeah. I just said I'd walk through some briars. I was planting the field.
Yeah.
I thought the bear story would have been good. I was going to really sell it.
Are you
to the point Chuck called to want to know where it was?
Right.
That kind of
investigate.
Are you still on blood thinners?
A little aspirin every day.
Okay, but not
milligrams.
on. So you don't bleed like a stuck hog.
Sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, it just depends.
Well, I tell you what, if you ever have a loved one that's on a blood thinner and they get cut, it's amazing.
Oh yeah. Well, I did that after the stint, and it you got to be careful.
Oh yeah,
it'll pour on out of you.
Sure.
Keep going, Bubba. Just keep going.
Keep moving forward.
You can do it.
Persevere.
Straight my leg.
So
we're not gonna have that.
We're gonna make it. I hope.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I thought when you came in, I thought, well, my gosh, he has twisted his knees, something. Because it was a big one.
It's kind of hard to keep covered because of the size of it.
I thought he'd fell down again like he did on that video. Though.
Are you keeping a little polysporin on them?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, some kind of spore.
Do you remember when we used to all be about neosporin and then somebody told us it was going to kill us all? And
Yeah,
we
I
all-
don't understand the sporins.
The sporin controversy, I never got. One of them, a lot of people are allergic to, apparently.
There was a
And one
sporin
of them you're not.
conflict.
Yeah.
Because
depending if it's a burn or a cut, one's for I don't remember.
Because I was a neosporin guy, and somebody's like slapped it out of my hand one day.
Yeah. I think we're poly now.
Yeah,
and
we're all
everything.
poly now.
Well, see, growing
still
up,
sell Neo.
we didn't have all that stuff.
No.
We had mercurochrome. That's what we used all the time.
Paint you orange,
And
baby.
it'd make you orange, but it worked.
Yeah.
And I was curious
make you
because you
orange.
never see that stuff anymore.
I know.
And it worked good.
Everybody had it.
Everybody's
somebody-
mama was ready with that orange paint, baby.
We talked about it on the air one day, and somebody had sent an email to us that said the reason they got rid of it is because it had mercury in it.
I'm sure.
Well, it
it
worked.
was,
It'd dry up when you had a big old strawberry.
Yeah, every time
it'd dry
you
up a strawberry like nobody's business.
Every time you got skin up on a bike wreck or
Oh,
something,
it's
and
standard.
You get painted in that
Yeah,
stuff.
if you've been with your shorts on and your legs just painted.
As a matter of fact, you always knew when a kid had a really good weekend because he was painted up orange all over his legs. He'd really got after it.
He'd been riding his bike.
I grew up on Neosporin too, but evidently Neosporin has neomycin 4 in it, which polysporin doesn't. And prolonged exposure to Neosporin can lead to an allergy later in life. So it seems like something that after a while they figured out, wait a second, people are getting allergic to Neosporin.
That's a lot of mess.
You know what the people said at the company that made Neosporin, don't you? Hey, thanks.
Yeah. Hopefully they're not a sponsor of the show or anything.
Right. No, well, not.
Greg and I, back to the cuts and all that, we've discussed, I'm just going to say it. I feel like I'm getting old man skin on top of my hand.
Me too.
It's
What's
just
that all
it's just
about?
on the top of my hand.
It's thin.
And it's
I know it.
concerning. I'll scrape it and I'll start bleeding and stuff. And I'm like,
Listen.
no offense to the old men in the audience.
Old
but
man skin is what
don't
you
be
just
I
said.
know.
I
I
thought
dropped
I
my-
offended the Neosporin people.
I dropped my
know.
keys between the seat and the console
Yeah.
and stuck my hand down there, and I came out. You'd have thought I hit it with an axe.
I know. What's
I said,
going
I'm
on?
I'm glad it ain't just me. Okay, I'm glad it ain't just
Well,
me.
we're getting that old man, leathery, dry skin.
Yeah.
It's thin.
It's
It's
cracking.
thin's what it is.
These hands have lived hard.
Old
man.
ham neck.
They
Yeah.
have. They have. Yeah.
I mean, it's just, it's like the other day, I just picked a scab and I think I bled half a day. You know, like what's going on?
No, I know what you're
I had
talking about.
toilet paper stuck to the top of my hands.
I saw my arm in the mirror the other day and thought somebody was standing behind me. I was like, some old man's in here. Who is that? I was like, what's wrong? Does that what my arms look like now? What's going on in the world? Is that what my skin looks like now? Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man.
I used to mess with my grandpa's old man skin on his hand.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay,
Thanks,
When I was a
buddy.
kid, I was sitting in church. I was bored. I'd just grab his skin and mess with it.
Thank you.
Were you abusing the elderly?
Good gracious, that's what you would do?
That's a sweet memory.
It is?
After too much information. Once again.
I don't think it is.
We were in church.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's our point. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for being with us today. In the states, and of course, eventually, the Alabama bill will likely go before the Supreme Court to get to the big conversation on personhood. But we've said this on the show a lot of times, setting up our guests later today. If you want to make a note of this, Roland Warren. I got to know Roland through a mutual friend with CareNet. One of the things we've said a lot, in the discussion, if you land on what would be called the pro-life side, then especially the church, we have to decide that we're truly going to be pro-life, not pro-birth. And of course, CareNet takes on: are we standing up for just birth, or are we standing up for life, and abundant life? So anyway, if you're interested in that, because I think that's if you want to get ready for what's going to happen, you got to think about this comprehensively from top to bottom. If you want to be fully pro-life, and so we'll talk to Roland Warren about that, about his organization, and he also wrote the book "Bad Dads of the Bible." Which is, if you haven't read that one, that's a wild ride. There's some bad daddies in the Bible, and there's the guys we want to implement and the guys we don't. So anyway, but we'll talk more about the comprehensive point of view of abundant life, not just pro-birth. All right, so Bubba, an update on a story that we discussed, and this is one of those areas where we don't know much about the topic, but
some of you in Kentucky's going to have to help us out with this.
It's a Rick and Bubba
I just don't know. I don't know the technicalities.
It's a
of
Rick
this.
and Bubba news update.
You know, we were able to unpack the bad call and what should happen with the Saints and the Rams top to bottom, but when it gets to horse racing, we just don't know much what we're talking about.
Yeah, Rick. Gary and Mary West have filed lawsuit in U.S. District Court in Frankfort, Kentucky. They are Maximum Security's owners, and they want the Kentucky Horse Racing Commission to overturn the way the race ended. I don't know. They're wanting to have the way the race ended thrown out and the original winner reinstated.
Yeah, they want to say, look, when we hit the tape, you said Maximum Security won,
right,
and then you disqualified him. We want the original result to stand and the disqualification to be overturned.
They claim that the disqualification process is bizarre and unconstitutional.
Unconstitutional?
And said the lack of an appeals process violated their right to due process. That's where they will tie the Constitution into this.
Okay.
And, you know, Rick, we were talking about this. I understand they won. They got disqualified on a technicality, rightly so or not. I understand them being unhappy. I understand that it created a massive problem with the betting that goes on with this race. And all of that, I assume, has been settled now, since they did have some appeal to the Racing Commission, but the Racing Commission said we don't have a process for an appeal, so they had to let it go. So I guess there's no way you go back and you correct all that betting money, but I guess what they're wanting to do is just be declared the winner so they can go for the Triple Crown. Or, you know,
well, of
heading
course.
into the next
Well,
race.
Isn't that this weekend or next weekend?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
This weekend.
Is it this weekend?
I
Well,
could
they don't
be
have
wrong.
time.
I could be
when
wrong.
is it?
I could be wrong. Let me look. I know it's coming up. It happens pretty quick, guys.
Second leg. This weekend. Yeah.
Well, they got to get this done quick then.
Yeah.
Now, they said that neither Maximum Security or Country House will be competing in this weekend's Preakness. Neither one of them.
No, that was announced right
a week
after
ago.
this.
Yeah.
All right, so then.
So the stewards, I guess, are the ones.
You know
that
why
made
they
the
won't be
ruling.
competing, Bubba? Because they have no shot at winning it. Period. That's why this is such a farce.
Oh, you're saying Maximum Security, even if he had won the Kentucky Derby, they don't think he had.
No. I'm talking
Maximum
about Country
would've,
House.
yeah.
Maximum Security hadn't lost a race.
Right.
Yeah. The one that won it was like
Country
60
House.
something to one.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna win.
No, I got
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Well, he might have won the Kentucky Derby.
And
cheated.
Maximum Security's basically saying, "Hey, if y'all are going to do me this way in the Kentucky Derby, we're out."
We're out.
But sound the opposite. I'd come out and hammer everybody that's
Yeah.
next to and go see.
Yeah, well, you know,
I'm with
it's
you.
all about the money too, with the purse and them wanting to freeze the purse and how they distribute that out and all that. That's one of the main reasons why they got this lawsuit. But also because what y'all mentioned, and that is they were declared the winner, and then they went back and then declared that he was disqualified.
Well, Adler's showing stuff on the YouTube channel here, and he's saying that people are making the argument now that the ruling was incorrect because a lot of what happened was really war of will. Is that what the name of it? Started the whole thing,
Right.
When they
By
left.
pushing him over.
What we're doing is we're rolling the defense of
Right, that's what
Maximum
I'm saying.
Security.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. So they're saying that Maximum Security got. 21 minutes past the hour. It's phone troll time. Boy, we talked about a lot on the table. So you can comment on the things you've already seen or heard today, or you can just bring up your own topic right now. The real Greg Burgess takes over the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and lines are available, and you can certainly join us right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and there's plenty of room for you. While you are making your way to us, let me tell you about some things that are coming up over this weekend. Matter of fact, I just got a really cool email about Todd Jones. Todd Jones is going to be out and about. He's going to be going to see the folks at Salem Baptist in Lake Mississippi Sunday night, October the 1st. They've invited 3 of the major sports teams there, and all the public schools in the county. A couple of private schools going to be there. Great night of men worshiping together. Man Church with Todd Jones this Sunday night Salem Baptist Church, Lake, Mississippi. Find those details there at themanchurch.com. While you're there, go ahead and grab your tickets for the two Man Church conferences next year. February is Birmingham and then Starkville in March. Those tickets went on sale day before yesterday, and they are moving briskly. And we look forward to seeing all of you next year. We had such a blast last year, and so don't want you to miss out on this year. All right, let's start with Tyler. Tyler's out of the great state of Alabama. He'll start the phone show. It's 30 seconds a pop. That means the old buzzer keeps everything moving. Tyler, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Morning, Biggins. How y'all doing this morning?
We're good, Tyler. Bring it in here.
Man, I'm driving home from work yesterday, and I'm stopped at a stop sign, and next thing I know, man, I look up, and there is a woman walking across the road, and she ain't got nothing on but her birthday suit.
What? Walking
on the side of the road.
On the side of the road?
On the side of the road.
Oh, no. It was warm out there.
Not covered up, nothing, just flaunting it. And what would y'all do in that situation?
Well, I think I would probably honestly call. Do you call 911 then, or the Star HP, whatever would get some sort of law enforcement, and say, hey, you have someone because they're obviously have either disconnected from reality through drugs, alcohol, or who knows.
Let the pros handle it.
Yeah, and I would get the pros on it because if you step out in that situation and start trying to help, something like that could go south pretty quick.
Yeah.
But you do need to let people know because that person is in danger and probably could be a danger to other people. Because obviously, if that's going on, something has gone
terribly wrong.
Terribly wrong. Yeah. Because I don't think the person is doing it to try to be, alluring.
Right.
They're probably doing it because they're kind of disconnected. 866 We Be Big is our number. We go to Jill. Jill, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I was just going to tell you guys about resinol. You guys are talking about Neosporin and Mercurochrome. Resinol is like a thick paste, and you can only get it behind the pharmacy counter, but it is amazing. My husband says you can cut your hand off and rub some of that on the end of the nub and stick your hand back on with duct tape, and your hand will grow back.
So what is it? What is it called again?
It's called Resinol, Resinol.
Resinol.
We used a stuff called New Skin when we were playing tennis a lot, and you get blisters or cuts or tears, and you paint it on, Rick, like almost like a clear fingernail polish.
Yeah.
And buddy, you got a coating on there you can't tear apart. And
So
now it burns like a mug going on.
Yeah,
But once it sets up, you are good as gold.
So did she say you have to ask for it? It's behind the counter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Because of drug addicts, everything seems like it's going behind the counter now. I mean, you can't even get a cold man.
Just don't let the system be down like it happened to me the other day.
Oh, baby.
They kept trying to ring the back of my ID up, and they're like, the system's down. You can't have anything back here. No. You can't have nothing.
Florence, Alabama.
Hey, allergies sound good.
WLAY.
Love it.
Let's go to Chris. Chris, go.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Greg has been motivated twice this week. I know William hung with the last one. We've got to have Carl Childers call in and try to motivate Greg now. Come on.
Is that Sling Blade guy? Is that the Sling Blade guy? Yeah. I don't see why not. I mean, he's out there. I mean, he might call. Susan, Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Susan, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
I didn't see all the Golden Bachelor, but at the very end, one of the ladies fell asleep on the couch, missed the rose ceremony altogether. And when Jesse Palmer woke her up, she's like, "Oh, I didn't get a rose. Well, can I keep the couch?"
Oh my goodness!
Good gracious!
So
yes.
Look, you can't keep them out late. Everybody knows that.
No.
Yeah, and you put a little wine in them, they going 99. Let's go to Hudson out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Hudson, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I just wanted to say I'm a long-time listener, and I like the show a lot.
Thank you.
Have a good day, man.
Okay,
that's
great.
great. I thought that was the lead-in.
How about
I
a
was gonna say
little
something
pat on the back? You guys keep playing hard.
We appreciate it.
Whit in Alabama. Whit, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, guys, I just wonder if y'all heard about the big Church International buying up millions of dollars of land in Warrior, Alabama. It's
Now,
on AL.com.
We ain't heard anything
Church
about
International.
Yeah, we've heard about it a lot and talked about it, but I understand now there's a full-blown article looking into it. I knew they were doing that, and people that I know, live in that area and said it was absolutely real, and now this article shows you just how much land they bought. And
are they a cult?
That's not my place to make that call, but I can tell you that I see some theology that I would not agree with.
Yeah, not agreeing. You make your own decision on what it is.
Yeah, and it there's a lot of when you have this kind of setup, and we've seen these setups before. There's an awful lot of money coming in from all over the country and around the world, and anytime someone begins to talk as if they're a modern day prophet, that's always a little bit of a yellow flag for me, since Jesus told me it should be. But I'm not talking about somebody bringing a word from God that is scripturally bound, that may be prophetic, meaning, at this time this message is for us and God is speaking to us. I'm talking about, I can see the future and I'm a modern day prophet and God showed me things that are going to happen. You got to watch those folks. Let's go to Dawn, Montgomery, Alabama, listening to us on I-92 WLWI. Dawn, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic.
Great.
Hey, I have a question for y'all. Y'all are talking about getting cut. And I don't know if you hear your sponsor commercials, but there is a Gillette Intimate for Men commercial that plays on your radio station. And my question is, number one, why does any red blood American masculine man need that product? But two, what would Coach have to say about that?
What product? I didn't understand the product.
Gillette Intimate for Men.
Yeah, that's probably some sort of national buy that runs all over the country on all radio shows that are syndicated. I'm not familiar.
Men's grooming products have really kicked into high gear here lately.
Greg loves them. Yeah, I don't know and not familiar with it, nor have I heard the commercial, so I apologize for that. Some of the only thing we really know about are things that we actually endorse and read, copy. But if it's commercials are bought and sold in all kinds of different ways all over the platforms. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
A compromising position because of war of wills. Is that what you call it?
Yeah, I think so. It was a domino effect of some early decisions.
They said they're trying to get him in his position. He won't get in his position. The jockeys fighting him, and it called a domino effect that eventually affected Maximum Security, so they should not have disqualified him because he was a victim of something that he didn't have as much control over.
I've even seen Country House they'll go back and show you footage where he was doing very similar things
he was
to other
squeezing
horses
everybody
in the race.
Guys,
and so they were like, well, so you're going to do it at this point, but you're winning, you're giving the winner of the Kentucky Derby the trophy, and he was doing the same thing a quarter mile back.
Well, they're saying Maximum Security held his lane, and the other horses were being squeezed, which kind of pushed him over into Maximum Security. Now, again, this is their defense.
I love their video, by the way. It's very descriptive, isn't it?
Well, what they're saying is, did he do something that gave him an unfair advantage, or was he just racing in the environment created by these other young horses? That's their.
Rick, it looks right there that
by the way,
other horse.
I sounded like I kind of knew what I was talking about just for a second.
It looks like the horse on the inside is moving over, and he had to move over.
Long range, Toddy.
Yeah.
And it had a domino effect to him pushing to that.
Every horse race looks to me like they're cutting each other.
I know.
Me too.
Well, here's what I'm saying. As a person who only watches the big three, if there's a chance for a Triple Crown winner, maybe if I get a chance, I just kind of hate that Maximum Security is not going to get to try to go for the Triple Crown.
Right.
Well, I won't watch it tomorrow because of
it. Well, I didn't even watch Kentucky Derby, but now that I heard there was a chance for a Triple Crown, I probably would have watched.
Yeah. I mean, this Maximum Security defense video we're watching is
good, isn't it?
It's pretty good to where we'll see. I doubt anything will be overturned, but we'll see how it works.
So I guess now, since he's not going to make the Preakness because it is tomorrow, right?
Correct. Yes.
Since this isn't going to happen, what's the play here? I want the money from the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, according to the story, that was one of the, I think, with the $1.86
million. The Triple Crown's over. That's not
yeah.
going to happen. Triple Crown over. That's not going to happen. Okay.
Yeah. Not this year.
Because you had
Maximum Security, and then the one that got sick. He was another favorite, right?
Correct.
They were
Yeah,
the
was
two
it something
favorites.
about
Omaha Beach.
Yeah,
Beach,
they were
yeah.
favored before they give a shot at the Triple Crown.
I love
That's
these
right.
names.
Yeah.
How about it?
And
Could
he
have been.
got like a call for something.
Yeah.
Is he? I wonder if
did.
he's running tomorrow.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Look, there it is. They're saying that other horses were banging on him, which of course that'd make you move if you're getting hit in the groin.
That now I don't. Again, us not knowing a whole lot about horse racing, that was very that could have been really really bad when the horse behind Maximum Security was running up on him and they got tangled up a little bit. If that front horse, if Maximum Security goes down or one of them trips, that would have been really bad.
And they've been having this happen in these weekly races that we never see.
Right. Yeah.
So that was the reason they pulled the trigger on this, because during the week they would have done this. They would have.
I got to tell you, I don't
disqualified him.
You know, since there's no Triple Crown in play, I'm losing interest in it. But I will say this: looking at this case, Maximum Security's team is making with this video, it's a pretty good case.
It is. They're basically saying he was holding his line, and because of and they called the what was it, the war? What was it? The guy,
War of Will.
That domino effect caused everybody to get pushed out, and then it had a reverse domino effect where they were all being squeezed back in. And Maximum Security was holding his line, but it appeared as though he was cutting everybody off, but they were coming down on him. That's their defense.
Do you love
their
when
defense is he held his line the best you possibly could in that environment.
Correct.
Do you love when we just break down things frame by frame like
Yes.
this? I mean,
Yeah,
and
it's better than
it's
that.
totally different, and I understand it on comparison, but like the shuttle disaster or, JFK, when you just break everything down.
Give me all the video I can stand.
footage, clip by clip, frame by frame. That's great.
What's better than that? Well, it's a shame. It messed the whole thing up.
It did.
I mean, Omaha Beach scratches. Then you think, well, Maximum Security still could make it fun.
Yeah.
Now they disqualify him. I mean, you can't have nothing.
Country
I
quencher, he
think
ain't
they're
gonna win nothing.
I think they're going to have to go to artificial turf because all that mud raining.
the butter. You can't even have a Triple Crown. I mean, We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. We thank you for being here. A couple more calls, and then we'll get in some other stories. But this is a story that I'm getting a lot of email about, and I'm asked about a lot. But we haven't really talked about it on the show. And usually on this kind of stuff, we'll just wait and see if it comes up, and because it's not something maybe we're going to come on and say, hey, let's throw that out there and have a big discussion on it. But if we're asked about it, we'll do the best we can. And Will is standing by, Birmingham, Alabama, or it may be Huntsville. It actually says both. Will, welcome to the show. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, fantastic. And you had a comment or a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, just really curious about Andy Stanley. Seen an article floating around on social media about the panel coming up, and just wanted your take on it.
Well, if you get this would help you more than your old friends Rick and Bubba can help you. But I'll tell you that I won't shy away from it. But Albert Mohler, look for the article called "The Train is either leaving the station or has left the station." And I think when it comes to Andy Stanley, and we have to be very, very careful, and we certainly don't want to be out of bounds. But, sometimes things don't require us to be, to walk on eggshells, because what the particular person is promoting, biblically, we know isn't correct. And we certainly can point that out. Scripture says that, as a matter of fact, those of us within the church, if someone within the church is doing something that is contrary to God's standard, It is our job to point that out. You hear a lot of people start going, "Hey man, who are we to judge?" And you're like, well, if you read 1 Corinthians 5, Paul says, no, it is true that we don't judge the eternity of the lost outside the church. That is God's job. But he says we actually are called to judge those within the church. That is our job that was given to us by God, which is why he says be so aware of the genuine article of God's teachings so that you can spot the counterfeits. That is Scripture, okay? So no one's out of line by doing that. Now, you have to make the case what you're saying is biblically sound. And in this particular case, I'm just going to speak for myself, and I'm not saying anybody else is guilty of this. I'm going to tell you I am guilty of this. I have probably given Andy Stanley a pass that I would not have given someone else because of his last name. I have such great respect for his dad, and I know he wasn't a perfect man either. But, I know that he was biblically sound, even in the things that he went through, like all of us, that sometimes, he got himself in a bind, like when his marriage didn't make it and things like that, but he handled it in the right way. But Andy has been a different animal, and he has been drifting for a while. And I have been kind of laid back going, this is Andy Stanley. I even know people that go to some of his campuses, and I do have respect for his family, and I have respect for him. But unfortunately, it's getting more and more clear that Andy is drifting, and Albert Mohler takes that on in a very straightforward, well-balanced way, because here's the deal. This unconditional conference, when I saw that will, when I saw unconditional conference, I actually thought that this might be a good thing, and our family and the things we've been through. And I thought it was going to be a conference where families could come together who are dealing with the LGBTQ thing within their families or have children, and this would be maybe some coaching to teach us as followers of Christ the best way to handle this within our own family and friends. That's what I thought it was. But the more I looked into it, I realized it's not that at all. And Albert Mohler takes that on. He said, this says, they try to tell us, let's go to the very calm middle ground. Let's leave the loudness of being on one end of the spectrum or the other, and let's find the more calm, quiet middle ground. But when you look at how the conference is going to be portrayed, it's not the middle ground at all. It's actually trying to tell us that somehow God's evolved on his standard for marriage, and two of the speakers are two men who proclaim that God has evolved on marriage, and their monogamous marriage to another man is perfectly okay with God. Now, see, that's where I have to draw a hard line now. I mean, Andy's put me in a bind now. I can't go along with that. I can't stand by and say that. Where in Scripture did that happen? What would these people, and I guess they'll make their case, but did Scripture somehow now cease to be the Word of God? Because what it sounds like, which is something I've heard when I was debating people in my life and people that I love, is that, I think God has evolved. Why? Because I've observed it. I've observed monogamous relationships between same-sex people, and I just think it looks okay, and the way they live is so okay, I think God's okay with it now. Well, I don't know where we get the authority to make those kinds of sweeps, and that's exactly what this conference is going to do. Really what this conference is to try to make you feel differently about these relationships. It's not saying let's get here and let's all discuss and let's try to find a way that we can love each other and still be kind to each other, but still adhere to God's standard. And what is the balance with this? And certainly I know what that's like. So unfortunately, I think that Jesus in Matthew 24 says that as we get closer to the end, the false teaching is going to just go through the roof. There'll be a big falling away by the church,
tickling of the ears,
chasing after bad theology and new agey stuff. And unfortunately, just by the facts of this, not by speculation, not by my opinion, by what this conference is absolutely doing, and not hiding it, by the way, you can research it for yourself. I would have to say that Andy Stanley has lost his way. And he's definitely wrong about this, biblically. I'm not his standard. He certainly doesn't answer to me. But
it's deeply concerning.
Yeah, and I just don't see any way anybody can look at this conference and say, I think this is okay. I think it's biblically sound. You just can't do it. And so And Andy has started, some of the things, and I've tried to defend him just about every time because I think sometimes he is misportrayed as saying something he's not really saying.
Right.
But in this particular case, I have tried every way in the world to find a way for this to not bother me or not think it's as big a deal as people are making it out to be. But it's bad. There's just no way to justify it. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I agree with you. I'm the same way. I have such respect for his dad, and I know people that think a lot of Andy, but I'm listening to what he said, not somebody else.
Right.
And I don't know how else you can draw any conclusion to it. I guess we'll see when all's said and done. But
Well, he started down this road.
There is no new. God has not changed his opinion on something. The great I am that always was and always will be has not mysteriously in the year 2020 decided that he was going to change his view on something.
Yeah, it sounds like.
I mean, you realize how ridiculous that even sounds,
right?
You know?
Yeah, it's almost like Andy has trying to escort us in front of God, and we're supposed to tell him that he needs to change. I think we're the ones that are supposed to change.
Yeah.
He doesn't change.
That's how it works.
He's trying to make us something that he's more comfortable with by providing his son for us to become fully righteous. Because as Jesus said in his own words, if you want to step in the presence of my Father, we all have to be perfect. Perfect. Well, there's only one way to be made perfect, and that's the full righteousness that Christ provides. Born again, a new identity. Well, what this sounds like is that we go to God and say, no, you don't make us into something that you'll accept. We want you to become something that we'll accept. Now, I'd be real careful with that, to Bubba's point. we don't have that kind of standing.
Whoa.
And I know a lot of y'all been taught that God's enamored with all of us and he worships us. And he just can't imagine heaven without us, and he's recklessly coming after us. But I got news for you. He certainly has made his love and approval available to us. But if we reject his son and reject his standard, we just talked about it in the Wednesday Bible study 2 days ago. Everybody who tells him that they will not repent, and everybody who tells him that his standard is wrong and they want to do it however they want to, he's going to kill every one of those people. That's why his grace is so wonderful, because his wrath and justice is something you don't want any part of. And so this is dangerous stuff, and I certainly won't sit on the sidelines and act like it's okay. And that because we're called not to. And I think it's a sad thing, because what Andy and teachers like him will be held accountable for is all the people that they deceive into thinking they're okay with God when they're not. And that's dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
And this started when he gave us the speech that day. I love the fact, and Albert Mohler makes this point. Andy refers to, now some of y'all can go get these clobber verses in the Bible, and Albert Mohler has a great point. He goes, how dare Andy Stanley call Scripture clobber verses? He don't have the right to do that. How dare you call Scripture that? And he gave us a big speech by some of the best people in his church were people who were openly in same-sex relationships. And the minute he started doing that, I thought to myself, here we go. And, of course, here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are. It's always you have to watch that skid when it starts. And when you start hearing this kind of stuff, you gotta perk your ears up. And there's a right way to handle it. And I think we've handled that with the right balance. And as Bubba said, and I said, you go research this for yourself. You don't need us to tell you what to do. You go research it for yourself. We were asked about it, so there you go. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
James Bond fans, Bubba is holding a story that might be of interest to you.
Do y'all love James Bond?
I do not.
I love James Bond.
I like James Bond okay.
I did years ago, but the current ones, I quit when, what was the last one? Roger Moore left.
Yeah, I was a Roger Moore fan. He's my favorite. He's the one I grew up with.
It might have been that after they had that one movie that had that name. My mother may have banned me from James Bond, and I don't remember that.
Right.
But it was kind of like that. When I was young, certain things would draw you to them. I was always drawn to war movies, westerns. I was never drawn to James Bond or Star Wars as a kid. Now I've gone back as an adult
and seen some of them, and I still today prefer a Mission Impossible movie over a James Bond movie.
Well, they're similar in some ways. The James Bond legacy has continued. Daniel Craig, the ones they've done with him have been kind of dark. It's had that Batman, Gotham City type look to it a little bit. Mm-hmm. But I still like the character, and I've seen all of them. Sure. Although Roger Moore by far my favorite.
The last one I saw
Pierce Brosnan was my second favorite.
Was Moonraker, Bubba. That tells you how long.
Well, you're behind a few, but what a good one.
Yeah,
what a good one.
Had the shuttle.
Well, if you've got enough money, you too can drive a James Bond official Aston Martin DB5. Ooh. The company has announced that in honor of the historic James Bond series turning 25 years old, that it will be producing 25 new DB5s, the model that was used in the movie Goldfinger. Now, you may remember that. It will feature battering rams, retractable bulletproof glass, the ability to produce oil slicks and smoke screens to foil chasing cars. It will have, and there's two things that will not be operational. The ejector seat will not be operational, although the button will be in the car, and the dueling machine guns that appear behind the taillights will only be reproductions. They will not actually fire bullets. They won't fire.
I can do an oil slick?
You can. It says it's operational.
Is there anything in there that when you roll through these these little towns that have robots taking pictures of your car and then sending you traffic tickets? Is there anything that will shoot those and kill them?
Can you shoot them with that machine gun?
Yep.
Now they say that there'll only be 25 of the cars, and they're going to cost in American dollars before tax around $3.5 million as it stands right now.
Hello,
my goodness!
They have already taken orders for 20 of the cars, so I guess there would be 5 more available.
So
they will roll off the production line late this year, early next year.
Now let me tell you what that means.
That's a lot of money.
That's people. There's 20 people that said this car is available. It's $3.5 million. I'm in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
Never even blinked.
Do you remember? Did you see the movie Goldfinger? Do you remember it?
Yeah,
It was a good one. Sean Connery was in it.
Yes.
And but it was a good one.
It scared me as a little kid. I really honestly remember this. So I guess by the time in those days a James Bond movie got to TV, it probably been out a long time.
Oh yeah, right,
for it to be on TV.
See,
but it was on TV.
Adler, see if you see the car chase in Goldfinger. It's at night, and he's using all the gadgets on it.
I remember being a kid.
Arwen Q showing it to him.
And I looked up on TV, and there was like somebody's body painted gold.
Yeah,
and it had like, and they were like
he
dead.
turned everybody to gold.
And I remember it just terrified me as a kid.
Yeah.
Is that the one that had the Japanese guy throwing his hat and hurting people with it?
Yeah. The plot of the movie was, if I remember correctly, was that Goldfinger was going to blow up an atomic bomb at Fort Knox and make all the gold radioactive, so his would be more valuable.
Is this the scene you're talking about?
This is probably one of them, yes.
Yeah, because there'll be a number of car chases.
He already hit the oil slick on him, I think.
So he's doing...
there's Bond.
Yeah.
I think this is where he hits him with the oil slick right here, or the machine gun.
Okay.
You see,
that's Skype, Rick.
Right, so let me see what happens. Right, so this is a James Bond car chase.
Oh, here he goes.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. There's the oil slick.
There's. Minutes to the top of the hour. Relief Factor is part of the Rick and Bubba show. Go to relieffactor.com. Hey, we all suffer for aches and pains. I mean, good gracious.
We got a letter here from Jennifer out of Huntsville. She said, I know you guys have been talking about Relief Factor for a while, and I put it off. I didn't listen. And I started feeling a lot older than my 55 years. I'm very active, but I was hurting just getting out of bed. Ordered the Quick Start Pack and felt relief within 48 hours. That's good news, Jennifer. I'm so grateful that you guys told me about Relief Factor. Thank you. I mentioned it to my 80-year-old mother and bought her a couple of packets, and she's starting and seeing some results as well. Get the 3-week starter pack. You could be like Jennifer and see the same results. The majority of the people do. I do. I take it every day. It's all natural. You can take it every day, and it helps your body with its natural inflammatory response, which brings those aches and pains. And you can go to ReliefFactor.com, get 3 weeks for $19.95. Inside 3 weeks, you're going to see whether it's working for you or not. The majority of people, it does work. So go to ReliefFactor.com, and we certainly hope it works for you like it has for Jennifer and it has for us also. Bubba, breaking news.
Yeah, Rick, we have breaking news that Senator Dianne Feinstein has passed away at age 90.
So I wonder if we'll find out that this just announcing it officially now, but because I felt like for a while that the Democrats were wheeling her around after she had already passed.
Well, that last vote when they were
Oh
telling
my
her to
goodness!
just say aye.
Oh my goodness!
Yep.
So they she has gone on in, has passed away, and so what does that mean for her spot? The governor.
The governor. I don't know. Different states do it different. The governor might be able to appoint someone to fill the remaining part of that, or they could hold a special election. I know there's different laws in different states. I don't know how California would handle that.
Right. So there you go.
But it'll be, obviously another Democrat.
Oh yeah, no way, no how.
But we've seen her miss votes and be rolled in. She did not look well for a while. No, not totally surprised.
I'm not trying to say she was in trouble, but she looked unhealthy next to Mitch McConnell.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like
that's hard to do.
Yeah.
Right. I'm sorry. It looks like Gavin Newsom would make an interim appointment if Dianne Feinstein vacates her seat. This article 2 weeks ago said.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she had already announced her retirement, that she would not seek re-election at the end of her term, which is 2024.
So she basically stayed in there until the day she died.
Yeah, she did. She did. And they will. Boy, they'll lock in. Boy, they will.
They like a rusty fish.
I'm telling you.
But you nailed it when you said they're showing pictures of her and she looks old, and the pictures are 30 years old.
I know.
Yeah.
So did we ever figure? Is her name Feinstein?
I'm gonna say Steen.
I've never.
I
really...
always thought it was Stein.
Is it Feinstein?
I think it's Dianne Feinstein.
No,
that's how you say it.
Dianne Feinstein.
How about this? Y'all know who we mean.
Yeah,
right.
And so she's going on in, and will finally no longer be in that spot because it took her earthly death for that to happen.
Yeah.
My computer is saying, let's see.
And California may vote her in again anyway.
Yeah, that's
right. Man.
Democrats will vote for somebody that's already died.
Well, you remember they voted for Jesse Jackson Jr. and he was in jail.
Democrats, dead Democrats keep voting, and they'll vote for dead Democrats.
You gotta watch it. How does it say it, Speedy?
Let's see here.
Feinstein.
But
Feinstein.
sometimes she's wrong,
Feinstein.
so I don't know.
But she is going to be running in the state of Pennsylvania, so chances look good.
I wonder.
great.
Usually, when they have a sitting senator die, don't they let them lay in state in the Capitol building?
Oh, I think so. I think you're right.
Oh,
and with the government shutting down, I don't know that they will have the guards to be able to do that. I don't know what all.
That's right.
That's supposed to happen this weekend.
Will not have the staff.
Well, you remember, the time that they wheeled her in and she wasn't sure what they were asking her to do.
Right.
Some people were so confused they started lining up to view the body that day. And everybody was saying, "No, not yet, not yet."
Rick, be nice.
She's here to vote.
She's not laying in state.
Right, she's not laying in state.
Be nice.
Too soon.
Her funeral procession will feature a horse and carriage, though. As an homage to her very first trip into the.
You're off. Don't you get involved?
Yeah, here we go.
I hate to say it. Your time you're spending.
It's on. I'm
going to have to say this: the time you're spending with me, cut it in half.
I need to.
Yes.
I need to.
Right. So there you go. We're not being good influences on you.
We're not, Rick.
I'm sorry. That's on me.
Just vote aye.
Just vote aye.
Just say aye.
Just say aye.
All right,
that was bad.
Bubba,
not in my eye.
Yeah, going to the other end of the spectrum, and that is the super young Taylor Swift.
This Taylor Swift thing.
Rick, there's so much Taylor Swift news this week.
Yeah,
we can't even cover it all. You go to Daily Mail. You go to Daily Mail online. Half the stories it's usually about the royal family. Yeah. Half the stories are about Taylor Swift.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. You know, one guy called concerned about a cult. I've come to the conclusion that Taylor Swift is a cult.
It has. I mean,
it feels like a cult.
Some amazing similarities.
It feels like a cult.
My wife admits she's in a cult. The Taylor Swift cult.
Look, she's a pop star, former country, whatever. Does a good concert, puts on a good show. But why do we have to go so far with this? I mean, it's not my cup of tea, but I understand the people. The people that like what she does, I will give her props. She does a great job of putting on a great show.
Yeah, she does.
If you're a Swiftie,
she is an entertainer.
You go away happy.
If you're a Swiftie,
hey, she can write a song in a minute.
You get your money's worth. Now, at the price of the tickets now, it's a little tougher to get your money's worth, but you do.
Watch out.
But everybody I've ever talked to, even people that are kind of not even fans, but they got drugged to a show with their daughter or their wife, say she really does put on a great show, and I think she does. But some of this is just odd. I mean, we're going too far with it.
Well, there's numerous stories, so we'll just kind of filter through some of these.
Mm-hmm.
What is kind of funny is after this has started, and she announced, I guess through her publicist, that she would be attending the Chiefs-Jets game this weekend in the Meadowlands.
Right.
Ticket prices for that game jumped 43%.
Unbelievable.
43%.
Her economic impact.
Can't you just go to the game without having to announce it? You know?
No, Greg.
Which tells you.
Well, there was already speculation about it, you know. And since she lives there, I think, in New York, or has a place, she returned there from Kansas City. So she will be there, and this is ongoing and all this. There's also a story about Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend who come out and said some things about him, that he was a manipulator and a liar and a cheater and all this.
Narcissist will also
narcissist and all this. And then the story is that she is getting death threats from the Swifties.
Well, the Swifties won't tolerate that.
You're going to badmouth Travis right now, as long as he's in good grade. Once they bust up, you can get it.
Yeah,
Greg, what does it feel like? What does it feel like to get a death threat from a Swiftie?
Yeah. I know. I'm really scared of a Swiftie.
I wouldn't even go out.
Oh, Swifties are after
the Swifties are offering death threats.
They're going to sing to me.
Rick, you okay? Yeah, I got a death threat. Oh, really? What, from the mob? No, Swifties.
It's kind of like that group we were talking about before when you got death threats from what state was it that we were not worried about?
Oh, yeah.
Was it Rhode Island or Connecticut? Delaware?
Yeah, I wasn't afraid of anybody from Delaware coming after me. And also Mark Cuban.
Oh, yeah, we got to cover that.
We'll talk about
story.
that. Yeah, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
All slick. Now, see, I'd like to be able to do. Can you really do that in these cars?
Well, I bet it's water.
The cars.
Oh, well, that was a quick blow up. That was effective.
Yeah, something blew him up quickly.
They got rid of him. They say the car will not be street legal. So.
Oh, so you just have. What do you do with it?
Well, then they might as well just light them machine guns up there.
Well, I guess you drive it around till they catch you.
Yeah.
It does have the rotating plates on it. Which, by the way, would help y'all, Speedy, with all these cameras getting your picture.
Look, Connery's not even sweating it. Connery knows his car can do anything. He's not even worried about it. So what's this? What's this move here?
That's quite a chase.
Oh, it's got to be machine guns. He's pushing.
Bulletproof.
Some more award-winning radio.
Yeah, great. Watching a movie right here.
Watching a movie on the radio.
Well, you get the idea. The car is pretty effective. Is this where he puts the missiles out?
Look,
he's just fired up.
I love James Bond.
If you had something to eat watching this, you'd be upset.
Wait a minute. If I'm going to pay $3.5 million for a car I can't drive?
It said it's not street legal, so
that makes it even better.
Do something for you, Bubba.
They may have to do some things to make it street legal. I don't know.
He just threw the hat and knocked the girl down.
But hat, you better watch.
So I guess
remember when Jethro Bodine wanted to be a double knot spy, and he got him one of them steel hats. He kept slamming it on his head, knocking himself out.
I forgot he was a spy.
That was so funny. And he had a tape recorder taped to his boot. You could just see it.
So I want to get this right. So I guess this would be a collector, just like the Darth Vader costume.
I think so.
You would take it and sit it in some sort of garage where you probably have other things people can see.
Probably so.
Right.
A showroom of some
So
type.
it's a $3.5 million memento. I got to get my mind just like buying.
But
the
it's
Darth
a
Vader.
working car. I mean, I don't know why it's Fremont Street legal.
If you got that kind of money, you probably got a lot of property. You can ride around on your property or something.
Is that what you're doing?
That's in my mind. I am. If I got $3.5 million, I bet I got a pretty good spread somewhere.
Yeah.
If you're putting it on a car, a James Bond car.
Yeah.
Well, I guess so. Because they're going. We said we thought Darth Vader's costume was going to go what for $1.5 million?
It was more than that, wasn't it?
Bubba something to eat.
I heated this up.
We're watching. He looked weak over there.
Easy, Adler.
Hey, that's warm though. Hey, eat it. It's warm.
Oh, I bet that's good.
Easy, Adler. Sooner or later, Bond's going to move on to things other than cars.
Yep.
He's going to work on something else.
Right. Dan's going to try to go get a little red Corvette.
Yeah.
All right. So
Thank you, Speedy.
Yeah, no, it's 20 seconds, by the way, if y'all want to know.
Too far. I meant that to go a different way.
Yeah,
so,
about right.
Yeah. So anyway, so if you want one of these, you got $3.5 million to spend.
Yep. You get in the game to get one.
You can get in the game and get one.
Bubba, you getting one?
No.
Oh,
probably
come
not.
on.
Come on it, Bubba. Can't even have a James Bond.
I know it.
There's
Heck,
5
I mean-
left.
How much they want for it, like I said?
I'm sure there'll one be floating around somewhere.
Oh, yeah. I already had one protest from Alyssa Milano that is basically, without her thinking it through in her emotion, she's promoting abstinence. So we give her a thumbs up on that. Thank you for acknowledging that if you go on this particular strike, you will not find yourself in this situation, right? So now we've got another one. Now keep in mind, and I realize that we have to keep explaining this over and over because I'm getting emails every day. They start now. Once again, I explain this. So, but if you're going to protest, and I know the emotional left, it's all emotion based anyway. At least think it through. You know, if we're going to have an argument, we're going not an argument. I hope it can just be a debate. Let's at least be level headed, and let's at least have both points right. So here's some model that I've never heard of. Emily something. Rada Tajowski or something like this. She's put on social media platform. Now, she's mad at our home state of Alabama. Of course, she's going to have to be mad at Georgia and Missouri as they're working too. But, you know, ours is the most controversial right now because of what it was designed to be that way.
Yeah.
So it goes before the Supreme Court to now have the case on personhood like we had with Dred Scott back in the mid-1800s. So this model, now think about this. This is her protest about this topic. She has posed naked, and she has, some flowers placed in different areas. Now, listen to this. First of all, let's talk about the facts, and then I'll let you say what this person says. The facts are as follows. The state of Alabama put together legislation and a bill that was carried forward by a woman. Okay? Write that down. The governor of Alabama, who had to sign it for it to be law, is a woman. Listen to what she says. This week, 25 old men voted to ban abortion in Alabama. No, they actually didn't. That was actually, they were women and men that got together who have a different point of view than you. It was carried forward by a woman and was signed by a woman into law. So you don't even have the protest correct. And then your way to say to what you claim were 25 old white men that they shouldn't mistreat women, you're going to show them that they should have more respect for women by posing naked. I don't know if you know this. The whole posing naked thing keeps leading to this problem. You could not have a protest that's more messed up than this one. I mean, first of all, you said, I will have men lust for me because I am upset with the behavior of men. And then I'm going to claim that men made a decision that actually women and men made. Including the only way it could be passed was to be signed by a woman. How'd this happen?
Here we go.
But again, and the celebrities are really hanging on this one. What being male? What does that have to do with debating on where life begins, whether you're male or female?
Well,
Here we go. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Everybody here but Helmsy, and he'll be back with us some next week. Everybody else here, though, ready to go forward, and the golden ticket seats. Our guests have arrived from all over the country, and they're visiting with us. Looks like at least half of them are here. Don't know what happened to the other half. Maybe they're late. I'm not sure, or maybe they won't make it. But we're glad that these guys are here that did make it today. They brought some delicious food. Not that no one don't want you to feel obligated to do that. But Bubba, I'm afraid that in the mix today is there ain't no balls like sausage balls.
That delicious holiday treat.
Yep. So that's in the mix today. So we're
Great
excited
job.
about that, and there's a lot of enthusiasm with them, and we're glad they're here. Coming up before the show's over today, they'll get a chance to spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat. So that will happen before the day is done. We were talking about the Taylor Swift thing, which we've come to the conclusion this is basically a cult, which is seems a little over the top, but the economic impact of the Swifties, even though now they've put out death threats, they'll put a hit on you.
They will.
On Travis Kelce's
the mob and the Swifties
former girlfriend, because she said negative things, I guess, about Taylor Swift's current dating person. That's why they get the
Travis Kelce.
But is that why they get the death threats? Because you can't speak ill of anything Swiftie is dating,
right?
Or anyone. So
if she is elevated, it's okay.
Yeah.
Right up till she dumps him.
Ticket prices have gone up to MetLife because she says she's going to the New York game.
43% increase for a Jets game. Now I know the Chiefs are coming.
Right.
That's big, but it's still a Jets game.
Well, let me ask you this: do they think she's going to sit out there with them?
Yep.
I mean, you're never going to see her.
Yep. Greg, if you get in the right place and you
She
pay
might
attention
be-
to the
who
popcorn
knows?
machine,
Who knows?
or you see the janitor's trailer go by.
Yeah,
but,
that's true.
But anyway, so the jersey sales for Kelce through the roof. We've talked about that. So
And did I see where she turned down Arrowhead? They wanted to play her music, but she wouldn't let them.
Is that right? No, I didn't see that.
Well, I doubt it ever got down to asking her. Don't you reckon?
That's what
that
it
was,
says.
That was
Taylor,
somebody else.
It says
in her
Taylor
group.
Swift declines request to use her music in Kansas City.
Kelce picks up.
They're just started dating.
Yeah, Kelce. Yeah, they're trying to see how the relationship goes. Kelce picked up 300,000 new followers on social media.
Right.
So
Chiefs picked up like 20,000.
Right. So Mark Cuban has paid attention to this.
Yeah, Mark Cuban. He's always the marketer. You know him from what's it? Sharks. What's the name of that? What is it?
Shark Tank.
Shark Tank. Yeah. And
Shark Week.
He has suggested that Taylor Swift not be worried about Travis Kelce, that she date one of the good-looking guys on the Dallas Mavericks.
That's funny.
So, in other words, he's wanting the Dallas Mavericks
bring that impact
to
here.
bring the Swifties in.
Yeah, bring that impact
That's
over
good.
here. We'll take some of that all day long.
I have to give him props on
No,
that. I don't
that's
always agree with Mark
great
Cuban
idea.
on stuff, but I tell you, that's a good one. I have to give you that, Mark.
Yeah, anybody remotely, and I mean, I don't care. It's interesting to watch the economic impact of this and this bizarre Swiftie thing, but does anybody remotely think this is going to be some long-lasting relationship?
Rick, I think so. They're deeply in love.
Well, Rick, let's look at both of the parties here. Their track record, not very good.
Not good. Not good.
You know, so I'm going to have to say two people with bad track records come together doesn't necessarily make a good track record.
No.
So you're saying it doesn't work out like the Carolina Panthers-Vikings game? To where somebody will get a win. I mean, so because both teams haven't won one,
it's possible
no
that
way to
game
do that.
may end in a tie with the field collapsing or something. You know, who knows?
So you're saying that two people that can't get it right, they can't somehow, the two of them together, produces a right.
I'm just saying the math here does not look good.
It doesn't.
Love
It
doesn't always answer to the numbers.
No.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
But you know, they're both a little older now. Maybe
Yeah.
they're know.
True. Yeah.
The Kelce family is pretty funny though. I mean, the brothers and the mom. You know, that's a pretty funny bunch.
Yeah, we've talked about it. You and I have marveled, anytime we've seen someone who unfortunately got involved with someone who was married, and then that person leaves their spouse to be with them, then cheats on them, and they're surprised by it.
Right. Absolutely shocked.
Right.
How could it be?
Do you remember how you met this person? They wanted you to cheat with your spouse, and then they've proven that they kind of have a track record.
Will
Will
the crowd reaction at MetLife Sunday night be louder if Kelce scores than if the Jets score?
It has all kind of potential
yes.
for oddity. I'll give you that.
I would say yes. Yeah.
Which is sad for MetLife that would happen.
Yeah.
But
will they
the
sneak her in a popcorn machine like they did last week? Did y'all see that video?
Yeah. If I have if I'm the guy or the person or the people or whoever, the person,
that needs to make money off successful gates, I couldn't care less.
That's right.
I'm like, bring. I'm Mark Cuban. Bring her to MetLife. Our team. We lost Aaron Rodgers. We're all very sad. Bring her here and let's all make some money.
That'll help.
Yeah, I've kind of dug into the finances of these two a little bit more, especially after doing that song that I did. And the punchline of the song is Taylor Swift saying, "I'm so rich I could buy the Kansas City Chiefs."
Right.
And I noticed a couple people commented on that. They're like, funny song. They weren't taking it too seriously or anything like that. They're like, funny song, but in reality, Taylor Swift is worth like $750 million, and the Chiefs, you could probably guess around $4.5 billion.
Yeah. Well, she could be one of the ownership group.
Yeah, totally. So she couldn't buy them, but I have to kind of say the Chiefs pack out Arrowhead Stadium. What is it, 12 times a year or 10? How many home games do you have in the NFL? Like 8 to 12? I have no idea.
You got playoffs and all that.
Yeah,
it depends.
it's hard to tell.
If you're good, you probably get 10.
Okay,
because you get some playoff games.
Okay. So they pack it out 10 times in that one town. The Chiefs can pack it out. But Taylor Swift can go to any stadium anywhere in the world and pack it out for multiple nights in a row. So, I mean, she's got to be worth at least $1 billion, just that alone. And we see the impact that she has and the just insanity of her followers. Maybe we're talking just money in the bank, but her brand value to me makes her worth at least $1 billion. Well, that's just my take.
Yeah, you have to say what would her catalog sell for if it sold today?
Sure.
Versus the price of the Kansas City Chiefs.
All right, did you see this text
Sure,
we got?
That would be a fair comparison.
That's apples to apples today, right now. Yes.
And here's more impact, according to one of our friends that is in the know. They're predicting the highest rated Sunday night game ever because now she's involved in it.
Because the person is watching the game.
Greg, I know. I knew it wouldn't be long before that switch would flip.
She's actually throwing passes too, Kelsey.
But see, the Swifties want to tune over to see if they show her in the box.
Right. Swifties.
Oh gosh, I saw her.
Anywhere Swiftie goes, anywhere the cult leader goes, the people the followers go.
And the New York royalty will turn out now because it's become an event.
Yes.
Like they do the U.S. Open. You see them all up there.
Yeah, the New York celebs that weren't even going to the game now are calling all their connections, saying whatever the ticket costs, I must be seen there.
Yep. Yeah. Because it's going to be an event.
So it's all.
And it is a Sunday night game, huh?
Yeah, and don't forget what all this is revolves around. Please don't miss this, because somebody can sing catchy songs.
Yes,
that's right.
Our culture is an odd culture, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I gotta admit something. I'm not proud. I wanted to see what this whole Taylor Swift thing was about. I'm like, okay,
be careful. Everything you say next, I can tell you're on dangerous ground.
I mean, it's not like pulling up.
You're on the side of the mountain. Be careful.
It's not like pulling up to the gas.
I'm offering you an out.
It's not like pulling up to the gas station listening to the Thompson Twins, with the windows down. But
you've done that too.
But I said, all right, I'm starting, and I'm going to listen to her songs. And I found myself not turning it, but just kind of going, all right, what's this all about? And I didn't stop it. I wasn't singing along, but I could understand the hype and because of the lyrics, the way she does her song.
Were you by yourself?
I was.
Did you get all giggly?
Are you a 14-year-old girl?
Did you get all giggly?
I just wanted to know what it was about. I'm like, I gotta know what this. I want to know what this is about.
Did you tap your steering wheel?
I did once or twice.
Speedy, if you want something else that's strange, go back and pull up on Wikipedia or wherever her dating history. And that's funny too. If you just look at it, it's
I'm not into all that.
Bit.
I just wanted to know what the sold out stadiums were like.
It's part of the mix.
I understand the intrigue of this product to young girls.
Yeah.
I completely get that.
Right.
I just hope it's not intriguing to you.
No,
I wouldn't understand.
I haven't
so
gone.
You're a Swiftie.
I didn't download the album or anything, but I was like, I just want to know what this is about.
Well, Travis Kelce has a playlist now. He's listening to Swiftie songs on the way into practice.
So. I just thought maybe, if I knew a little bit more about it, I could talk about it better.
Do you want me to tell you the other? This is kind of crazy, but do you want me to tell you the other rumor I heard about this? How she's actually doing this to help the Philadelphia Eagles out? Have you read that story?
I'm not surprised by that.
She's a big Eagles fan.
Right. Well, you told me that. I didn't know that. No.
Calvin Swiftie Wilburn.
Okay,
I'll
lover.
tell you about it when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
You know what I'm saying? That's what the debate is about.
Well, it goes back to this too.
And they all keep throwing that out there.
Well, they keep changing it because what do we always hear? And by the way, this is factual. Well, it takes two.
Absolutely.
Well, that's right. Well, then women and men would be involved in this discussion because on one point you tell men they need to take responsibility, correct, 100% correct, for their behavior and the results of their behavior, and especially if the result of their behavior has produced a child, you say this man, rightfully so, should take responsibility for that unless we decide to kill it. Then he's out.
Yeah. And most men who do this, well, that's a woman's choice. They don't want to make the choice.
No,
they're
don't wanna make the
copping
choice.
out because they don't want to be a part of a tough decision.
And what do you say? Men don't care about anything but themselves. They don't even care about these women. So what have you done? You've allowed them not to be involved in this.
Yeah, that's my point.
It's just riddled with contradictions.
So if we're going to discuss it, let's at least understand it. And I'll say this for, again, every time we get a chance to talk about this, because I had some people email me yesterday about it, saw some stuff on social media. The reason why the Alabama bill cannot include an exception for anything other than the life of the mother is because if those exceptions are put there, it will never get to the Supreme Court to debate personhood. Because if you allow those exceptions that don't involve the life of the mother or the life of the unborn child, now the discussion about personhood and life is over.
Yeah, you're just picking based on situation.
Yeah.
If you keep the exemption for the mother's life in,
it's still life.
Then you're looking at life, and that will move it forward.
Another thing, and a guy told me about this yesterday, you can't have it both ways. He was talking with a woman yesterday, and the woman was saying, well, I disagree with y'all. A woman needs to have the right to make this choice. And he said, well, which woman? And then, of course, she walked right into his trap. She said, well, the mother. He goes, oh, a mother. Well,
mother of what?
You can only be a mother if you have a child.
Yeah, right.
So you are deciding where a child's going to live or die. You just called yourself a mother.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
the only women who are mothers are women who have children.
That's a great point.
Yeah, so you've got to be able to let's just have a real discussion, and then we'll decide as a country through the options available, just like we had to decide on Dred Scott. I think we all agree. I mean, I had somebody put yesterday out there. They said, "Well, I'm just really uncomfortable with once the Supreme Court and everything's decided on something to go back and overturn things." I said, "Okay, so based on your logic, if we never did that, based on because your comment really is you're against this decision,
right?
But you're trying to be sharp by saying, well, once something becomes a law." I said, so based on what you're saying, we should currently be living in a society where African Americans are not people, because at one time that was the law, and it was confirmed by the Supreme Court, and we went and we changed it because it was immoral, and we woke up and said, what in the world are we doing? That's all we're doing here is going back and saying, was this ruling of Roe v. Wade claiming this is not a person, was that correct? And then if the court says yes, it was, then everybody can get into their own spiritual convictions. And then if they decide no, it isn't, then listen to me. Then the states will then have their debate on any exemption they think should be there. Okay, and then we can certainly at that point debate on whether you deny life to somebody because of the evil actions of their biological father. Is that right or not? That's another debate that comes after this decision's over. But it can't go there with those exemptions now, because then it won't be heard on the real question of personhood. So be sure you understand that. So because that's the key to not understand that. And of course, here's this 27-year-old person that doesn't even know who made the decision. and then her way to say that men should be more respectful of women is to pose naked in front of them. You lost your mind? I mean, what's wrong with you? I mean, you've got to have some kind of screw loose. I mean, there's something not right about you not being able to think that through.
Well, and both of them's protest in this is degrading, because they're basically saying our only option in this, instead of discussing it,
correct,
is to either withhold or tease.
Correct.
And that's using their body to do that.
Absolutely.
And to me, they're just demeaning what they say they're working against.
Right.
I mean, isn't that what we're trying to remove from the discussion, that we're people here and we're going to have a legitimate, honest discussion about this? Some of the arguments don't wash. You've pointed those out.
Right.
Let's just have a simple argument.
No doubt.
When does life begin? When does life begin? And is it okay to take a life?
An innocent life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We're not talking about capital punishment.
No,
that's a whole different.
No,
that's not
different.
in this. That's not in this at all. And how about this? We're not talking about miscarriages.
By the way, I just potted up Speedy's phone as the bed music.
Like your little game.
Rick, give me my phone back.
Come on, man. You got it on there.
Give me my phone back.
Okay, all right. So as we
what's your favorite song?
Huh?
Yeah.
What's your favorite?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I mean, if I had to pick.
Well, now I understand. A minute ago, I went out there and Speedy was eating a sausage ball, and he looked at me and said, "Look what you made me do."
Right. I mean, I know her latest album is going to drop October 29th, but I haven't really been following it much.
Right.
So,
but Blank Space, probably.
This the Travis Kelce Taylor Swift thing is a little bit odd because they kind of run in different worlds.
Yeah, sure it is.
And by his own admission, he went to her concert in Kansas City, tried to meet her, and was stonewalled because they said she doesn't meet people before and after the concert to save her voice. He sent her some kind of necklace with his phone number on it. Is that right? Do you remember him talking about that with his brother?
It was like a friendship bracelet, I thought.
Yeah. But instead of putting what he put on there was his phone number. So anyway, they make contact. They get together. She comes to the game in Kansas City. So there was, I kid you not, there was a story online that says there's been several saying this is a marketing ploy by the NFL. They're all in on it together, and look at the results.
Right.
Ticket prices up 43%. They are predicting the game Sunday night to be the highest rated Sunday night game ever.
Which
and
is
the
crazy.
Jets are involved without Aaron Rodgers. Okay.
That's crazy.
So I heard this one rumor, and they said that she agreed that she would go out on a few dates with Kelce, but he had to meet a couple of conditions. And that was that he had to grant her 3 unconditional wishes for her to agree to this. And to show that he was serious about it, he had to complete one of them before she would meet him the first time. And that was, she asked him to miss the opening game with a fake knee injury. He missed the opening game.
Bubba,
I'm just telling you what the story said. I'm not saying it's true.
That's ridiculous.
I'm just telling you
now
what's
we've
out
lost
there.
our mind.
As she would say, shake it off.
And now the Eagles fans are thinking that she's holding these other two to make him miss a game against the Eagles, possibly in the Super Bowl.
Oh my
Because
God.
and I'm sure
saying.
he would do that.
Let me guess, Game
I'm
7
just telling you what
in
they're
all
saying.
series are.
Bubba, you've done got in a rabbit hole. You need to get out of it.
I don't think this would happen even in my wildest dreams.
I mean, come on.
Did we ever think we would see the Jets on Sunday night with a record audience?
Not in my wildest dreams.
So
that'd be a cruel summer.
So the record audience is so.
Bubba, put down Speedy's phone.
Rick, so I'm tuning in. And I don't normally watch NFL, but I'm tuning in because of her. Because every now and then they may show a flash of her in the booth somewhere clapping.
Greg.
If they don't
That's
show
why
her-
I watch it.
Are they tuning in?
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
They say there's something wrong with people.
Well, if they don't show her, there's
You're
going to be
king
bad
of-
blood. I can tell you that
for sure.
Yeah.
You're king of conspiracy.
You belong with
Greg.
me.
This is right
Yeah.
up your alley. I can't believe you're not in
that
on
don't
this.
make any sense.
So she's
The
doing
guy
this
who
to help
finds a
the Eagles.
conspiracy in everything thinks
Bubba,
that
That's too silly.
I will say this,
That
though.
don't
that
involve the Illuminati.
his brother,
Does
Jason Kelce, is playing off this as he has his own Swiftie. And that's DeAndre Swift, who's one of the running
That's
backs.
true,
So he's
from
playing,
Georgia.
Yeah, he's playing off the fact they got their own
That's
Swift.
funny.
All right.
I think she's kin to him. That's her cousin.
Oh,
Speedy, if
whatever.
you really are a really big Taylor Swift fan, you should just speak now.
All right.
Okay.
That's
I think
enough.
he's already
Yeah,
spoke.
This is the best day.
That's enough. It was enough 2 titles ago.
All right, I'm so sorry.
All right, that's on us.
I've got a
Sorry.
problem.
I'm not listening
So
anymore.
the NFL attempting to build a new fan base now goes to another
Yeah, because
place.
they're struggling with ratings.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find.
So,
this.
Let me just say this
All right.
in
Oh,
all
here we go.
fairness. 4 or 5 years ago, 10 years ago, when we started this show,
Yeah.
if I said, you won't believe, I'm from the future,
Mhm.
and you won't believe the NFL is going to have all their teams incorporate pink into their uniforms, their hats, their cleats, and they're going to wear it 1 month for an awareness program.
Right.
You would have said to me what?
Sparks fly.
You're nuts.
Yeah.
You're nuts.
I
You've
would-
lost your gourd,
Yeah,
right?
I would have said that if they added a different national anthem, I wouldn't believe that either.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So
If
That's
players
got to
were
be bad
kneeling-
karma.
Yeah.
and now this
About
one,
an anti-hero.
and now this one,
Now you're just saying line.
Disney, because they have ESPN now. They are going to on the every year the NFL goes and plays somewhere else in the world.
Yeah,
They're going
was
to
it
London. They're going to London again. It's the Falcons and the Jaguars. And I think I have this right. On Disney Plus, children can watch the game. They're going to kick it off our time. It'll be like 9:30 Eastern or something like that in the morning. I could be wrong on Eastern Central. And children who have Disney Plus will see the game being played in the room of Toy Story. It'll be in Andy's room, like a fake football field, like electric football field on the ground.
And it's going to be mimicking what's really happening.
And
live.
They'll animate all the players, and the game will. That was my question, Bubba, if that's true or not. Like, I don't know how they would know what's going to happen. I guess they. How are they ready?
They're using the next gen player stats that tracks these players' stats as they happen per play.
Okay, okay.
And that's going to be fed into a virtual recreation computer deal that's going to make every player and every play exactly what happened on the field with just a slight delay.
How about that?
And they'll see all of the characters from Toy Story but Greg, special halftime show. Are you ready?
What?
Duke Kaboom.
Duke Kaboom doing some stunts.
He will attempt a motorcycle jump for their halftime show.
That's funny. That hits different.
Yes.
Yeah, you need to calm down.
I know,
Pace loves Duke
I know
Kaboom.
Pace will probably be at church.
He gets on his fork. We'll have to tape it or whatever.
Tape it, yeah, right.
Tape, Greg, nobody tape.
Because your grandson's he loves Duke.
Oh,
Kaboom.
he gets on his four-wheeler and does tricks. Like
Does he really?
Yeah. Duke will stick
That's
like
great.
one leg up.
Yeah.
He does all that.
And you're right, Rick. It's 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern.
Okay, so
Sunday morning.
So that's pretty fascinating technology.
They're going. It says they are going to
That's what it's
use
gonna look.
pre-recorded interviews and segments that will be done with real-life Falcon and Jaguar players in advance to add into this live virtual recreation.
Okay.
So
And it's
they're gonna
called
have Fun
Fun
Day.
Day.
Yeah, Drew Carter.
What is it?
Fun Day football.
Yeah.
Sunday, fun day.
Drew Carter will do the play-by-play. Booger McFarland will be the analyst. And then they're going to have
personality.
Greg, and I think this is going to be a bip to you. And 12-year-old Pepper Persley will be the.
Don't you know that Pepper is just full of energy
my
and going to
goodness.
overdo it? It's like one of
And,
them kids that sings real good before they're old enough to.
They will also have fully animated bodies as well.
Okay.
So interesting.
I'm anxious to see Booger McFarling.
Yeah,
as a cartoon.
Yeah, well, yeah. And did we want to see that? So
is he going to be rude to us as a cartoon like he was?
I wonder if his cartoon's nicer. The phone calls are next. There's
Mad
all
at
that.
Speedy.
866 we be big our number. Speedy goes to the phones and we chat with you. A lot out there for you to comment on. We'll find out what's on your mind when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Speedy, are you ready for it to screen the phone call?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're being told that any of these laws have a woman, by the way, the Alabama law doesn't even put a woman in jail if the law becomes law. If the abortion takes place, they put the doctor in jail, the person who performed it, not the woman.
Right.
So
Yeah,
so
it has
they're
nothing
out
to
they're
do
out
with
there.
all
They're
that.
going to be putting women in jail. No, that's not in any of these laws. If you have a miscarriage, you're going to jail. That's not true. That's all false, completely false. All of this is right now is trying to get to a debate, as Bubba just pointed out. Do we want to do what we did in the Dred Scott case and say, let's look at this again based on what we now know? Were we right in to declare this was a non-person, or was that a mistake?
That is the honest and fair discussion. What I like about this is our side in this is being totally honest. There's no hidden agenda here. We're telling you exactly what we want to do, what we're wanting to do it, how we're wanting to do it, and then give the states the right to go back and regulate that based on other issues at that point.
And then you can debate those exemptions whether they're legit or not.
Right.
That's after all.
That's something that should happen in the state after they're given that right again.
And certainly, if you're saying 25 old men did something while standing naked before them, that's the wrong protest.
Again, you don't know civics. The House had to vote on it too. You got to look at that makeup.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I want to ask you about yesterday because we're now living in the land of podcasts.
Oh, yeah, everybody's got one.
Gosh, I got a podcast. I'm not afraid to use it. And so a friend of ours, you've heard him on the program a lot over the years, Scott Dawson, ran for governor last year, evangelist, and his ministry has started a podcast And Bubba and I have both been guests individually. Mine was, I guess, maybe a month or so ago. And then, Bubba, you were interviewed yesterday.
Yeah, Scott has actually interviewed everybody he can think to interview, and now they're at the bottom of the bucket.
Correct.
So I went yesterday.
Yes.
And, no, we had a great time. I'm simply calling it Bill Bubba Bussey, raw and uncensored.
Raw and uncensored.
Yeah.
I knew this was going to take place, and then when I saw the pictures, how about Dawson is in the podcast world? He's got a good setup.
Oh, yeah, he's got a real nice setup. And, he's got some repurposed wood in there for a little backdrop, and he's going to try to move it into the video area before long. So.
By the way, just got a text from him.
That is code name for old wood.
Right there. By the way, he just texted me. He just canceled the next interview. It was with Greg Burgess.
Wait a minute. Am I out now?
I wonder why.
He just dropped out.
He did say something about the Good Time Gang together. He didn't know if he could take you or me or Speedy by
I don't know if he's got that many
ourselves.
mics.
I like that repurposed wood.
We're going to do it here, Bubba.
Look at that.
We're going to put some repurposed wood in here.
Let me tell you, if you look, because you know what I thought about that. If you look, though, on Dawson's pictures.
Play it.
All right, what is he on Instagram? I'm looking at you on Instagram. Do you have him?
Yeah, he's got one on there too. They got a picture of me on there. Of course, I'm making that goofy face like I'm making a point, holding my finger
I
up,
love that.
and they used it.
Yeah, I did the same thing. They wanted an action shot. You always pretend like we're doing something.
And James Spann's son works there for him. He's his technical director. So.
But if you look, there is a picture of him interviewing like 4 youth pastors all at the same time.
Right. So he does have some other mics.
He's got some extra mics that he brings in.
Were they as good as his good mics?
Now that I don't know.
The funniest thing to me was Scott got an instant replay,
which is this thing right here. If you're a tuber,
and he actually
it's that right there.
And he actually told the story about a radio station that had several new ones in a box that he got. And I said, "So Scott, you got a hot instant replay?" And he starts laughing.
I know. I said the same thing when he brought it to Scott. Do you realize what you're saying? He goes, no. He said, no. The person who had it gave it to me. I said, well, that's what but the only thing that's different is a thief didn't sell it to you.
Yeah.
I mean,
it still could be.
It's almost like the thief said, "I found it."
Right.
What does Scott have on one of those? Does he have a Bank 9?
He's got
a little bed music he likes.
Okay. Yeah, he's got a little theme music he plays, but he did the applause once or twice. He
ain't got kapooya.
And I said, Scott, you don't have the overlays to go over. And he said, yeah, I don't know where to get them.
Yeah, he didn't know how to do that.
Oh, so.
Well,
darn it.
But he's actually a good host. He does a pretty good job.
Scott does a great job. He does a great job. It was fun. I really enjoyed it. I don't know how long we recorded. It seemed like about an hour, but it flew by. We covered a lot of topics, talked about the show and early life, and of course, I covered all of y'all and private details of your life.
That's perfect. It is an expose.
Yeah, we talked a little technology, so that was fun.
Yeah, so that I guess it'll be out. Is it?
It'll be next week. I'll let you know the exact day.
Okay.
I think the street date is next Wednesday or something like that.
Yeah.
That's when it'll drop.
Yeah, so we'll have it.
When it'll be available.
Boom. So it looks like periodically you'll get members of the show or whatever interviewed. And
I was kidding, by the way.
Yeah.
The Good Time Gang's not going to be on there.
Well,
there's no way he would ask us to be on there.
And honestly, if he asked me, should he do that, I will say no.
He asked me. Scott asked me to play golf the other day, and he's already questioned that, I'm sure. So.
Oh yeah.
Well, the good news is he records it multi-track and.
Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in. Calvin Speedy Wilburn. Or as we're calling his new nickname, he's no longer Speedy, it's Swifty.
Swifty Wilburn.
Swifty Wilburn. Lines are available. We're about to chat with you. Things you need to know. A new Rick and Bubba podcast coming out this weekend, RBU. Vince Everett Ellison is our guest. His new book, Crime Incorporated. You will not forget this interview. You can find out more by going to vinceellison.com. And his book comes out next week, and we'll talk to him about that. And there are no holds barred with Vince this weekend. Man Church this weekend, coming up on Sunday night, Lake Mississippi. Todd Jones will be there at Salem Baptist Church on to the 14th of October, First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. They're going to do a really cool deal there for their next gathering of men as they roll through our discipleship strategy. Andy Blanks will be there. On the 15th of October, Mangum Baptist Church, Mangum, Louisiana. They're going to do it at a different facility there. Blake Prime and Rich Wingo will be there coming up on the 15th. And on that same day, Huntsville, Alabama, at Twickenham Church in Huntsville, Alabama, Scott Dawson will be there. So those are all coming up. And, of course, we've been talking about that the tickets have gone on sale for the next year's conferences, our Man Church conferences, 2 of those, one in Birmingham, one in Starkville. Those tickets are on sale now at themanchurch.com. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's start with Trevor. Trevor out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Trevor, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing fine. And yourself?
We're good.
We're great. Well, I sent both of you guys an email yesterday. I don't know if y'all had a chance to look at it or not. But my name is Trevor Van. I'm from Alabama, and I'm a singer-songwriter. And I've written a song called Miracle in Jordan-Hare. And I sent that to both of y'all. I know y'all are big Auburn fans. And I was going to say for y'all to give it a listen if you haven't yet, especially with it being Georgia week.
Yeah, Trevor, I don't recall that email. I'll look for it. But do you feel like maybe the song, you didn't quite hit it right at the hype of that maybe you're a little behind the curve?
It hasn't been a miracle with Jordan-Hare in a while.
Yeah, I mean, my son was like still, I mean, down there.
10 years ago, right?
Yeah, I think that song probably would have been a bigger hit, like right after it happened. Not trying to tell you what to do. I don't know that you can. I don't think it has the same sting now, but you know what? We'll give it a listen, Trev. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll try to find that.
Right. It's I think the second song that you've got, Bow Over the Top, still just a little behind. It's just you want to hit that, when there's a fever pitch,
followed by Bear 315.
Right.
A couple of first downs would be a miracle at Jordan-Hare right now.
Bobby, yeah. And by the way, it's Jordan-Hare.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's spelled Jordan. I really don't.
I know it. Isn't that
Bothered,
weird?
yeah, it bothers
I think
me.
it should be spelled a little different.
See, you know the way I speak. I consider both of those words the same
It's
word.
right.
It's not, but I do.
But you can see
Was
how
he talking about the kick six?
No, he's talking about the Georgia
you remember
pass.
the
The Georgia pass? That wasn't even that.
It was the
Once
week.
kick six happened, I know that one.
It was the week before.
But it trumped it, you know?
Right.
Well, it was a crazy few weeks.
It
there. You
really
gotta give
was.
it up.
Hey, it's been crazy looking this long to get the song right.
Well, the key.
I was physically different looking then when that happened.
I think it was 10
I had
years
more
ago.
hair than I do now.
Greggy's got another song coming out in 2 weeks, Pump Bamba Pump.
That's so good.
Unless something changes, he may get to write one this week called Massacre at Jordan.
Yeah, that's true.
I actually was there at the Miracle of Jordan.
Yeah. Okay, buddy, you were drinking. Everybody knows.
I screamed in a lady's face I didn't even know.
But
I just grabbed a stranger by the arms. I was like, I'm so sorry, lady.
That ain't when you carried your best buddies, was it?
No.
Oh, okay.
But Greg, it always got me. I know they pronounce it Jordan-Hare, but it's clearly spelled Jordan.
It is.
I mean, clearly.
And they call him Suge Jordan.
We don't call him Michael Jordan.
No, Dad did. But,
Dad did. You're right.
Or Dad got everybody's name right.
We continue. Roger, Anniston, Alabama.
Look out, Roger.
Raj, go ahead.
What about it, man? How y'all doing this morning?
Fired up, Raj.
All right, up. I'm going to throw a little wrench at these Swiftie fans. I seen this on Facebook about a month or two ago. You put a picture of Napoleon Dynamite and Taylor Swift together and swap their hair. They look just alike. Just
her and Napoleon Dynamite?
Yeah.
I mean,
I've never really...
she's a little overrated, but I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah. Zach in Prattville, Alabama. Zach, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing this morning?
We're great.
Good.
We're great.
Good. Hey, so I might get in a little trouble with the Swifties, but have y'all heard the theory about that Taylor Swift could be a witch, and she puts people under a trance at her concerts?
I'm sure that's out there. That doesn't.
It's kind of like the zombie
Adler's been
thing
to a
we're
concert.
facing with the national EAS test on October the 4th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You make a good point, Zach. If she is a witch and has her fans in a supernatural trance, now she's going to turn them all on you for saying it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you make a good. No, I
better hope it ain't true.
There was an article that came out. I remember it saying that people get so fired up that they actually lose their memory of the event or something.
I think that says more about fandom than it does about the artist.
Mm-hmm.
That something so
is that important,
so trivial would make us so exciting, and then things that are so important we're not interested in at all. I think it speaks more to us than it does the actual artist.
I think you're right.
We continue. Melissa in Alabama. Melissa, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. I am just wanting to make a comment about the Andy Stanley, what you said about Andy Stanley. My husband and I, we just moved to Andalusia. We've been a member of North Point Church for 20 years.
Yes.
And we were actually specifically at the sermon where you were talking about at the end of what you were saying about how he was saying that the people in his church, the same-sex couples in his church, about serving and, all of that. We were at that sermon. So he literally, that was completely taken out of context. It was one of his annual sermons about serving, and he was saying he does have same-sex couples in the church who have a heart to serve but aren't allowed to serve. I mean, we do not allow same-sex couples to serve in the church. It's completely out of, I feel like we've got an email from Andy. He's going over the conference on Sunday with his members of the church. It's not televised, anything. This stuff is vetted through the elders of the church. It's vetted through, they bring people in, they do these sermons in front of them, they get feedback. I as a member for 20-something years, I just feel like he's taken out of context quite often. And
that's the reason why that I haven't said anything before now, but I don't know what to do with the fact that two men are coming to speak to you that are both married to other men, and that's going to be allowed to happen. I don't know what to do with that other than to say I would disagree with that. That's not taken out of context. That's not taken out of context.
Correct. And I agree with you as well, but I am wanting to hear what it is that they have to say, because I've also volunteered
I can tell you what they're
going
to say. All you got to do is go read what they've already written. They're not silent. That's the thing that Albert Mohler's making the point. They're not hiding anything. You can go research them right now if you'd like to, if you have time, and you'll see you can see exactly what they're not hiding what they're saying.
Correct. And Andy brings in controversial people into the church all the time to have a discussion around a topic, because that is the life that we're living in. Volunteering in middle school and high school environments in North Point, they give us tools to talk to these children and parents about this type of lifestyle, but we are not saying that it's okay.
Well,
we're not biblically saying that you can live this lifestyle.
Why don't you go to the conference and then get in contact with me after and see if that's what the message was at the conference?
Yeah, I would.
It doesn't. I know the people that are going to be speaking, that's not their message. I know that. Now, if Andy's going to stand up and say, I disagree with these speakers that I brought in here for all of you to hear, and you need to know that there's people that feel that way, and I think everything they said about God evolving on this is wrong, I'd like to hear that. But okay. I don't see the purpose of why they're going to get a chance to try to convince you that God has evolved. And one of them is even a former person who spoke out against same-sex marriage, but now says he's tired of speaking out against it because he realizes they're perfectly okay. So,
and I hope as a member that's been there for so long that that's not what they're doing either.
Well, it's no doubt what these people who are speaking are going to say, because they've already said it. That's not even up for debate. So
yes, you see where it would be concerning, right?
Right.
Yeah, let's leave it at
absolutely.
that. Yeah, and so that's all I'm saying.
Absolutely, but I don't believe the church condones it, is what I'm trying to say. That's not what I've gotten for 20 years.
Well, and I got you. That's the reason why I think you got to watch for a fade. There's a lot of things that churches say for a long period of time, and all of a sudden they'll start changing, so you got to pay attention to that.
Yeah, we hope you're correct.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
We're cheering for you.
And that's the reason why, but, this particular setup is, I don't...
But you see, sitting on the outside, how it would look a little disturbing.
Yeah, it's almost like, okay, and I do believe, Melissa, that Andy gets a pass because of his last name that we wouldn't give other people. And we're all guilty of that. I'm guilty of that.
Well, we did love his dad.
Yeah. So we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. We continue and appreciate the information on both sides of it. And I'm with you. I hope for the best, but I got to be cautious of the worst. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
they edit it down. So if you say something inappropriate, he can take it out.
Were you approached by Scott Dawson 2.0 about this barbecue thing they're doing too?
Yeah, he mentioned he wanted to. Can I say what it was?
Well, because I was asked about it too, but I just can't find
about rating barbecue places.
Correct.
And I told him
they want me to do one of those too.
Well, I told him, I said I would be terrible at that because I like them all. You know, I don't. I'm not one of these people. I see. Well, it's not that I don't see big differences. You know, it's like when you talk about going to a Mexican place, or we all refer to it as cheap Mexican. They're all pretty close. You know, there's maybe one that has a cheese a little bit, but it's not cheap anymore. That's a misnomer.
Some may heat the sauce as opposed to it color.
Some make the chips. You know, there may be one that I like the cheese a little bit better, but for the most part, I think the same truck delivers to all of them.
To your point, and you've eaten at this place too, but I was asking somebody because I know you see barbecue places very similarly. Similar. So anyway, I was standing in a place of business that was near a new barbecue restaurant in Birmingham. And I said, tell me something about this over here. And you had been there, but you did your typical. They're all about the same. And so I said,
it's all good.
Yeah. And I said, anything about that right there that I'm going to find in there that I can't find at the 11 others that I frequent?
Mm-hmm.
And their answer was no. I said, so really, it's the same type experience.
Yeah.
They said, just pretty much.
Well, Rick, once you get it good. I mean, there's only so good you can get.
Yeah, we're not saying they're all bad. I'm
not saying that at all. I'm saying they're all good. One might have a biscuit I like a little better, or the cheese is a little different, or the chip might be a little this or that, or they might have a special bowl for
the pork.
Is
always pretty comparable, but now the brisket. Yeah, now you can get a little difference there. Some brisket better than
sometimes
others.
Ribs usually are different.
The pulled pork and the inside chop and all that's usually pretty.
It's usually about the same.
See, Greg would be much better. He's more detailed in his analysis.
They need to have you on that.
I'm all about some.
I would be all good, better good. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to
All right, here we go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Still to come, we have other stories, and we will be warning 2 fan bases that you have been assigned Beth Mowens this weekend. Sorry. We'll do that coming up a little bit later on. The golden ticket seats are bracing themselves for it already. Worried, concerned. They keep asking, is it us? But we'll talk about that coming up a little bit later on. Bubba, as we make our way back, we have some Biden clips today.
Oh, boy.
I think we're going to have those, all the time. I'm still not quite sure what the Democrats are doing here, acting like he's going to run for a second term. But everybody.
Anybody know?
Hey, Basement Joe.
Basement Joe.
Bubba, you know that Joe Biden's already told us that America was on its back when he took over, and he vaccinated us and got us back on our feet.
Yes, he did.
Which was a bizarre comment. But now he seems to forget that the virus is actually, we call it COVID. He seems to have forgotten that. Now, this is a guy that vaccinated a nation.
Yeah.
And he seems to forget what the virus is called. So here we go.
And one of those areas, you saw what happened with regard to the health crisis we had that lost well over 1 million people.
Can't remember COVID. Can't remember what it was. It's a health
COVID-19.
It was a health crisis. Pandemic would have been a good word there.
From a lab.
Any of them work.
Any of those.
Yeah. We have the impeachment inquiry going on in Congress right now. This is where they're taking a look to see if there's evidence to bring Joe Biden up on impeachment charges due to the influence peddling and all the behind-the-scenes things going on with Hunter and his brother.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Jim Jordan's opening statement about the whole impeachment inquiry.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a tale as old as time. Politician takes action that makes money for his family, and then he tries to conceal it. Never forget 4 fundamental facts. Hunter Biden gets put on the board of Burisma, gets paid a lot of money. Hunter Biden's not qualified, fact number 2, to sit on the board. Not my words, his words. He said he got on the board because of the brand, because of the name. Fact number 3, the executives at Burisma asked Hunter Biden to weigh in and help them with the pressure they are under from the prosecutor in Ukraine. Fact number 4, Joe Biden goes to Ukraine on December 9th, 2015, gives the speech attacking the prosecutor that starts the process of getting that guy fired. Those facts, by the way, are consistent with what the confidential human source told the FBI, and the FBI recorded in the 1023 form, the same form that the Justice Department didn't want to let this committee see. And all those facts, all of that was further confirmed yesterday with the information that the Ways and Means Committee released from the whistleblowers Shapley and Ziegler. Here's a communication from Hunter Biden to an executive with Burisma. Devin and I do feel comfortable with Blue Star strategies and the ability of Sally and Karen to deliver. Hunter Biden put Burisma in touch with Blue Star Strategies. What were they going to deliver? Well, that was in a communication released yesterday as well. U.S. officials in Ukraine and in the United States need to express support for Burisma and Nikolai Zlochevsky to the highest level decision makers, the president of Ukraine, the president's chief of staff, and the prosecutor general. That's what they were going to deliver. And were they successful? The interior minister confirmed that Zlochevsky is no longer wanted. We won in less than a year communications between the folks at Blue Star and Eric Sherwin, who was Hunter Biden's business partner. Awesome work. Congratulations to you guys. Those are the communications. That's what they got done. And remember, when this happens in October 2016, when the pressure is taken off, the case is dropped against Zlochevsky, this is the second prosecutor. Joe Biden fired the first one. The second prosecutor comes in, drops the charges. That's exactly what they wanted done. And the final step is the Biden Justice Department tries to sweep it all under the rug. They slow walk the investigation. They let the statute of limitations lapse for the most important years, 14 and 15, the Burisma years when all that income's coming in. They try to put together this sweetheart deal and get it past the judge. And we learned yesterday in the search warrant examining Hunter Biden's electronic communications, they weren't allowed to ask about political figure one. Political figure number one is the big guy, is Joe Biden. And they would have gotten away with it all. They would have gotten away with it all except for two brave whistleblowers who sat in those seats 2 months ago and told their story. And their story has stood up. Two brave whistleblowers and a judge in Delaware who said, we're not going to let this happen. That's why we're here today. That's why this inquiry is so darn important. It's the oldest story in the world, and those are the facts.
So Jim Jordan lays out what he sees is the problem and why we should have this inquiry. Now we have the Democrat, Max Frost, who is going to give their defense to these charges.
All right, here we go.
This entire fake impeachment inquiry isn't about the United States. It's about Hunter Biden. And the only thing the president can be guilty of here is being a father.
He loves his son.
Yeah, I saw another one too. Somebody's been elected somewhere, and she was like, "It may be 91 charges against Hunter Biden, but it doesn't matter because that's his son, and all he's doing is being a good father." It is interesting that a lot of these people on the left who tell us that fathers and men are awful and the patriarch system should be demoralized and done away with, and suddenly they're calling back to it all of a sudden.
Yeah, I know it.
Which is interesting. Look, my mom and daddy loved me, but when I did things that were wrong, they loved me enough to not defend it. That was true love. Defending me in my wrong would actually be not loving me at all.
Let's just say, for instance, that this had happened to Ivanka Trump. Would President Trump be guilty of being a good father?
No, of course not.
He was on a phone call to the Ukraine and implied that he needed dirt on Joe Biden, and they impeached him.
Of course.
But Joe Biden, in his own video, where he's bragging about going to the Ukraine and telling this prosecutor that if he's still there, you're not getting the money that the U.S. Congress has sent, by the way. The president doesn't give him that money. The Congress has to.
Right.
And they fired him.
Mm-hmm.
And you heard why right there.
Yep.
Laid out in their own words. Evidence. So you tell me.
One of the Republicans during this impeachment inquiry showed a picture of the Hunter Biden text that said, I paid my dad's bills and the cut for the big guy and all that. At least you don't have to pay half of dad's bills is
Right.
what it said.
Yeah, saw that.
He showed it on the screen as like a text bubble in like a text form, but because it didn't actually appear in that text form, AOC gets on and she goes, "That's a fabricated image. That's a fabricated image." Just because they put it in a text bubble. No, the words were there. Those were the words. That is the communication that was sent, and she tried to claim it was a fabricated image, and that's just such a lie. It's unbelievable.
Well, he's just being a good daddy. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good weekend. Don't miss Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. If you're still with us, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back to get everybody on the field. I be Rick, and there's Bill Bubba Bussy.
I be Bubba. Glad to be here, Rick, and thank you very much.
Bubba, we have this conversation that is going on, and it'll dominate the headlines because our country is now being cast into a conversation once again about personhood, and all that we talked about extensively. But right now, with Roland Warren with CareNet, we want to talk about a very important part of preparation for however this ends up going in our country. The bottom line is the problem will still be there. And for those of us that are on the pro-life side, certainly we're going to fight for the life of that child. But what we can't be is pro-birth. That means that we convince a woman that she should give birth to the child, raise the child, or give that child up for adoption, but she shouldn't take the life of the child. And then we get her to understand that. We love her. We show her the real choices, informed completely. And she says, well, you know what? You're right. I don't have the right to do this. And then we say, well, good luck to you. And then we just go off and leave her. And that's not being pro-life. That's being pro-birth. But Roland Warren and CareNet go a step further and say what we really need to be is pro-abundant life. And Roland joins us now. Roland, welcome back. Well, you and I have talked. Meet the rest of the guys, and welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hello.
well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Good to speak to you again, sir.
Hey, Roland, glad to have you. Bubba here.
So, if
hello there, Bubba.
If you go, there's some great videos there at carenet.org. It's care and then -net.org. We have that in show notes. And you can see Roland kind of unpacking this. But, Roland, in a nutshell, what do you mean when you say to all those that are watching and listening right now, we need to be a pro-abundant life? And you think this is something that the church really has missed?
Well, yeah, it is. The pro-abundant life perspective is really based on John 10:10, where Christ said, I came that you might have life and have life abundantly. And so what he's really talking about here is not just physical life, but he's also talking about a unique type of spiritual life that only comes with a connection with him. So the way I talk about it or think about it from a biblical perspective is that it's a heartbeat that is heaven-bound, heartbeats that are heaven-bound. And so from my perspective, if we're going to be Christians around the life issue, we need to be not just pro-life, because an atheist can be pro-life. In other words, just solving for bringing the child into the world. But we need to be pro-abundant life because we need to follow the team leader, which is Christ. And his why statement was, I came that you might have life and have it abundantly. So we should want kids in the womb, outside the womb, not just to have physical life, but also to have this unique type of spiritual life that only comes from a connection with Christ. And who are the people who have that message, which really what I'm talking about is being disciples and linking to the Great Commission? Well, it's the folks of the book. It's the folks in the church. And so we should want to connect these folks who are facing unplanned pregnancies and pregnancy decisions to the life support that is in the church. In other words, help them become disciples of Jesus Christ. Not just the woman, but the child growing inside of her, and also the guy who got her pregnant. That's a transformational way of thinking about things as opposed to a transactional way of thinking about things. And that's really what I mean when I talk about being pro-abundant life as opposed to being just pro-life.
So, well said. This goes back to, I remember hearing many men that I had great respect for when they talked about the call to missions. And they say, be careful that the call to missions just doesn't turn into social work. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that are not followers of Christ that believe in social work. Because if you haven't solved the spiritual issue of all involved, what have you really done?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And if you think about it, your sign ends up saying, "Thank you, come again." I mean, that's a retail model. That's what Walmart or any retail establishment, and frankly, that's what Planned Parenthood's sign basically says. But Christ's call he said, "Come as you are, but don't stay as you came."
Amen.
Come as you are, but don't stay as you came. In other words, you need to be transformed. And so if a woman comes to a pregnancy center or has support and she leaves and she doesn't have God's design of fatherhood, motherhood, sex, and marriage relinked in her mind, then obviously there's an opportunity for her to come back again and again and again. And I think just from a Christian perspective, that's not really what we're called to do. We want people to be transformed by the gospel of Jesus Christ, which means that we have to make sure that folks are transitioned into the house of God, and that means that folks in the church have to be coming alongside these folks, not just to save the baby, not just to help the woman, but to help them become followers of Jesus Christ, because every good work that Christians do is supposed to equal discipleship. That's why we do it. That's the difference between social work, right, and Christianity. Right. Christianity, we do good works to what end? So that folk may become followers of Jesus Christ. And that's why Christ did the good works that he did as well.
Roland, let me ask you this. I know that there are certainly ministries out there to help moms who bring children into this world who choose life. But I don't think if we are successful in changing the law of the land, which I hope we are, I don't know that we're prepared for the onslaught of that. Do the churches right now need to be gearing up in a massive way? I mean, a Manhattan Project type of way, a land a man on the moon kind of way, to be ready to deal with this in the way you're talking about?
Absolutely, and that was one of the things that came to me several years ago when Texas had a couple laws that put some restriction on abortion clinics, and we started to get emails from some of the pregnancy centers saying, gosh, we're seeing more clients, and God kind of downloaded into my head, my gosh, are we prepared to win? I mean, overturning Roe v. Wade will not outlaw unplanned pregnancy, won't overturn sex outside of marriage, any of that.
Right.
And that means that all these women that are facing this and the men that are supporting this are now going to need life support. So life decisions need life support.
Here we go.
The No Name Studio, the power button is on. Another hour coming your way. The gang here is Speedy and Greg and Adler today. Helmsy out. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Do what we do. All right, so a couple things. First of all, I think this is funny. It's still a little political. Then we'll get to the Elon Musk update. Beth Moen's warning coming this hour. Also, the wonderful wheel of canned meat. So it is an action-packed hour, so we'll move briskly. Bubba, I love this. There's a journalist that is talking to Republican Tennessee Tim, is it Burchett or Burchett? I don't know how you say his last name.
Yeah, I don't either.
But anyway, of course, they're now blaming the government shutting down. Somehow that's on Trump. Trump has no power.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. Trump is being blamed for
yes.
that?
Do you support Trump's call to shut down the government? He's calling for it. So you'll.
But he doesn't get a vote, does he?
Let me give Representative Tim props. What a funny comment he makes to this basic Democrat hack, as Adler calls him in the notes today. So here we go. Here's the question, and here comes the response. Here it is.
Hi there. Representative, do you support Trump's call to shut down the government?
He has not called me, and I do not support you wearing black socks with short pants.
Oh, that's a good one. That is funny.
I do not.
Trump hasn't called me, but I tell you what I don't support. Is you wearing black socks with those short pants.
Great.
And
then walks off.
Walks off.
It's like Greg is representing Tennessee.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And a great call.
Well, there it is, too.
What an idiot, though.
Do you love it? He goes,
if I'm not mistaken, he is one of the congressmen that was really pushing on this UFO thing, wasn't he?
Well, I don't know.
On the questioning they had with all
that's your area,
That's
buddy.
your area,
I think
buddy.
he was.
He's actually been abducted.
Bubba, also, Elon Musk, he said, we got to do something about the border. He's gone there. Elon Musk updated. Hey! One of the richest men in the world, he's gone to the Eagle Pass border crossing to see for himself.
Yeah, he just went live on X and said, look, I'm going to show you what's happening here. Let it fall where it may. We're not going to stage it. We're just going to go down here. He got him a big black cowboy hat and boots. And he headed over from SpaceX and went over there to cover it live. Here's a little bit of it.
Yeah, so here we are at Eagle Pass, and we're going to be meeting with the sort of major officials and law enforcement are responsible for the border, and you'll just hear it directly from them and see exactly what's going on for yourself. So with that, let's. Yeah.
Yes, I'm Tony Gonzalez. I'm a local congressman here in the district. My district is 823 miles of the southern border, places like Eagle Pass, El Paso, Uvalde, Del Rio. We've been at the epicenter of this border crisis. What I really like to share is a lot of my sheriffs and local elected officials are being forgotten. Their stories aren't getting out. Some stories are, but a lot of stories aren't.
And so I'm going to skip ahead right here where he talks about the trains. We've seen the video of all the trains.
Yeah.
And he is going to explain, because you're like, where is this train? What is this? What's going on? And he's going to talk about it right here.
And he's a Democrat, too, by the way.
He is.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I didn't know that. Okay, here you go.
All these thousands of people on a train, this is where they're coming through, but it doesn't end here. It just starts here.
Yeah.
Medina County is where they're going to make it to the big cities like San Antonio.
Two major rail lines come through my county, and on those the illegals ride. They actually control the trains because they know how to crank down the brake on the car so that when it passes a heat sensor, the conductor has to stop the train, the illegals get off, the people come to get them, and all the stolen vehicles they're stealing from all over the country. Nearly every one of them's in a stolen vehicle.
Okay.
So then we get involved, and then they're trespassing on private property.
Okay.
And when you do get behind one of them, they run through fences, they run over equipment. Irrigation stuff is important to the.
And so
it's just a mess. So I guess Elon Musk is trying to, if you want a problem to be addressed, a lot of times the problem has to be brought to your front door. You have to see it. You have to, and this situation is completely out of control. 6B, we have Katie Britt, Republican out of Alabama,
and she is talking about the things that's going on there. I don't know that we'll play the whole thing. It looks a little long, but this is some of the stuff that she experienced at the border as well. And I don't know. I don't understand why we're not motivated as a country, politics aside, to do something about this, because it seems so obvious and glaring. But here she is trying to make that point.
Democrats say we have no solutions. I guarantee you, if you take a look at this group up here, we have put forth solution after solution after solution. I mean, you look at H.R. 2 and what you're trying to move here in the Senate. You look at the work you've done. Guys, I would have never seen the border firsthand if this woman didn't know that I needed to see it immediately upon entering the United States Senate. We walked through and we got to hear women tell us their story. Because when a woman sits there and she tells you not just about being raped, but how many times a day she's raped, it's disgusting and it's despicable. You look at the number of people that have died at the border because Joe Biden has made it more and more enticing to come here. Make no mistake, this is a result of failed policies. We could fix this. We can't throw money at this and fix it. We have to actually change the policies. I looked in the eyes of CBP agents who said we're exhausted. But when they tell you about finding small children who have drowned in that river or pulling a lifeless body of a woman who is pregnant with twins, it changes the way you think about what's happening. Guys, that's not the American dream. That's an American nightmare. We know what policies work. President Trump had secured the border. We know what to do. We just have to have a leader who has the courage to do it.
Yeah, and that's absolutely true. Yep. It's not like we don't know what to do. We just don't have leadership willing to do it. And we've heard all the reasons why.
Yeah, what is the reason here? Well, and I think it's a very sinister reason.
It is. And that's the point. You know, you get over here in your little office thinking, let's get these people here and then turn them into a voting block, but you're forgetting the images that she just talked about all the crime, the rapes, the deaths. You're creating an inhumane situation which doesn't really look like you care at all. Because if you really cared about these people, and she communicated that well, you wouldn't give them an American nightmare when they come looking for an American dream.
No.
And so I don't know how long we as Americans are just going to stomach this and let this go on. I guess, like these bigger cities are finding out, I guess you'll finally care when it starts affecting you personally and your family. And it will if it continues. And you see how these cities are reacting when it was brought to their front door. They're aghast.
This is not immigration anymore. And immigration is something that our lawmakers have to decide how many people we let in, when, so they can be assimilated into the American culture. Bring their culture. It becomes part of the American culture. It always has. It's a great mixing bowl.
Yep.
But we're not looking at immigration now. This is an invasion.
Yeah.
As I've pointed out, China could not put more soldiers on the ground and walk into Texas than we have allowed in from Mexico since Biden took office.
Right.
I mean, we're talking millions of people that you can't absorb them into the school system, housing, food, jobs. You can't absorb that many people that quick. So what are their alternatives? Turn to crime.
Yep.
I mean, you have no other choice.
Yeah, and like Speedy's pointed out, and others have too, a lot of them arrive already owing a debt to crime to even get here.
Right.
So it just makes the situation
it's just mind-boggling, really.
And it seems so elementary.
Yeah.
Of why this is not a good plan.
Yeah.
Which either, like you said, means the people that are leading us are just stupid, or they're diabolical and sinister.
Yep.
And neither one of those are good, by the way.
No, not a good answer in that one.
On a much lighter note, we have the wheel of canned meat ready to go. America, would you like some of these golden ticket seat guests to spin that for you? The giant wheel of canned meat coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of Joe Biden lecturing us about the soul of America. Let me tell you, he needs to have the heart to actually listen to people. He needs to have the compassion to actually hear those stories, the willingness to work with people. And Joe Biden needs the courage to take decisive action. We are standing here ready to do this. And what he put forth in that supplemental is an absolute joke. It will only facilitate this crisis more and more every day. By the end of his tenure, we will have over 10 million people here, which would make that, by the way, if you put everybody in one place, the 11th largest state in the United States of America. Folks, this is out of control. We've got to do something. We would not allow this to happen in a third world country. We certainly should not allow it to happen in the United States of America.
And frankly, there are only 2,700 pregnancy centers roughly in the United States, but there's over 400,000 churches. And so that's why we have to start viewing this issue not primarily through a political lens or even a material support lens, but through a discipleship lens, so that we anchor the work that we're doing in the Great Commission to go and make disciples and to teach them to obey all that Christ has taught us, which means that we need to come alongside those folks. Small groups in the churches. One of the things I say often is, we have small groups in churches, but most of the time small groups are about us loving us.
Yep.
What if our small groups were trained, and we have a resource called Making Life Disciples, which is designed to train small groups in churches to come alongside clients at pregnancy centers and even within the church. What if our small groups, instead of being just about us loving us, became about us loving them? And really walking in and seeing this issue as a mission field the way we do other issues, because it's a good work. And a woman facing an unplanned pregnancy and the guy who supports that, they're a mission field, and we have to go to them in the same way that we go to others.
Yeah, and if you don't know, this is I was introduced to your ministry, CareNet.org, and everything, Bubba, you're talking about the problem, right? The solution, that's what CareNet is all about. CareNet, and this is to give you some of the tenets, says we seek transformation, not transactions. We love to love women, men, families, and babies. We're not just pro-life, we're pro-abundant life. And it says there's nearly 1 million babies aborted in the United States every year. That's one child's life terminated every 30 seconds. So it goes on to talk about that there's 1,100 life-affirming pregnancy centers that are part of the Christ-centered movement you're talking about, and there's hotlines and there's hundreds of church partners. But to Bubba's point, you're here today because we don't have enough. I mean, we need more.
Absolutely. This is the life support that folks need. I mean, look, I grew up in a single mother home. My mother got pregnant the first time she was 16, 17. I got my girlfriend pregnant when I was in college at 20 years old. We got married. We've been married for 30-something years. And, when I look back on why, even though I grew up in a father-absent home in the black community, why, when I got my girlfriend pregnant, husbandhood and fatherhood were linked? Why was that? Well, it was because I went to church. And I saw those models, and I saw my pastor being a husband to her and a father to her child, to his wife's child. And I thought to myself, my gosh, wait a minute. Even though I made that mistake, I don't want to make a second one. And that's really important, because the other part of this, which is really, really key, is 86% of the women who have abortions are unmarried. 86% of the women that have abortions are unmarried. And so it's not just an issue of the sanctity of life. It's also an issue of the sanctity of marriage and family as God designed. Those two things together. So if you really want to reduce abortion, the only way you're going to do that is to rebuild a marriage culture. And we in the church have an understanding of that, of God's design for that. And so kids need to be able to, it's hard to be what you don't see. And so they need to be able to see that so they can be that. So even if she's a single mother, her little boy, a little black boy like me, can look and see folk who are married and aspire to that. And daughters can do the same thing. And that's how you end up with not repeat clients, so to speak, but people who are transformed, who become disciples, who make disciples, who live and love like Jesus. That's what it means to be pro-abundant life.
And all that information you can find at care-net.org. If this intrigues you, and I sure hope it does, because we need to take this on from this perspective. This is transformation perspective. We come back, we talk to Roland. He also has authored a book that I believe will be perfect as we get closer to Father's Day. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us again today. We have a lot still left in the little time that we still have together today. One of those is a celebration, and that is the wonderful will of canned meat. Canned meat. The wonderful Wheel of Meat. Go, Will.
Come on, give it a try.
So here we are, the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Now we got canned meat on the wheel. Spam is featured. Then we have kind of a ad hoc drawer of canned meat. Also, Moultrie Mobile, the Edge cellular camera. Our Moultrie visits are about to start again as hunting season grows ever near. Also, a lot of Rick and Bubba items out of the store there at rickandbubba.com. You can always go to the store and grab you some Rick and Bubba swag. Blaze TV subscription also on the wheel. Now, there are some pitfalls. You could be eaten by Jaws and become the dog Pippet. You might land on, hey, you can't have nothing. And then you wouldn't win anything. Or you might get Henry the Horse, a win for the audience, no prize for you. Now, we do have golden ticket seat guests that are ready to spin for you. Gwen Ledford will be spinning first. Gwen will be spinning on behalf of David out of Montgomery, Alabama. David, what do you say to Gwen to get her to spin that wheel for you, buddy?
Wild with a wheel and road tag.
And a road tag. Gwen is letting it rip. And we'll see let's see what happens here.
Blaze
TV. Blaze TV. So, David, are you a current subscriber to Blaze TV?
I am now.
You sure are.
Yes,
We'll put you on hold and get you that information. That includes, but is not limited to, 1 hour of Rick and Bubba every day and Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. All right, let me put you on hold. And bam. So David is on hold. Up next, Kurt McGee. Kurt will be spinning the wheel on behalf of John in North Carolina. John, what do you say to Kurt to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel and go heels.
Go heels, yeah. Reverse. So here he goes. Another spin for Kurt. Let's see where that lands. Come on. Pippet. Oh, my. Well, I hope that doesn't signal anything for the Tar Heels this weekend. I mean, that's eaten by Jaws. Hey, Pippet. Somebody say my dog Pippet. Hey, Pippet. Up next, Suzanne McGarvey, and she will be spinning for Kyle, the land of 96.1, Kyle, Columbus, Mississippi. Kyle, what do you say to Suzanne to get her to spin that wheel for you, baby?
Wow, what a wheel and hotty-toddy.
Hotty-toddy, gotcha, mighty. Here we go. Suzanne, let it rip. All right, let's see what we got here. It is Henry the Horse. Another spin. Suzanne has brought the horse out of the stable. Henry the Horse, here he comes. Hey, Henry. Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys?
We're good. How are you doing?
I don't know if you've heard about the unfortunate passing of Dianne Feinstein.
We did. We did hear about that.
You know, they're going to put her notes from her first years as a senator in the museum.
Really?
As soon as they get it out of the cave where it's etched in a rock.
Oh, Henry, that's not very nice. That is not very nice. Henry. Bad horse.
Bad pony. Bad pony.
Bad pony. Not very nice. Everybody! Yeah! All right, so Janice is up next. Janice McGee. She'll be spinning, and she'll spin for Sid. Sid is out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Sid, what do you say to Janice to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. There it is. Go, Janice. Let's see if we can get a win for Sid. Come on, Sid. Sid. Oh, it's Henry again. In the world?
What are the odds of that?
That's awesome. How in the world? I mean, you can't bring that horse back after this. He needs to be sent to the glue factory.
That was a bad horse earlier, Henry.
Do you feel bad, Henry? What? It's like you're getting a second chance.
Yeah, I just wanted another note about Dianne Feinstein. The first time she was reelected as a senator, they found her journal as well. That's going to go into the museum as well. It's written on a scroll.
Okay, Henry, you got Henry.
She's old.
We got
Henry. You are awful today.
How about the old gray mare ain't what she used to be?
Yeah, you're not going to get a brushing after that.
All right, Gwen's back.
Gwen, give it a big spin.
Come on,
Don't be
Gwen.
scared of it.
You need to spin that thing like you live hard. Erica out of Madison, Alabama. Erica, what do you say to Gwen to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let
It's
it
full
rip,
stuff.
Gwen. Oh, yeah. Now she's serious. Let's see what's happening. Gwen has spun it again. Somebody. Yeah! Moultrie. View it. Yeah. Oh, congratulations. You just won a Moultrie Mobile. This is the Edge cellular camera. Greg, how about a go for Erica? Go! Erica, congratulations on that one. Gwen spun you a winner.
Thank you.
We'll put you on hold, and thank you so much for listening to the show, okay? And Moultrie will send that right to you, all right? Let's see. Up next, Jill is in Monroeville. Kurt McGee is back spinning again. Jill, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What do you say to Kurt to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go. Yeah. Bubba.
Hell State!
Bubba. Well, I tell you, he's got his.
Won't have to grease it after that spin.
No, we will not.
Yeah.
Tell you what. Good night.
Thing's heating up.
That thing is spinning more than
No way.
Kareen.
No way.
Mug. Drink it. Yeah. Congratulations to you, Jill. You've got a Rick and Bubba coffee mug. Greg, how about a go for Jill? Go. So, Jill, we will put you on hold, get your information, and we'll ship you that coffee mug directly, and you can, enjoy your delicious coffee while listening to or watching the Rick and Bubba Show.
Thank you.
All right, Jill. Thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba. I don't think we can get another one in. Okay. I don't. It was Greg going that we can't get another one in?
He was ready to go.
Yeah, I don't think we get another one in. Let's give it up for the Golden Ticket seats. Outstanding work today. Congratulations to all of our winners today. Now, if you're watching us on YouTube as we go to the break, Rock and Roll City, America's favorite house band, they will be performing for you in the break. You can see some of the Golden Ticket seats going by. There they go. And they'll be performing for you in the break. So that's an extra bonus for those of you that watch us on the YouTube channel. For everybody else, we'll come back. We still got a few stories out there that we have not gotten to before the hour is done, and we'll get those for you. So if you ever want to find your own Rick and Bubba swag, you don't have to win it. You just go to rickandbubba.com. It's all right there. Just click on the store. There's all kinds of items. You heard some of them that were on the wheel today, but you want to go around, let everybody know that you're part of the Rick and Bubba family. You can get shirts, you can get hats, you can get sunglasses, you can get mugs, you can get glasses, that you drink out of, a little bit of everything, all at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, Greg, I like where you're going with that, Greg. I like where you're going with that, Greg.
Dianne Feinstein, we will miss you. You were very old, oh yes, it's true. But we know that you were doing a great job of just voting how the Democrats told you to go along. Let's go, Greg!
Oh, man, that was clean, Greg. That was tight, dude. We are getting tight. We are getting like a fine oiled machine here.
with our friend Ronald Warren about his organization CareNet and talking about being pro-abundant life. If you missed that conversation, his website is in show notes. You can go there, watch videos where he lays this out, or just go back to the podcast today and hear the last interview, because this next segment, when we wrap up, we want to talk about the book Bad Dads of the Bible. Father's Day is approaching. I don't know how your dad will take this if you give him this, but anyway, the book is available. We have that website also at rickandbubba.com in show notes. So Roland, you talked about, I mean, we've talked about, you and I had this conversation on the phone to the point that we ended up both just preaching at one point in the parking lot. But that is, the church talks on and on about the importance of the dad, and then does very little about it other than Father's Day, when the message is produced to tell the dads how important they are and how they're neglecting what they're supposed to be doing. But maybe with a strange concept, and we're doing this at our church and have been for the last 4 years and trying to implement this at other churches, you actually disciple men back to discipleship again, from spiritual infancy to spiritual maturity, so they can be the men that the Bible says they should be. But one of the things the Bible's done for us is to show us how not to do it through really some really powerful men of the Bible. And you call this Bad Dads of the Bible, 8 mistakes every good dad can avoid. So
absolutely.
Give us some examples. Who are some of the bad dads?
Well, yeah. So I certainly, it's funny because I looked at David and looked at David particularly through the lens of fatherhood, and the bad dad mistake that David made was he was paralyzed by his past failures, and I kind of talk about how some certain things that he did in his past impacted his ability to respond to Absalom, and then how that impacted a generation of folks in his family. I talk about Abraham, and most people, when they think about Abraham, they think about his relationship with Isaac, but Isaac wasn't his first son. Ishmael was. Right. And that one was really very relevant for me, because Ishmael was 13 when Isaac came onto the scene, and he was promised to be the child of the promise. And then all of a sudden, Abraham comes to him and says, well, not so much. I mean, how do you think that a child being abandoned that way? And that was very real for me, because I grew up without my father. So there are a lot of Ishmaels out there in a proverbial sense as well. So I really looked at all of these folks of the Bible, Lot, Manoah, all these different men, through the lens of fatherhood specifically, because when I was with National Fatherhood Initiative, I was president there for almost over a decade, and I want to engage the church, and there was always this perspective that, well, if men just become good Christians, then they'll be good fathers automatically. And that caused me to go back and look in Scripture and say, well, gosh, here's David who had a heart for God, and yet in some specific areas around fatherhood, he stumbled. So there's something very specific there. So as I say often, wise men learn from their mistakes, but the wisest learn from the mistakes of others. And God left those stories unvarnished right there in perfect view for us, for fathers everywhere, to learn from those things. So it's not saying that you're a bad dad. It's saying that you can learn from the bad dad mistakes of others, and I think we all should be interested in that.
Yeah, Lot, you mentioned Lot, because I've talked about this before in messages, because the problem that Lot had, which I think a lot of dads have, is when Lot finally tried to tell his family, including his wife, we have to leave Sodom and Gomorrah, he had no credibility, because he had taken them to Sodom and Gomorrah and had lived in this place and loved this place. But when he decided to leave, he had no credibility to get everybody to follow him, so much so it cost the lives of his son-in-laws and his wife.
Right, and that's what I talk about with Lot, that he pitched his family's tent near temptation. He pitched his family's tent near temptation, and when that happened, so when it was time, first off, he should have never pitched it there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. How'd you sleep last night? It's crucial that you get some sleep. Absolutely crucial. HelixSleep.com/Bubba has a concept. Wouldn't you probably sleep better on a mattress that was designed for you? Yeah, probably so. So they got into customized mattresses, and they've done quite well with it. Greg and Lisa, his wife, they sleep on one every night, and they love theirs. You know why? It was customized to the way they sleep.
That's right.
So they're going to ask you a few questions. It doesn't take very long at all for you to talk about. You sleep on your back, your side, your stomach, and then the firmness of the mattress. Greg, I think you and Lisa are a medium.
That's right.
And then some like it really firm, some real soft. So you just tell them what you want. Do you need a mattress customized for a child? Maybe their first ever big boy, big girl bed. They'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a little bit large? Are you big or tall? They like to know about that. They've got mattresses for you.
Big and tall,
So you can save 20% right now by going to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com. They'll send it directly to you. You have 100 nights, because you really don't know about a mattress unless you get to sleep on it. 100 nights you sleep on it to be sure you love it, and you will. But if something happens you don't, they'll refund you. So all that you are risking right now is your sleep. So go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, or helixsleep.com/Bubba, and put Helix Sleep to work for you. All right, Bubba, a couple of stories we still need to hit.
Yeah, Bryce Harper didn't like a call. Was it last night in the major leagues? And he took issue with it and the umpire, and it turned into a little bit of a spectacle. Now, if I'm not mistaken, is this the umpire that we had the various cuts of him making bad calls on?
Yeah, there's some umpire that baseball fans they just hate.
Yeah.
And I love when they'll do like. There's one guy, and it comes up sometimes on the reels, and he'll say, "Here's another butte by this guy." His name
is Angel Hernandez.
Yes, that's him. Yeah. That's the one they all hate.
Yeah, and of course, Bryce is left-handed, so this means that a check swing is going to be called down the third base line, and so he clearly holds up. He does not go through. It didn't look like it anyway, but he thought he walked because it was a 3-2 count. So he starts to go down first and realizes, wait a minute, you just called me out? So now he's going down the third base line, walking all the way past third base, past the third base coach to get in the face of Hernandez. And he is not happy, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, so I will say that I just watched that check swing.
Yeah.
That is a horrible call.
It is.
I mean, it's horrible.
You're right.
And so
unless you're the pitcher.
Right. Well, if you're the pitcher, you love it.
Yeah.
That's
yeah, I would have to say that one's not real close.
He clearly went.
Now this guy, if I'm not mistaken, is this Angel Hernandez?
You can just search. You can Google his name, and he has a reel of bad calls.
Yeah.
Now isn't he also the one that sued Major League Baseball because he was not getting playoff assignments?
Right.
And the judge threw it out.
That's funny.
Yeah, he saw the highlight reel.
When whoever it is does that thing where they'll say, "Here's another butte by Angel Hernandez," and then they'll do things like maybe the worst call he's ever made.
Yeah.
And then they'll come back and say, "I stand corrected. He's done it again." Yeah, he's done it again. So
do we have on the video where Harper is leaving the field, Adler, and he throws his batting helmet up in the stands, and then there's a little kid gets it and wears it out of the
Well,
stands?
now you got to love that if you're that kid.
Well, the kid actually gets it, and then Bryce asks security to find the kid that has it because he wants to sign it, and he actually signed the helmet for the kid.
Well, that's cool.
Good for
Yeah.
the kid.
Yeah. And
So
they
look, he's going on, and he is so fed up.
Yeah, look, and he's been thrown out of the game, of course. Yeah, and he just takes his helmet, throws it in the
Don't forget, you got to throw it over a net.
You're right, and he does.
Uh-huh.
And the kid who got it, I mean, that's a look. There's Angel.
What's up, Angel?
How is he still called? He has so many bad calls.
Hey, let's see that. Let's see the electronic slow motion from third base. What it looked like.
Guys,
No, he didn't go.
Guys, that's not even close.
No. They didn't
What is Hernandez?
in front of the plate.
I don't know.
Does Hernandez somebody ever checked his eyes? I mean,
He did look like he was squinting, didn't he?
Has he got umpire tenure? How does he keep doing the games?
I don't know.
He's horrible.
That's funny.
Umpire tenure.
Yeah, he's like, you can't get rid of him.
I mean, how does he keep his job?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, those reels that are just one after another of his calls.
No.
And I mean, he's probably the best known bad calling umpire in the world.
Hated by baseball fans. I mean,
know
just
they
hated.
are. They can't stand it when they know he's on the field.
So looking at some other action this weekend, and this will come with a warning. Any college football games excite you, Bubba? I'm looking. Colorado. They're taking on USC again at 11. We're interested in them because of the hype.
Yeah, can they rebound from the shellacking they got? Will Travis Hunter? All the Travises. We got to be careful how we.
Right.
Got to get the right one. Travis Hunter. Will he be back this week? He wants to play. Dion says no.
No, he's not.
I don't know how this. I know they all get to
Take
pick.
care of your liver, son.
Do you find it?
Heal up.
Hey, you know that.
Do you find it odd that CBS in the 2:30 game they actually picked Georgia Auburn?
The only reason they did that is because it's the oldest rivalry in
but
history.
Greg, I mean the current state of Auburn, you can't pick that.
No.
I would have gone with LSU. I would have gone with LSU Ole Miss. I think.
Yes.
Yeah, well, they probably think they'll probably get to cut over to that game by halftime.
Well,
Speedy,
that's true.
Speedy, you okay?
I'm sorry, it's just it's ugly, ugly.
Bama's starting to get their act together a little bit, and they know what they do now.
Yeah.
I tell you what they discovered is those two tackles don't pass block very well, nor do their quarterbacks handle being in the pocket. But let me tell you what those two tackles can do. They can run block.
They can.
And Buddy. But
it's a late start.
Yeah, and so Mississippi State, Alabama, 8:00 Central Time.
Yeah.
So
I know this sounds really weird.
You going?
Notre Dame at Duke.
That's where he is. That's game day.
Duke is undefeated,
right?
And so game day said we'll be there.
Is this one of those where we've overstepped our bounds and Duke gets hammered?
Yes, Greg. That's exactly what you meant.
You think it's going to be midnight for Cinderella?
Yeah. Got good
Kansas, Texas.
Yeah, there's some matchups.
Good.
Yeah, there's some matchups there. I know Greg loves Friday night games, and there's a
I don't
good
watch
Pac-12
college on
game
Friday
tonight.
night. I won't do it.
Let me ask you this:
It's not allowed. High school only.
Does South Carolina, Tennessee interest you in this? Tennessee's still 21, but South Carolina is capable.
Yeah,
they've shown that.
Yeah.
It's just according to which version of them shows up.
Yeah.
But that could be a much more interesting game than what it looks like.
I'm a little interested in Florida, Kentucky.
Yeah, I agree.
The early
well,
games.
you know why? Kentucky always plays Florida good.
Yeah.
It's one of those teams that they always play good.
I'm gonna tell you this too: Arkansas and Texas A&M is gonna be a good game.
Mm-hmm.
In Arlington. Take a swig, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know why that game's not pulling me. It's not drawing me. I don't know why.
Okay.
It's something about those two teams on the field. I just can't get pulled into that.
Will Jimbo be on the field this week?
About the hash mark.
I don't think I've ever seen a player run between you've seen coaches get on the field and run into a referee or something. I don't think I've ever seen, the more I've looked at that, a player run between a coach and the sideline to score.
And it was so funny. His body language, you can tell he feels ridiculous.
Yeah, he's like, what am I doing?
What am I doing out? Oh,
no.
Oh, no.
I thought we were going to get out of this.
Come
today.
on. I'm afraid that college football is not safe this weekend. 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern on ESPN2. Beth Mowens. Headed to Memphis, Tennessee, home of the King. Here comes Mama, hunka burning love. Memphis Tigers will be hosting Boise State Broncos. And Mama will be there for the play-by-play action. Sending it down to Stormy Bootyaya. Here comes Mama.
There she is.
You ever had barbecue in Memphis, Bubba?
I have, Rick.
Yeah, it's known for their men. I'll be heading over there, having a little barbecue, going by and seeing Graceland.
I remember being on the banks of the mighty Mississippi in one of the muddiest days I've ever seen for a TV broadcast.
It was muddy in Memphis. Somebody be calling the Tigers, hosting the Broncos. Somebody got to get a timeout.
Oh, good night.
It's going to be a game. Be calling it right there, telling you. I know a little bit about football.
Okay.
Some tacklers and yards.
Is there any hope we could all email? Who does she work for? ABC usually.
I work for ABC and ESPN. Me and
to get her back on the pro
Stormy
game.
Bootyaya.
Because we didn't get to hear this on the pro game, right?
Rocky? Is Rocky going to be with me?
No, Stormy and what's the other one?
What about Rocky?
I don't think it's Rocky.
You know how I say tigers? Bubba, it's tigers.
Tigers.
You ever seen tigers get yards and tackler?
Put all the syllables you can get into tigers.
Time out. Beth Mowens coming to Memphis, Tennessee.
You can go by and see Graceland.
I'm going to go by and see Hunka burning love.
Oh, good.
Headed to the jungle room.
Gracious alive. Picture that. What if she was walking through? How would she describe each room, Rick?
Coming in here a little gaudy. Little gaudy. Elvis a little gaudy. Mama like.
What about his grave out in the backyard?
A little close to the porch. A little close to the porch for the king. We've buried him like a hamster. So, shout out to James Gregory on that one.
Great James.
So I'm sorry, Memphis, Tennessee. You got Beth. We'll come back. Any headlines we missed, phone calls burning in here at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You got final comments for the week. If you're listening to the show live, we're about to shut her down. We'll look at what else we got when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
And as a result of pitching it there, it made it difficult for him to leave. And then he was in the midst of that, and his family actually had consequences for that. And there are consequences for that when you pitch your tent near temptation. So I talk about pornography and some other things as a way that's contemporary in terms of how we as men can do that.
Yeah, when Dad tells you not to do something that he does all the time, it just doesn't work.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. If you are rolling with us in real time, final segment. If you missed any of the program, you can go catch it on the daily archives. So let's say hello to the golden ticket seats today. There they are. And you've heard most of them as they were spinning the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Gwen Ledford is here. Jamie Riley is here. Suzanne McGarvey is here. Kurt McGee and Janice McGee. All here, the fabulous five today in the golden ticket seats. Dr. Dudney's got a $50 American Express gift card. Bubba, a number between 1 and 5.
1 and 5. What about lucky number 2?
Number 2 is Gwen Ledford.
Yeah! $50.
There you go, Gwen. Gwen for the win. Gwen for the win. $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney and the gang. And they take care of our families, and they'll certainly take care of you as well. Not that they're any better than anybody else.
No.
Also, as we get ready to go, don't forget Man Church this weekend, Salem Baptist Church, Lake, Mississippi. Todd Jones will be speaking there as they roll into the men's discipleship strategy. Bubba, you were mentioning before and don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast also this weekend.
Oh, don't miss that one.
No, Vince Everett Ellison, our guest, his new book, Crime Incorporated, How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power, and there are no holds barred.
Yes, wide open.
He goes wide open. So catch that wherever you get podcasts. Now, what were you telling me about? There's a term about gold bricks.
Yeah, I know it.
And when you first brought it up, I thought, what's Greg upset about?
I saw this story and I thought, what am I reading here? Costco, their hottest item right now is Swiss gold blocks or pieces of gold.
No,
what we call a gold brick.
Right, yeah.
They are selling out as quick as they get in. They're almost $2,000 a piece, and they can't keep them in stock.
Really?
Can you believe that? Now,
All
I
right.
saw some stories going, is this really gold? Is this really what they say it is?
I didn't know I could get it at Costco.
Costco, how about that? You thought it was just food, luggage, and appliances, right?
Yeah,
but now
I did.
gold, Swiss gold, as a matter of fact. So they give some numbers on this. Gold is up 15% over last year, and more than 55% over the past 5 years.
Right,
so,
yeah.
Just think if you'd had your retirement in gold, it would have gone up 55%.
Sure.
But, I'm always, it's I just don't know that much about precious metals, so I wouldn't be an expert in that area at all. But it is funny to me that Costco is selling them, and I saw lines of people in line to get the gold.
Now, the hard part they said people are struggling with, since it is Costco selling it, you have to get a pallet of it.
And boy, it's heavy.
And
wrapped in plastic.
So people having to rent
gold is
heavy.
Heavy.
Hey, if I come over with my stitch gear,
what?
And I can help you get your gold out.
There it is, Bubba.
They said also,
I kind of want one.
I do too.
The company may be reading into some panic out there because they said they have also accelerated their offering of dry foods and other survival goods.
Oh yeah.
At the same time that there seems to be a push for gold.
Yeah, now I've talked.
The preppers driving?
Bubba, I don't know if have you run into if let me tell you. If you have not checked in with your latest doom and gloom person, and we all have them in our lives, they are convinced that this whole economy is about to collapse.
Well, they've been telling us that since I could remember in the 70s.
Right. Yeah. Well, but so the doom and gloomers, they're at an all-time high right now.
The survival package is pretty well priced.
I told you.
Do they have one of those things that converts urine to water?
Yeah.
That's high demand.
Yeah, centrifuge. There are such things, but.
Well, I told Sherry because of this right now and everything that's going on, and we wouldn't do it because this place means too much to us. We love the farm that we have, and it's very special to us for a lot of reasons. Some you know, some you don't. But I was telling her right now, if we get ready to sell our house, it's of some value. If we put a farm on the market right now where you could get away, grow your own stuff, and be ready to prep,
I said, preppers, there's no telling what they'd pay us for it.
Especially if you got an underground bunker.
Hey,
on
this
it, man,
this is this precious prepper's paradise.
Oh, you got it all. You got water.
I mean,
everything.
we got it all, baby.
Yeah. That's why I'm headed there when it hits.
Right. Well,
like I said, we can take care of Wilburn boys. We got security.
I know. Well, remember we had the whole show, and I took notes on. You must be bringing something to the table.
Yeah.
And
don't worry about the perimeters. We got.
And I remember after that show, one of my close friends, Mark Garnett, said, "I realize that I'll be left to die." He said, "I realize I have nothing."
What
to
is
bring.
his talents he's bringing to the table?
He said, "I noticed you don't need wisecracks."
Yeah.
And I said,
got plenty of
He
those.
said, I didn't see on the list dry humor.
Yeah, we got a boatload of those babies.
Right. We got that covered. So no, I don't. I've heard this so many times. I'm not saying you certainly, if you have a biblical worldview, you know that the future. I mean, I hate to be this person. It's not all that bright. And,
well, eventually the wheels are going to come off. We know that. But I mean, it's kind of like some of these predictions we have now on global warming.
Yeah.
They've been predicting it for so long, and they have been wrong so many times that when it finally does happen, they're going to go, "Ha! See, I was right." But I mean, you've missed it for 55 years.
Well, from our point of view, and what we believe, the future actually for the redeemed is actually brighter than anything we've ever experienced. And it is so much better than what we have, and it won't always be like this, but the process of getting there for a lot of folks is not going to be pleasant.
Yeah. Earth is not going to be a good place.
No, and we always do this the other end of the spectrum. I'm more in your camp, but there is the other end of the spectrum. If you believe this is going to happen, it's going to happen to somebody.
Yeah,
and everybody always thinks it's not going to be them. I mean, it absolutely could happen to us. It's going to happen to somebody. Somebody's going to be here. Yeah. When all that's
but I don't know if the prepping is going to be gold blocks or bricks or what they call them. What do they call them, Speedy? Gold what? Yeah. What is the technical name of
bricks?
it?
Bricks. What if it's actually chocolate wrapped in gold?
I know it.
And they don't know it until they open it up.
Till it melts.
Yeah, you can test it in the swimming pool.
Yeah, all of us know that we're going to be okay with the actual birth if you're redeemed. But what none of us are thrilled about, though, is how long do I have to deal with the birth pains?
Yeah, that's you want to get on the hospital.
And that's an unknown there. So anyway, I don't know what's going to happen. I know where my hope is, and I certainly don't lay around fretting about it because there's work to do, and I just concentrate on what I do, knowing what I've been told. And frankly, as I've said, that kind of takes up all my time.
Well, aside from the prepping fact, how are you on gold? Do you buy gold?
You know what? I have not bought gold, but I'm going to Costco today, and I haven't used my Costco card since it was given to me. I think maybe 15 years ago. I've never used it. I've never used it once.
Need to update
well,
picture,
I went near a Costco and I realized, this isn't for me.
What, you don't need 400 rolls of toilet paper?
I don't. No, I'm good. Especially, I'm an empty nester now. I really don't now.
Yeah.
I've never understood completely from a prepper standpoint gold. Now, if you're investing, that's another thing. But I'd much prefer something I can eat or a bullet much more than that. If all else goes to heck.
When everything goes to heck, that gold, you can't eat it. You can't use it as fuel.
Yep. You can trade for it though.
Yeah, I think me continue to learn how to grow food and provide for myself is probably more important.
Maybe buy a bunch
ear
of
corn, I'd rather have that.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.